So good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held via Zoom Tuesday, October 17th. Before we begin with our regular agenda, we have two postponements. The first postponement is Richard Maitland for a final subdivision at 2 Tomney Road. The second postponement is 240 GA LLC. That's for an 830G application at 240 Greenwich Avenue. That's a final site plan and special permit. Mr. Yeski will be recusing from applications 4 and 5, and Mr. Wells will be seated for Mr. Yeski on those applications. With that, we will begin. Our first application in the regular meeting is actually, Patrick, this is not a discussion item. Oh, Mr. Tessie's not in the meeting yet.
It should be a regular meeting item, madam. Is it?
Well, it says discussion item, but we'll just keep going.
Yeah,
okay.
No, that was
we have Thomas Hegney, but John Tessie has his hand up. Isn't John the attorney on this?
I think John thinks that his item's first because.
Oh, John Tessie, sit tight. There's a new item number 1. Okay, so the first item is DNF Holdings. It's a request to extend the Mylar filing period for an additional 90 days on a final subdivision at 137 Doubling Road. Mr. Hegney, I think I've said all you need to say.
Yes, thank you for introducing it and providing the entire comment that needs to be made for this application.
Okay, does anybody on the commission have any questions or comments on this application?
No.
Does anybody in the public wish to comment on this application? This is an extension at 137 Doubling Road. Seeing no hands raised for comment, does anybody object to closing this item at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this item is hereby closed, and I would entertain a motion, please.
Okay, this is application 137 Doubling Road, PLPZ 2023-059. Applicants requesting a 90-day extension to the subdivision map recording period in accordance with section 6279 of the building zone regulations. Therefore, motion to approve the request for extension noting the following. All conditions of the original 6/21/23 approval shall be continued, and the additional extension of time to start file the map will expire on 1/18/24.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to the second item, 530. I'm sorry. Yes, 530 Round Hill Road for a final subdivision on a 13.98 acre lot into 3 parcels at 530 Round Hill Road in the RA4. Now it's Mr. Tessie's turn. He's got his hand up. He coming in? Yep. And whoever's, Pasadena. Yes, ma'am. If you can rename yourself, that would be great, but we now know who you are. All right, Mr. Tessie, if you would kindly go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am here this evening representing the applicant. We were last before the commission last month to discuss this application and review concerns of the commission and the Conservation Commission. You've left the application open at the previous hearing for us to meet with and address the comments that were submitted to the commission by the Conservation Commission through its through the Director of Environmental Affairs, Beth Evans. We were able to meet with Beth Evans last week, and fortunately, Mr. Leroux was available to meet also. And we had a productive meeting. We got to all fully understand what the substantive issues were that Beth they conveyed to us were those of the Conservation Commission membership. I did listen to the staff briefing yesterday and was able to appreciate really Mr. LaRoe's recitation of the substance of the meeting with Beth Evans. Based on that meeting, we have submitted what we believe is the final subdivision map to the commission for its consideration. That reflects the desires of the Conservation Commission as expressed through the Director of Environmental Affairs.
Okay, may I, oh, sorry.
Certainly, go right ahead.
May I ask you some questions? So you've
Yes.
made, so from what I understand, Environmental Affairs has accepted your new open space demarcated, open space area
Yeah, the
and
open
is
space.
satisfied.
Yeah, it's
in
Conservation
addition-
Commission. Just
in
to
ad-
be clear,
In addition, the open
Okay.
space demarcation, okay, go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
no, I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
going to say the open space in the context of the conservation easement on lot number 2. That's what was expanded.
Now, in
Sure.
addition,
Yes.
the open space demarcation is going to be monumented. And you have submitted the declarations and the restriction drafts.
Yes, and they contain
okay.
the references. I know it was discussed yesterday, but they're highlighted in red. So red lines from the standard submissions that we made of the Declaration of Conservation Easement and Declaration of Restrictions to add the requested maintenance obligation vis-a-vis the invasive species.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the Declaration of Conservation Easement over lot number 2 that contains the utilities, we inserted the provision allowing for the maintenance, replacement, repair, et cetera, of the existing utilities.
Okay, next question. You
Yes.
are going to be preserving the existing stone wall?
The existing stone wall is preserved for now, but it's part and parcel of a future development plan. We're talking about lot 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
We will.
Can I interject on that?
Go right ahead.
So
Go
the
ahead.
stone,
You're gonna have to, you're gonna have to start paying Ms. Perry, Mr. Tessie. Go ahead, Ms. Perry.
so as part of the driveway relocation, there is a easement hatched area just before it crosses the water course. That easement hatched area contains a rain garden for the new driveway drainage improvements. That stone wall crosses or touches upon that easement area. So what they asked us was when we're constructing the rain garden to pay sensitivity to that stone wall that crosses that easement section. That's what they were discussing in regards to the stone wall. The stone wall, as it crosses the whole property, is outside of the 200-foot zone from their discretion area. They are, as part of this application, we will touch that stone wall in regards to the drainage, but we are planning to kind of construct it where it doesn't have to touch that stone wall.
Great, okay, because we always like to protect those stone walls. It's a priority for us. It is what contributes to sense of place in Greenwich. We feel very strongly about them. You've heard us about it before. So you are okay with us saying specifically on lot 2 and in general that you will make efforts to preserve the stone wall. Next question, the
well,
rain garden on, yes, Mr. Tessie, I'm sorry.
No,
You can't pay me, okay? You can pay Miss Perry. Go ahead.
Ms. Perry may want to respond to your point.
Well, she did. She said that
So you're
they,
okay in that? with
Yeah.
That language?
The way they wrote it is that as if possible, or as
Yeah.
you know, as
you're
as
going to
if we
make
can.
best efforts to preserve
Correct.
the stone wall everywhere you can, and you will be sensitive to its representing, it's being important to the Greenwich sense of place.
Correct.
So the next thing, Miss Perry, is the rain garden on lot 2. Did you agree or not or Mr. Tessie, if you want
Yeah.
him to
Well, I can explain-
respond for you.
Yeah, well,
Where are you with the shaping of it?
the shaping of it, Mr. DeAndrea, there may be a note, I think, added. I think he did add a note to the map. Basically, the final design will reflect the contours. In other words,
Okay.
the box, but
You
rather,
got that, Mr. McRae?
there's a note on the map.
Okay, well, in case you missed it. So you are going to revise the contours of the rain garden.
Well, it'll be when it's designed, but the final design will, the final design will be
It will be sensitive to it.
topographically
Okay,
consistent.
next question.
Yes.
The oaks along the driveway, where did, are you able to protect are you protecting those mature
So
oak trees?
We talked to Beth as part of this application. We're only taking one down for the driveway. She was there when she witnessed one come down the first time the commission came out. We showed her a photo of another one that came down. So two have come down in these storms that we've been having lately. She understood that they're pretty old, which means they may have a domino effect. And she said, you know, we put that marker that to the extent that they can be preserved, you know,
Okay,
and Mother Nature doesn't take them down. But this application only approves the removal of one.
so, Ms. Perry, you know, it is difficult for us to get large deciduous trees in the more developed parts of town. So we are looking for large canopy deciduous trees wherever you can plant them because of the impact they have with drainage and environmentally. So we are looking for that, and we would make that request as well. I'm going to skip. Okay, then we have additional existing features that are missing from the plan. I think we will verify that. You're good with conservation. You've got IWWA. All right, Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, just two drafting suggestions on the new language in the easement contracts. And I think this is probably presumed, but if we can add it, the conservation easement restriction contract paragraph 1, the new language in there about restoration after Eversource comes in. If we can add the word maximum extent reasonably possible, I think that's probably what your client would agree to. They seem to be such good stewards of this process. In the open space contract paragraph 3, again, the new language about minimizing invasives. If it can say all reasonable efforts, I think with invasives, if you got 3 and you only do 2, you're still going to have a problem. So those would be my two suggestions. Maximum extent in paragraph 1 of the easement, conservation easement, and all before reasonable efforts in the open space contract, paragraph 3.
Mr. Tessie.
I don't think we have an issue with that language.
All right, Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Mr. Tessie.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask about best efforts. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure I'm comfortable with that. But please feel free to comment. I think that preserving the stone wall is an important step to take, and I think that best efforts just doesn't cover it.
How about if we just say that they will review with staff as they go forward with development, because I imagine most of these won't come to us, but they will review on development with staff where and to what extent best efforts will be made and will be reviewed with staff on the protection of the stone walls. Patrick?
That's exactly right, Madam Chair. When the subdivisions are approved, the first design for each of the new lots will come through staff and under administrative review. So those notes will be taken into consideration and reviewed, double checked.
Well,
I have a suggestion, and
Yes, sir.
but please let me know if this is if the way you are looking at it is the way it has to be. I would say it will be preserved, and in the event that there's any ensuing damage to the wall, that it will be repaired.
Well, there are
Like
places.
in kind.
What,
I mean,
I
and
heard
then-
Ms.
There's
I heard
no-
Ms.
and that
Perry.
the
Wait,
pole-
There's no development. There's no development plan right now for that lot. And I don't think that you can blanket say that without a development plan and the wetlands and the courses and the drainage.
Okay.
Right now, there is a septic system that backs up to that wall. If that septic system fails, it's possible that that wall on the other side of it will be a new reserve. I can't answer those questions until a development plan, if it does come along, goes through that. However, what I can say is that what we're doing right now within that easement hatched area for the new driveway, we will make every effort for any proposed development
Yeah.
that we're doing now.
I think it's, in all due respect to Mr. Levy, I think that that's a bit of an overreach when it comes to the stone wall. The stone wall, I mean, taking into account the regulations, the absolute requirement that a field stone wall such as that can drive the bus and preclude reasonable development of the lot, I just don't think we can agree to.
No,
We
I
talked-
understand
we
that.
talked
I
about
understand
the
that
stone.
point. I just,
Let me make another
All right.
point, Peter. Let me make one other point.
yeah, sure.
His
We
name
talked
is
to the
Mr. Levy.
Conservation Commission about it. We even discussed the wall is fine. It may be that part of the plan is to relocate the wall.
Okay, yes,
And
exactly.
so there are different options. They said, yes.
Okay,
If
so
not,
that's
we
why
need
the,
to cut a few holes in the wall. So I'm comfortable with Mr. LaRoe, and I understand your concerns. And as you heard from Annette, she's going to work on it. She just doesn't want her hands, totally tied.
and she knows where we come out on
Yeah,
this. I
right.
mean,
She
she's
does.
heard
Right.
us before. She
Yeah.
knows that, and I think she wouldn't be developing this property if she didn't buy into the principles of it's the green in Greenwich that draws,
Yeah.
it's the trees, and it's the
Right.
setting that draws her future buyers. Mr. LaRoe.
Thank you.
No, I just want to reiterate because I'm not sure if everybody heard my comments yesterday from the conversation I had with the
Maybe they weren't
Beth
listening.
Evans, was that she expressed that the preservation of the wall is not a requirement here. That she's acknowledging its unique value, but again, understanding that future development may cause this wall to have to be moved or relocated. That's not what her commission's intention was. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands it's not conservation asking for preservation. They're just
No, it's us.
right. No, I don't want anyone to
It's
think that
us. I'm
this is
just being very clear. It's us. Preserving the sense of place is part of the POCD. A subdivision has to be consistent with the POCD. Preserving Greenwich's sense of place and community character are part of the POCD. So it's consistency with those factors that would allow us to approve this subdivision, and that's why we're asking that the best efforts be made and that they be reviewed with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Preservation, replacement, et cetera. I think we're and it's very comfortable working with staff on that.
Yeah, and I mean, she's heard this before, and and this was before the new landscape regulations. So all you got to do is glance at them. Okay. Any other
Understood.
any other questions from the commission? Anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Mr. DeAndrea has his hand up, but I think we've handled it, right?
I don't know. You want to give a speech?
Ask him to put it down.
Mr. DeAndrea, do you still wish to speak? Otherwise, take your hand down. Okay, he wants to speak. Yes, Mr. DeAndrea. You're muted. Still muted, Mr. DeAndrea. There you go.
I have nothing to add. I was going to help out answering the question about the rain garden, which will take the shape of the topography.
Perfect.
Only
I
identify
knew,
the volume,
I
but that
didn't
issue has
think-
been closed.
I didn't think you looked, that was your kind of rain garden. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, good. You
All
didn't
right.
make a liar out of me, Tony. Thank you.
Okay, so anybody else from the public wish to speak? No one else from the public. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Please advise if you do. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed and we would entertain a motion.
Okay,
And Mary, feel free to pipe in if Nick forgets anything, because you know.
Nick never
forgetful.
forgets anything.
Actually, you can't pipe in because you're not seated. Sorry.
I
So he
am
has to
seated on
remember.
this,
Oh, you are seated. My apologies.
unless
So-
Mr. Yeski comes back.
No, I'm just going to go ahead and read off. Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and Jenkins for Yeski. Thank you for reminding me, Mary. So please do pipe in. Okay, Nick, you have an assistant.
Okay, 530 Round Hill Road, final subdivision, PLPZ 2023-269. Applicants requesting final subdivision of an existing 13.93 acre lot into 3 parcels, providing an open space parcel of 1.6 acres and a conservation easement of 0.503 acres in the RA4 zone. Per section 258, et cetera, and 205 of the building zone regulations. Commission finds that per section 261, the application is a subdivision. Conservation issue comments on 9/8/23 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issue comments dated 7/25 requesting additional floor area and setback dimensions. DPW issue comments on 9/5/23 indicating approval for subdivision. Health Department issued comments on 7/13/23 indicating approval of lot 1, 6-bedroom septic and well. Lot 2, 3-bedroom septic, which will remain in a high-risk replacement area for 4 bedrooms and well. Lot 3 is an existing 6-bedroom septic system, which will remain in a 100% replacement area for 7 bedrooms and an existing well. And wetlands issue permit number 2023-054 on 7/25/23. Therefore, a motion to approve the following with following comments. Prior to recording the map, the applicant should provide the floor area of the existing dwelling and stables and all setbacks for the existing stables to be noted. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in the form of suitable for the chairman of planning and zoning to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records. The driveway drainage rain garden shall follow existing contours. Per conservation comments, the conservation easement on lot 2 is expanded to include a pedestrian easement shown along the southern property line of lot 3. For the benefit of lot 1, the applicant shall provide a phase 1B archaeological survey on lot 2 and 3 for any future site disturbance associated with the site redevelopment or significant land disturbance of more than 0.25 of an acre. The applicant shall preserve the existing stone wall on lot 2 to the extent possible. The applicant shall preserve existing mature oak trees along the primary driveway to the extent possible. The revised open space and conservation easement declarations shall be reviewed by the Law Department, Planning and Zoning Commission, and Conservation staff prior to filing the Greenwich Land Records. The language should offer provision addressing the need for long-term invasive species management. The final rain garden shape along lot 2 shall be addressed prior to final design of the development of lot 2.
And shall
And
respect the topography of the site.
Yeah, I think I did that.
Okay.
The applicant shall provide monument and iron pin demarcation of the open space. Conservation easements, the demarcation shall be shown on the final recorded map, and the applicant to address any outstanding interstaff or interdepartmental issues.
And I think we just need to add that that the applicant has acknowledged the comments of the Conservation Commission and integrated them for an application that is responsive to the goals and guiding principles of the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. With that, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to our next application.
Thank you. Have a good
Mr.
evening.
The next application is Juan Fernandez for they're not in yet, actually. Who's representing the applicant on this one?
I believe it's Sound Beach, but sorry, Soundview, excuse me, but I'm not seeing anybody.
Soundview, would you kindly raise your virtual hand?
147 South Water Street.
Patrick, were you leading the discussion yesterday?
No, this was Marisa, is the staff person on this?
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't know
Um,
whether in some,
147 South Water Street. Do we have the applicant in the audience?
I
right.
know, I know Marisa said that they did not respond to emails this afternoon, so
Fine.
I'm wondering if
So what do we do? Continue it without prejudice?
we could do that, or if they come in, we can take it out of the public hearing later on if they
We'll take it at the end of the meeting when the public hearing is over. Okay, Mr. Basili, sound check, please.
Hello.
Hello, my friend.
Everything sounds great.
Okie dokie. You're a little freezing, just so you know.
Oh.
So just, you've got all of our cell numbers. You've got Patrick's in mind. Just let us know if you have any problem and I'll keep an eye, okay?
Hey,
All right, thank you, sir. We are now going to the public hearing. All right, representing the applicant for the Central Middle School for the town of Greenwich.
it should be Kemp and
Well, maybe Mr. Turner can start. Oh, there he is. Okay, we got somebody. Yes, if you would unmute, Mr. Kemp.
Hi, good evening.
Hello. Before you start, I'll announce it. We're going to combine the two applications that we are hearing. The first one is the Town of Greenwich and the Greenwich Board of Education for a municipal improvement at 9 Indian Rock Lane in the R12 zone. This is for the Central Middle School, and this is being acted on in furtherance of the town charter. This next application is for the site plan, for the preliminary site plan, my apologies, at the same address, for the Central Middle School. Before we start, the commission's job, and by the way this flows, just so everybody knows, the applicant will present, the commission will ask questions. When the commission is finished asking questions, we will turn it to the public for comment. Given that we have, well, how many people do we have here? Well,
98.
we have, yeah, so we have close to 100 people here. Given that, we will assume that many are here to comment on Central Middle School. When we are ready, we will ask you to raise your virtual hand and give us comment, and we will take you in the order that you've raised your hand, except that the state reps, and if Mr. Camillo comes, we will take them first. So we will not be hearing public comment until we call for it after the commission has finished asking. This is a very important application, and we may have a lot of questions. Also, when the public speaks, and I'll remind you again later of that, we will probably limit you to 2 minutes. So start thinking about that now to focus on the site plan itself. Mr. Kemp, I'm sorry, Mr. Mornhart. With that, I hand it over to you and Mr. Turner. I believe you are presenting along with Mr. White. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All righty.
So Mr. Turner is going to start us off. I'm going to share a presentation that we've prepared, which we will make part of the record. We will get this over to Mr. LaRoe afterward. Tony?
Need to unmute.
Mr. White, just unmute. Mr. White, are you unmuted now? I can't see you
no,
anymore.
Mr. Turner needs to unmute.
All right, everybody unmute. You guys just stay unmuted, okay? There you go. Awesome.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear y'all.
Okay, thank you. So to start over, Madam Chair and members of the commission, needless to say, on behalf of the Building Committee, we're delighted to be here tonight to ask for your support in our MI application and also the preliminary site plan. Both were filed with the staff earlier, as you know. I do want to begin to talk just briefly about the role of the Building Committee, and I think this is very, very important as we go through our presentation tonight. As you know from the town charter, the building committee really has two roles. The first role is that of staying strictly adhering to the Board of Education educational specifications and requirements that are filed by the Board of Education. And then secondly, it is incumbent upon the committee to seek the appropriate funding for the project. So as we go through our presentation this evening, I hope you will keep both of those items in mind. And let me talk about our founding.
No,
and
sir. No, Mr. Turner. The Planning and Zoning Commission can never consider funding or finance issues. Our job is entirely whether the plan is consistent with the plan, with a plan of conservation and development, whether you have a preliminary site plan that appears workable. We stay completely in our lane as regards your funding issues, not our job. And it would be not wise of us to go stepping on those who have it as their job. So please don't raise the funding with us at all. That's just not the land use, and there is a division of powers here. We're familiar with this. We've done a lot of building committees. We know this process, and we're happy to tell you as we go where our boundary is and what we cannot assist with. At the same time, as I have said many times to Mr. Yeski, who's your representative, it is a priority in the plan of conservation and development that we have top quality schools, as you're putting up right now, and to have top quality infrastructure in town, and to have those be a draw. So we are in support of the general goal. It is the specifics that we're looking to analyze now, and we will do a drill down to the best of our powers. Thank you, sir, and I'm sorry for the interruption.
No, that's okay, and fully understood, Madam Chair. Our committee began its work in July of 22, so we've been at it now for roughly 15 months. And I want to point out to the committee the level of engagement that we've had with the community. First of all, we've had several outreach meetings. Specifically, we've had 3 outreach meetings with the perimeter neighbors. That has been an exclusive meeting with those neighbors. Secondly, we have had a total of 4 community engagement sessions, specifically where we invited the entire community to come and get an update, and in many cases, either ask questions live in the meeting or through an electronic system. And also, one of those 4 meetings was a public hearing, which had over 100 people attending to specifically give us input on the update. We have continued to make the Central Middle School site, that is the website on the Greenwich Public Schools page, an update place for not only the videos and the PowerPoints of all the community engagement sessions that I just referred to, but we have also added a variety of documents there for full transparency with the community, specifically environment, traffic, space programming, and others. We also have posted there 2 letters to the community, and we have answered in writing over 200 questions across those 4 meetings, questions from the community about the specific project. We're convinced that from all of that feedback that the community is positive about this effort. And then lastly, we have also posted 5 quarterly reports to the RTM. I do want to talk very briefly about the slide that's up now, Greenwich 2030, and specifically I want to talk about the Our Future. As you know, you can see for yourself what the text says at the bottom. I'm going to highlight a couple of words: enhancing schools, enhancing recreational amenities, investment in the town's infrastructure and school facilities. That is exactly what this plan does. That is both our MI application and our preliminary site plan. Specifically, we meet guiding principles 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. noting that number 2 is not applicable because it deals with it deals with housing. And that brings us to guiding principle number 3, which you have on your screen now. We come to Greenwich because of high quality schools. I know my wife and I did that 33 years ago. And at the same time, it also says that we have to explore balance. And I can assure you that as we go through the presentation this evening, MI first and the preliminary site plan, that you will see a very, very strong balance that we've been able to strike between community, between education, and so forth. Let me talk a little about the building and the site plan, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kemp Morhart, who is one of the principals at SLAM, our architectural firm, to go to in a deeper dive on the plan of conservation and development. First of all, on the building, there are no FAR issues. There's no intensification of use. The applications do not seek any zoning changes or variances. And the site plan that you're going to see later is materially the same site plan that we discussed with you in the pre-application session held on July 18th. Some other unique items about the building or the site that I think it's very, very important to point out as we look at how we have tied our applications to support top quality educational facilities. There are cooperative learning spaces in the academic neighborhood, which will help enhance superior problem-solving skills. This is a 21st century teaching technique researched and put forth by Dr. John Hattie. It will have, if not the cleanest air in the district, some of the cleanest air. And we know for children, clean air means higher attendance, and that means higher in educational quality. Traffic queuing. We've worked very, very hard to try to eliminate all the queuing in traffic, and Mr. Morhart's going to talk a little about that later. We are designing the building to be a 75-year building, not a 25-year building and not a 40-year building, but a 75-year building. This is specifically attributable to the ed specs given to us by the Board of Education. And we have now started down the path of working with neighbors to help us think about the various facade colors and combinations of colors that will go on the outside of the building that will be palatable to the neighbors throughout the seasons of the year. You're going to see a lot of abundant safety apparatus and safety designs. You're going to see this as a swing space for Eastern and Western middle schools. You're going to see when we show you the fields later that over 1,600 hours, in addition to the Central Middle School population, are booked on the fields. And this is a statistic from Parks and Rec. And then lastly, you're going to see a courtyard. Higher satisfaction with the school experience gives higher academic achievement, and it will meet all of the school safety infrastructure council requirements per the state code. And of course, it will be fully ADA compatible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Morhart for some additional deep dive on the POCD. Kemp.
All right. Thank you, Tony. And good evening to Madam Chair and the balance of the commissioners and the public. Thank you. My name is Kemp Morhart. I'm a principal with the SLAM Collaborative Architects in Glastonbury, Connecticut. We're very pleased to be on this project as the architect of record. With me tonight to answer questions and present some more detailed information a little bit later in our presentation are Jim Hoagland, the design architect and project manager from our firm, Henry Withers, the landscape architect, Andrew White, our civil engineer from Ty and Bond, Tom Wamser, our traffic engineer from Ty and Bond, and Brian Hamill, our MEP engineer from CES. So they are available for answering questions. Just wanted to make everyone aware of that. I have this matrix up just to illustrate to the commission the level of in-depth investigation that we've done as part of the development of the preliminary site plan that we've submitted. Along the top, it's not meant for you to read, it's just more of a visual graphic, but along the top are the different town staff departments that this team has met with And then across the rows across are showing the different weeks that that took place in the past month or so to get our package to a point where we felt it was very well detailed and strong presentation to meet all the requirements of the different town departments. But as part of the municipal improvement process, we wanted to make sure that we touched on the relevant aspects of the POCD that we feel that this project is addressing quite well. Without reading through these, you're very familiar with them, I'm sure. But number one, preserve your community, character, and sense of place. And I have some examples on how this design is achieving these. We're going to go through it at a little bit finer grain level through the objectives underneath guideline number one. Objective 1.1 is to maintain and enhance the town's distinct sense of place by promoting tree preservation, tree planting, public art and landscaping, and the use of streetscape improvements as a way to foster a sense of place. And I think that could be seen here. What I have in the inset here in the graphics, you can see the existing site plan with the existing building. It's a T-shaped form. It's up close to the street on Indian Rock. Small parking lots and drop-off loops. As a kind of arriving at a building and getting into the building and then existing within the building. But with the new design, maintaining the buffers between the residential properties, creating that sense of place and creating that campus feel for the new proposed central middle school, where you have a nice arrival, entrance drive, creating that sense of arrival to the new building. You have a front yard with the new play fields and the building setback in the site to take on a presence setback from the street. We feel we've addressed that objective quite well. Moving on to guideline number 3, or guiding principle number 3, provide top quality education facilities. I think Mr. Turner spoke to quite a few of those, but I wanted to touch on a few of the sub points within objective 3.1 to develop tools to permit the reasonable evolution of schools while mitigating negative externalities upon the residential neighborhoods where these institutions are located. And specifically in this particular example, support site improvements involving school safety and infrastructure standards for school construction projects. We've taken great care to design this site and this project within the state security infrastructure criteria post Sandy Hook. And one of the guiding principles is to site the building such that you have excellent observation of the entire site. And I have indicated with these arrows that the main administration portion of the building is in this southeast corner of the building, and the observation capabilities across the entire site are well preserved. Placing the building where it is in response to a few factors, which I'll go through as we go through these slides. But you can also see that the separation of bus and parent traffic is also one of the criteria for SSIC, as in addition to that observation. With regard to item E and H, increased buffer space, as well as planting requirements between the institutional and residential uses, as well as avoid removal of trees on the town property, including parks and schools. We feel we've done a really great job in trying to preserve the amount of trees and keep the kind of the character of the site, the wooded character of the site, as much as we possibly could, given the program that we needed to fulfill with the design. You can see in the shaded yellow areas where we've maintained that existing buffer, and where we have had to take down trees, we've replaced them. And Henry's going to go through that in more detail a little bit later in the presentation, so I won't get into too much depth there. But maintaining that buffer and keeping that separation between the residential uses and the institutional uses, we feel we've addressed quite well. And finally, item F, to continue to work with educational facilities to increase utilization of student busing, walking, or cycling. We've made great strides to create a site plan that incorporates pedestrian and bike paths to the building from various locations. We will be having or we are proposing a sidewalk along the western edge of Orchard from the intersection between Indian Rock and Orchard up to the pedestrian network that starts at the bus loop entry and continues up on the east side of the site to the northern portion of Orchard, where a new proposed crosswalk would bring students across to Coachland. And similarly, from the other side of this site, from Stanwich, we're continuing the existing sidewalk network along Indian Rock to the main entrance, and then we are going to proposing to enhance the crosswalk across Ponderosa to the site. So we feel that we've really addressed those items as far as addressing walking and cycling and parent and drop off and pickup. In addition to, one of the main moves that we've made was to create this new entrance drive that has a significant amount of queuing. We expect that it will queue approximately 60 cars off the street, and we feel that is a very strong measure toward relieving some of the existing congestion that you're experiencing on Indian Rock during drop-off and pickup times today. Guiding principle number 4, sustain and improve our natural environment and landscape. I think many of the things I've already spoke about are examples of that, but more specifically of objective 4.2, to support the installation of microgenerators, including rooftop solar installations. I've highlighted in purple or in pink on the building where we have approximately the areas for planned photovoltaic panels on the roof. We'll get into a little bit more detail on how those photovoltaic panels will contribute to the performance of the building. But so we've addressed that as far as being able to generate energy on site. Same objective 4.2, item L and P, encourage less automobile usage by promoting alternate forms of transportation, such as walking, bicycling, and public transportation. I mentioned that a few minutes ago about the network, the pedestrian network, as well as those sidewalks can be used for biking as well as the road network. Working through voluntary and regulatory channels to prepare the community for the transition to electric vehicles. We have addressed the 20% requirement for 20% of the parking spaces on this site will have electric vehicle charging stations. And that has been integrated into the plan. I've put some stars on the site plan to indicate areas within the site plan that have banks of those EV chargers. So that has been addressed. And finally, with objective 4.2, item O, enforce the sustainable best practices in site development, as noted in the town drainage manual. We have our civil engineer on the call who will speak to this a little bit later in the presentation, but this is a highlight where we have highlighted in purple around the site areas of low impact development for the drainage design and pervious pavement in particular, but he will get into more of the details on that shortly. So we feel we've addressed that requirement. Continuing on with guiding principle 4, objective 4.4, to advocate for the reduction of site coverage and where pavement cannot be avoided, promote the use of pervious pavement. So I just spoke to that. Got to give you a little precursor on that many of these areas of drainage and low impact development drainage solutions are pervious pavement to address that objective to minimize pavement across the site. So guiding principle number 5, maintain economic vitality and thriving commercial centers. Objective 5.7, to decrease traffic congestion, and specifically G, continue to require development and redevelopment to address traffic congestion and improve traffic flow. As I mentioned, with the new entrance drive, we feel we've addressed one of your current situations where you have significant backup on Indian Rock during those times of pickup and drop off. And we've also made several proposed improvements to pedestrian and vehicular safety around the site with the stars identified First and foremost, a crosswalk from Coach Lamp to the northern network, sidewalk network entrance on the site near the bus loop. A crosswalk and proposed stop signs at the exit point of the bus loop, as well as a sidewalk from the intersection between Orchard and Indian Rock up to that exit point on Orchard. I mentioned the improvement to the crosswalk at Ponderosa, as well as the sidewalk network that's tied into the Stanwich and Indian Rock location. One thing I may have not mentioned during the safety component of the presentation is this complete separation of bus and car traffic, and I think that's a key aspect of that safety component. Increased bicycle infrastructure, so improving the convenience and practicality of bicycling through town and to these facilities, providing more bike racks. We will be having bike racks around the site. I put 1 star there to represent that. Another point to make within the building design to support folks bicycling, even teachers bicycling to work, is that we have a shower facility that is available to faculty and staff within the building to allow them to come bicycle to work and then be able to shower and change. Finally, guiding principle 6, provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. Objective 6.2, reduce the town's energy consumption by 20% in the short term with a larger goal of 40% to follow, as well as set energy efficiency goals and specifications as part of an all-new refurbished town building projects. From the outset, this project has had a goal of zero net energy. We've been working toward that goal. As part of our early design investigations, we did contemplate 3 different HVAC systems, what we call the base case, which is boilers and chillers. We had a couple of alternatives, one being geothermal well field for a heating and cooling plant, and another being VRF plants. You can see the results of those analyses, where currently I have a rectangle around the base case, which was selected by the building committee, and that system is represents a 35% reduction from the current building usage, with a predicted EUI of 38.8, and that's before a contribution from the rooftop PV system, which would be approximately 20.7 EUI contribution. So then offsetting that 38.8 by 53%, with a net PEUI for the building of 18.1. And so we're proud of that achievement, and I think will offer savings to the town long term. And finally, I think this is the last one. Objective 6.2, provide electrical vehicle charging in public lots. I mentioned that earlier, so those stars are back on the site plan to the right, as well as maintain those pedestrian travelways with item C, and then finally item D, green the parking lots. We have, with the design, we have complied with the landscaping requirements for trees and islands within the parking areas. And again, Henry will talk about that in more detail a little bit later. So with that kind of concludes the MI portion of the presentation relative to how our design is addressing the POCD. I'll open it up for questions. If we want to pause here, we can then roll.
I think that would be good. Let's pause here. And I'd like to turn to the commission for your questions. Do you want to take the slide down that says questions for a while, and then go ahead. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments on this at this time?
This is just on the MI?
Just on the MI.
I'd like to prompt my fellow commissioner, Mr. Wells, to ask about geothermal.
We're going to do that on the site plan.
We are?
Yeah, because I mean, they've laid out, right now they've laid out where they're consistent with the POCD. Now we're going to go to the preliminary site plan. We're going to start talking about that. And ask about the specifics of where they are with energy conservation. As you guys know, we had some questions that came up from the Department of Public Works that were pretty significant in our briefings. I had a question I wanted to ask you, Patrick, about the parking comment, the circulation comment. Also want to talk about safety. All those things we're going to get to. But for now, as they talk about how they've looked at the POCD and the MI, do you have any questions? Okay, so it doesn't seem so. I think we can go on to the site plan. It seems like you've looked at exactly what you should be looking at. I'd like to compliment you on how thoroughly you've reviewed our POCD. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us here who wrote it, who actually wrote it. So we are just enormously fond of quoting it. And we'd love to see the guiding principles quoted. The important thing, as you point out, is that we spent 1.5 years getting public feedback. And we wrote it based on what the town residents told us. There were 4 factors that were raised above all else for why people live in Greenwich. Proximity to the city is obviously one, the very central location. But the beauty of the setting and the excellent facilities that we were assumed to have were 2 other factors. And you have hit on 2 of those. We can't do much about the location, but you have hit hard on 2 of those. So thank you for that. I believe, does anybody from the public just want to comment on the MI, or you want to hold off till we get the whole site plan? Because we're going to ask a lot of questions, I think, about the site plan.
Hold off. Let's get through the whole thing.
Let's get through the whole thing. Okay, but great work. I love all the references to the POCD and how well you have integrated into your thinking. Now let's see it roll out. So let's talk about the site plan, the preliminary site plan, and see how it is. I know we have questions for your tie and bond people when we're ready. Go ahead. Mr. Morehart, I think you're muted.
Okay, how's that?
We can hear you now.
Excellent. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments on consistency with POCD. Appreciate that. I know the team has worked very hard to address those points. So the preliminary site plan application, we have a series of slides to go through, but I wanted to talk first about, we've been engaged for about 10 months, our design team, on this project. We've had several meetings with the building committee and design review meetings. I think Mr. Turner also mentioned all the community meetings and so forth. I mentioned earlier that the town staff meetings that we've conducted with fire marshal, DPW, planner, the tree warden, and so forth. Quite a few meetings to make sure that we are addressing everybody's concerns in addition to the neighbors' concerns. We have made distinct design changes based on feedback from the neighbors. One thing I wanted to just go over was if I could advance my slide here. There we go. The charge from the building committee through the the Board of Ed through the ed specs and the building committee to build a new building on this site while the students remain in the existing building, and we have a construction site separate from a operating school site. You can see by this image that there is, despite—
So that was in the ed specs, they wanted to relocate the building?
They wanted to build new while the existing remained occupied, correct?
So that is why the building committee could not question that, because the building committee is, per the charter, has to accept the ed specs.
Correct.
Okay.
And in order to maintain that separation between construction and school activities, we that's obviously paramount when you're doing new build on an occupied site. We've done this many times throughout our careers. And then once we build new, then the new portion of the site needs to remain operational, with the new occupancy going to the new constructed portion of the site while the remaining existing building is demolished. And so you can imagine that puts a fair amount of pressure on the site area to site a building, also gain or get additional parking and drive aisles and bus loops and so forth, as well as play areas as much as we possibly can, fire lanes onto the site, to make that new portion operate independent of the existing while it's being demolished and while the remaining portion of the site is being completed. So I've kind of oversimplified with one straight line across the site how we manage that. And you can see in this particular slide with both buildings on the site simultaneously that the site is quite full. And you can also see why some of the features of the site have taken shape as they have, specifically the entry drive that kind of wraps around the boundaries of the existing building. It was so tight that there is actually some overlap that is going to need to be managed during the process. But keeping that construction site completely separate from the operating school site during that construction period. And then once this piece is completed, having this portion of the site be able to operate as a school while this building is being demolished and the site is being restored. Those are the two critical components of this project that we needed to make sure were achievable. And we feel that the design as presented really represents the best option for accommodating all those goals of this project. As I mentioned earlier, we've addressed neighbors' concerns at one point during this process. And by the way, this site plan and this building plan represents our 8th iteration of multiple options throughout the design process. One of which was actually pushing the building further to the north to really kind of give us a little bit more breathing room for this activity to occur. However, we got some feedback from the neighbors to the north. And in fact, we pulled that building back down as tight as we possibly could to the existing. You can see that it's quite tight in there. But we pulled it as tight as was feasible in working with our construction manager to allow that activity to take place. Additionally, from the neighbors' feedback, we adjusted the building to be a 2-story building, no more than 2 stories. That was feedback from the neighbors as well as the Board of Ed. And that was also part of our drive to maintain this proposed development within the regulations and not have to go for any kind of variance for a 3-story building, for example. As I mentioned earlier, student and staff safety is paramount for our design, separation of buses and cars, inclusion of that long drive. As I've mentioned before, I won't elaborate on that any further.
Well, we talked a lot about the drive on the pre-app, and I think you'll recall that we did respond very favorably to the concept of having a long on-site drive that would allow for the queuing on site and take the traffic off of the surrounding neighborhood as the drop. That's a huge problem for us with all the schools. That said, we're going to have questions about the new egress, so we'll get to that later.
Okay. Yeah, and while we're talking about egress, there is a 2-lane exit and a single-lane entrance. One of the things that Henry and Andrew worked hard about is to try and preserve some of the existing engineering of that existing turnaround that is there today, so we don't disturb more site. And we also, in the process, are preserving some of the existing trees in that area. And then, as I mentioned in the previous presentation, the recommendation of off-site pedestrian and traffic improvements with crosswalks at Coachland, stop signs, crosswalks here at the exit, and sidewalk improvements, as well as the crosswalk over here at Ponderosa. That was traffic on site, so I kind of spoke to the wrong slide, but anyhow, oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to talk about the on-site circulation.
Thank you, Kep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Andrew White, a professional engineer registered in the state of Connecticut with tie and bond, engineer of record for this project.
Andrew, sorry, could you just raise your volume a little bit? It's you're a little hard to hear.
Bear with me.
It might just be the bass of your voice, but it's very quiet on our end.
I think is that better?
Okay, that's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, it wasn't picking up my headset. I apologize for that. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Andrew White, professional engineer registered in the state of Connecticut with tie and bond and engineer of record for the project. As you can see on the screen in front of you, one of the biggest features of this site really is this long queuing lane and capacity off of Indian Rock Lane. Currently, from our observations that we've seen of the existing site, you have the two circular drives that are down by Indian Rock Lane. One is dedicated to buses, one is dedicated to parent drop-off, and the queuing from the parent drop-off, which is the eastern one that's being preserved in this design.
You're
Queues
fading
on-
again.
Andrew, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
you're fading again. And we have 50 people here? No,
56.
almost 160. Okay. So try again,
I
Mr.
will-
White.
I will go a little hardwire this time.
Oh, yeah. The good news is this is more people than our town hall can hold. So we're good on Zoom, but sometimes we need to do some improvements. Go ahead, sir.
All right, and
So you were on this, so you've got this fantastic queuing. We asked you the question during the pre-app about, we were concerned people might break out of the queuing, and you thought you could train people. You're following the state's new EV. You've got you've separated the bus from the parent, from the privates, and you've got this great queue. You keep talking about the queuing capability.
perfect. Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah. All
Wonderful.
right. We can hear you. Go ahead. I've just summarized your last slide while you were doing that.
Wonderful. All
Okay.
right,
So you can go to the next one if you want, or if I just made all your points for you. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Chair. All right, so drainage for the site, we have, we're meeting the town's criteria for low impact development, and we're doing this in really a three-prong approach. We have the building itself, which is connected to underground subsurface infiltration for handling the roof flows, as well as a series of porous pavement. The fire lane north of the building is entirely porous pavement, as well as several of the parking stalls that are along the main access driveway. With that too, we also have bioretention and rain gardens that are around the perimeter of the site that are kind of in that teal color. The site itself, there's an existing 36-inch storm main that runs from Coach Lamp down to Indian Rock Lane. That's an existing storm line of the towns that's being preserved, as well as being used as our ultimate tie-in point to the south. And with that, we're having drainage strategies for the north side of the site when the school is built, concurrent with the existing building remaining. So our drainage design can function and be installed and handle the proposed site on its own. And then as you have the southern demolition of the existing building on the southern side of the property, then that would just be a relief of the drainage to the south. If we go to the next slide.
You're gonna wait. You want us to ask you all questions at the end, right?
I think so. If that's okay, we don't have too many more slides. I think we can just.
Okay. And then I want to go back to the beginning of Mr. White's slides, and we'll start asking you questions. Go ahead.
Perfect.
All right, and for site utilities, we have all of our utilities, with the exception of sanitary sewerage, is coming in off of Stanwich Road to the north or the eastern corner of the building. So we have our water, gas, telecommunications, and electric supply coming to a pad-mounted transformer, as well as the backup standby generator and building services on that eastern side. The sanitary sewerage is being served from the south end of the building through the site. It's not really shown here. Kemp, if you go back a slide, we can just talk to it on the overall. So it comes from the south end of the building and through the curvature of the driveway to Indian Rock Lane. There's also an existing sanitary sewer that is currently under parking. That's the area of the high school softball field, as shown here, that runs from Stanwich to Indian Rock Lane.
The high school?
Well, what says high school softball, that text, you can text there.
It's a, it's a
I'm
si-
sorry.
it's a size of.
It's a size.
Oh, okay. Phew. Okay, go ahead.
So there is a existing sanitary sewer that runs essentially through the first baseline of that softball field. The current proposal is to relocate that to the edge of the sidewalk on Indian Rock Lane to remove it from the softball field location, to replace the existing clay tile pipe with PVC and increase the pitch on that system. Right now, it's a rather shallow system. This would take some of the length out and allow us to increase the steepness of the pipe, increasing the sewerage capacity of that, as well as provide vehicular access for the sewer division for maintenance and repair of that pipe, having it now adjacent to the right of way versus further into building site.
Anything else, Andrew?
That's it.
All right, so we're going to move on to Henry. He's going to talk a little bit about the parking and then the landscaping, and I think that'll wrap us up.
Okay, let's do that and then we'll come back. Okay. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Henry?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Henry Withers. I'm a landscape architect with SLAM. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Connecticut. And Andrew and I have been working together to develop the overall site plan. One of the things that has been mentioned several times, and I'll just reiterate it again, is the parking and circulation. Again, we have the circulation off of Indian Rock that you see there now. Off of that, there is parking. We're maintaining that existing little half circle. And as Kemp mentioned, we talked with Dr. Kramer about saving some of the trees that are out there that are of particular importance to him. And we're able to do that. We do also have some staff parking up by the bus drop-off area. That would be for staff that will be there before the buses arrive and after the buses leave. And that would be a controlled drop-off area that's controlled by gates. So it's really not open to the general public. And as was mentioned, there is a fire lane that's dashed in. So it's dashed in because it's really a regulated area that would only be used for emergency. There is some access across it when you go toward that playground area, just for service to get to the dumpsters. But the actual fire lane itself would be off limits until there'd be a need for it in an emergency. Part of it also serves as a means of egress out of the building for students. The southern side of it is below 5%, so it's walkable. It also serves as a connection to those outdoor spaces up above the building at that second level. That would be outdoor learning spaces, which is very important to the school as well. So again, as Kemp mentioned, there is a separation of both the bus traffic and the parent drop-off traffic. You can see a little dashed-in connection between the two, should it be needed for emergency egress. Again, there'd be a couple of flush conditions at the sidewalk with some bollards where if they needed to get through because Indian Rock Lane was blocked or Orchard Street was blocked, they could come from either direction. And we're providing 268 spaces, as Kemp mentioned. 20% of those are EV. There are
Henry, 122 spaces. Yeah, 122.
All right, I just did, I know why, yes, I'm sorry, I did my count, it was a double, because there's two of the icons in each one, you're correct, Kemp. And then, in addition, we have the EV stations that serve two of the accessible spaces in the staff parking. And they also serve one of the accessible spaces in the general parking and parent drop-off area as well. So we've provided what we believe is mandated by the state for the EV parking and what really is practical for the future going forward, because people are in fact driving electric vehicles. So I think that covers parking and circulation. You can see in the magenta line the route of the pedestrian walk, and that's we tried to, as much as possible, make it so that there aren't crossovers and conflicts between pedestrian circulation and the cars.
Right. We'll briefly speak to the landscaping, and then I forgot, we do have one additional slide after this to talk about the architecture.
Sure. Okay.
Very brief.
So we've met with Dr. Kramer on site a few times, and he's given quite a bit of very valuable input about species that are not doing well in Greenwich and species that are doing well. We've incorporated all of those comments into our overall thinking about the planting plan. We're trying to meet the new regulations and provide screening for the neighbors. Where we've taken some out and there'd be utilities going in. We're restoring that along Indian Rock Lane, for instance, and that would screen out the ball fields. And again, the ball fields would be an open green space, the grass there, as opposed to looking at the building. But there are quite a few trees you can see in those areas that have been put back in space. There are islands within the parking area. Dr. Kramer seemed in general to be okay with what we were showing as planting within those areas. We have talked with him about notes we'll include on the drawing to make sure that the plantings we're showing as understory to screen neighbors along Orchard Street and also to the north. They're going to be planted as understories to existing canopy trees. So we've chosen a variety of sizes that Turner has begun preliminary budgeting with, so that it allows us the ability to plant smaller trees where there's just a little area that we don't want to disturb the roots of existing trees. We talked about having Dr. Kramer visit the site as he did for the boring, so that he kind of approves the way we're going to bring those in, that the contractor would bring those in a way that wouldn't hurt the existing trees, because we want to enhance, not make a situation worse. So we believe that all those notes will be covered, and we'll make sure that we continue to involve Dr. Kramer in that. And I think that overall, this will be a beautiful long-term landscape that will provide screening for the neighbors, as is intended by the new landscape regulations, and will meet the long-term goals of the school to be open visually and allow the fields to be used and allow for security, but still at the same time meet all the requirements of your new landscape regulations.
Okay. I'd rather you not go right now to the architecture and you scroll back to where we started with the site work. Keep going. Well, I think it's one more. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you can skip the existing site plan. I think we've all walked it at some point or another. You can, okay, so with that, with those slides in front of us, Commission, would you like to start commenting on what's in front of you? You don't have to stay with traffic if you've got stuff that's paramount in it on one of the other slides. Who'd like to lead off?
Just for Mr. Withers, while we have this slide up, the bus loop and the turning, the access and egress, is it always intended to come in from the north and exit from the south?
It is. Yes, it is. The DPW, when we met with Juan and others out at the site, it was felt that they really didn't want a left turn off of Orchard into the property. So the intent is that buses would come from the north and enter in with a right turn into the site. They would then queue up. You can see the 9 buses that are queued there. That's the current number of buses that operate out of this site. And then they would exit to the right on Orchard Street. If we were able to zoom in a little closer, you'd see that that entire drive exit is turned so that that really promotes only a right turn out of that. And again, it's a gated entry. So that's, as Kent mentioned, that's where the sidewalk would begin. The DPW has asked for a sidewalk to connect down to Indian Rock Lane, and the kids walk down to the stores that are down below there. So sort of, important to maintain that sidewalk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Withers. My question would be if I was a bus driver bringing charges to the school, and I was coming from the south, I have two possible access on Orchard Street or Stanwich Road. Can I turn left into the entrance off of Orchard, or do I have to go up Stanwich Road and loop back down to make a right into the entrance?
The agreement with DPW is we're saying that would be a right turn only in from the north, and they've looked at that, and it's possible for the buses. According to Tom, the principal of the school said there's only one bus that would need to go that extra route to get in that way, but it just is a safety factor that we'd like not to have people turning left into that drive.
Into the Orchard Street Drive.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so same condition, if I was heading north, I turn out of the exit and loop around onto Stanwich Road to go north if I had to.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Tom Williams, our traffic engineer, is here if you need to get into more detail on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I wanted to make sure I understood how
talk
that.
To him.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I understood how that worked, because I have the site plan in front of me. I see how the geometry of the access and exit work. I was just concerned, it's like, yeah, now I completely understand. It's always in one direction, in and out. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Withers.
Anything else, Mr. McRae?
If you want, we could talk about the sewer issue.
Let me see what Mr. Levy has to say first, Mr. Levy,
That's fine.
and then Ms. Jenkins, and then they'll roll around. I want to talk about a couple of other things too.
Very good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up a little bit more on the circulation of the buses. How much more time, or is it more time for the bus, for the students on the bus to travel all the way to this new entrance onto the property, as opposed to coming from Indian Rock? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So Henry, we're trying to get Tom Wamser promoted.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, Mr. Levy, we'll come back to that while he's,
Good.
We can promote him. Hold on, Tom.
Wamser, W-A-M-S-E-R.
Not seeing that. Let me try the W's. I'm sure he's
Got
here.
it, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So Mr. Levy, well, let's wait till he gets here. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello. Okay, so the question, Mr. Wamser, I don't know if you heard it while you were in the audience, was the way that the buses have to circulate, how much does it add? That was what you were asking, right, Mr. Levy?
Yes, but how much more time?
How much more time?
And
So,
then we're after, it's the sort of the use of how efficient does this inefficient or efficient does this end up being?
right. So there's only 10 buses that are served on the school right now, many of which do come from that direction already. So the time to circulate around the block, we didn't quantify it. We could check that, but I wouldn't expect it to be significant. There aren't any appreciable delays occurring at the intersections to the north where they would have to pass through now. So I wouldn't expect it to be significant.
Mr. Wamser, how many buses do you have coming from the north in the morning?
I can check that for you. I know that the total number is 10.
Okay.
I need to check
All right.
back.
I just wanted to get a sense of the magnitude, and these are full size, right?
They are.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
there are 2 minibuses and there are 8 full-size buses for 10 total.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Levy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if there is an issue with the timing and having some buses circulate and adding significant time, whether or not it's possible to have the buses that are coming from the south to enter on Indian Rock and go all the way around and around the back of the building and still drop off in the same place. Because it just seems like, yes, it's good to separate cars from buses, but maybe that might not be the best idea if there's a real problem with the timing.
So to follow up on the previous question, the number is actually 1. There's only 1 bus that comes from the south and the other 9 are coming from the north. So we're only incurring delay on that 1 trip.
Except when they leave in the afternoon and then they have to go around, right?
That'd be correct, yeah.
Yeah, so the 9 go around in the afternoon, but they can come straight in the morning. Okay,
Yep, so.
all right.
So
Mr.
for the
Levy?
one bus, it's just one bus. Why, is it that important that that one bus end up going all the way around instead of entering an Indian Rock and just circulating all the way up and around the back of the building?
So Tom, if I may jump in here, this is Kemp. Best practices for school design is to separate the traffic flows for buses from car traffic, and that's what we've done here. I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as having a bus come in from Indian Rock. Maybe I missed one of your comments.
No, I think Mr. Levy was just saying you've got some traffic that ends up having to circle around, and is that the most efficient use? While we've got the traffic issue.
But I understand best practices, but what is practical here? I understand how we like to follow the rules, but the rules don't always accommodate what comes to be a more sensible way to do something. And that's what I'm just bringing up here.
So just a thought, and I'll just lay this out here. I've watched them come in the morning 4 or 5 times, and they are part of this congestion on Indian Rock Lane, so they get caught and delayed and everything. Once we get rid of that, the circulation around to the north and then coming back around for that one bus couldn't be any worse than sitting on Indian Rock Lane waiting to get to the ability to pull in as they do today, just as a thought. And I am concerned, as Kemp mentioned, that we would bring them in the parent drop off from a practical side that is a queuing area. They'd get caught in that queuing again as well. And I'm not sure that we really want them up and around the fire lane if it's not an emergency, but it's certainly something we can talk about with DPW.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it up. I'm not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as we're on the traffic issue, the bigger issue, might as well jump into it now. So the bigger issue is what happens to these intersections, how bad they are. We are fully cognizant that you are not adding any burden of traffic, that you are doing everything you can, in fact, to bring the queuing onto the site to alleviate the surrounding traffic. You are looking at what can be done for traffic calming and to move traffic in the surrounding areas. But from what I understand, some of the ideas that are being proposed have to be approved by the Department of Transportation, and they are not supportive. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are a couple of improvements that DPW has indicated that they don't support.
And that would be because of the Department of Transportation not endorsing them. It's not DPW, from what I understand. So what alternatives do you have? Again, we talked about this during the pre-app. The big concern for everybody is the rate of traffic, the speed of traffic on Orchard. and the danger to the kids, especially with the new crosswalks in the area. You're going to make them safer. Have you determined what additional alternatives might be effective if we can't get DOT endorsement for what you're currently looking at?
Sure. So to speak to Orchard Street specifically and the egress driveway not being supported as always stop control, there are some other improvements that are proposed that we think will have a traffic calming effect, that being sidewalk along the west side of the road to do a bit of placemaking along Orchard Street so that it feels more like an area where slow traffic is warranted because there may be pedestrian activity rather than as it is currently where it's just a road through the woods and it doesn't have that same sort of feel to a driver on their psychology. And we're also proposing to have some new speed limit signage on Orchard Street that are similar to what's currently out there today on Indian Rock Lane with the speed feedback sign below it and the flashers mounted to the sign indicating that the school speed limit of 20 miles an hour is in effect, which should be much more attention grabbing.
Okay, so and those are, from what we know, those are effective. Anything else?
If we go up to the north ingress driveway, we are
Mhm.
proposing a crosswalk at that location to further the amount of pedestrian activity there. And RFBs are proposed at that crossing, which are proven to be very effective at
Mhm.
making drivers yield to the crossing and will further that pedestrian sort of atmosphere at that location.
Okay.
And then lastly, Tom, down by Ponderosa, the DPW, one of the things, Madam Chair, that you may be talking about as well is that we're suggesting a speed table in that location where the crosswalk is, again, effective in slowing down traffic, but they don't want to do it as part of their road system. But if we didn't do it, they've offered that we could narrow the road with chicanes, which we've shown on this plan. So even if we don't do the raised speed table, we are narrowing the road with the chicanes, which will have a tendency to slow people down as well, even along Indian Rock. And again, there'll be less congestion, there'll be less queuing. Right now, it's during the drop-off hours and the pickup hours, it's really sort of chaos. So this will definitely be an enhancement, even with what we're showing on the base plan.
And Henry, to further that, there's also RFBs proposed at that location, whether or not
Yes.
the crosswalk is raised, and that will have the same effect as at the ingress driveway.
Okay.
Mr. Warner, quick question. The Ponderosa crosswalk is there. On the opposite side, what does it, the Ponderosa side, is there a sidewalk or is it just a connection to the opposite side of the street?
On the south side?
Yes.
There's not currently. There's not currently. We are proposing a little piece of the sidewalk that goes back into Ponderosa, and because the DPW has allowed us to have these chicanes, we are able to put a 5-foot walk out in front of the existing telephone pole there and have a nice cross connection that would at least get the children back into Ponderosa where they walk up the street from the other neighborhoods.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Before I ask another question, Madam Jenkins, my apologies. You've had your hand up patiently for quite some
No,
time. Go ahead.
You read my mind, actually. My concern was that the objection to the raised crosswalk at Ponderosa, and it sounds to me like there are other mitigating issues that can be done there. And can I find out what a chicane is?
Sure, it's just an extension of the curb, so it narrows the road. In other words, you'll see those as traffic calming events in cities or other places where they just want to make the road a little bit narrower so people drive through with a bit more caution. And that's what the DPW has suggested here as an alternative. So, and we're incorporating those in regardless because we think that's a good idea. And so, it was a nice offer on their part.
That's great. I was so concerned about the pedestrian safety at that location if the raised crosswalk couldn't be done. And just a tiny question about, again, the bus access. You've got faculty access there too, but you say that's kind of off hours. Will the faculty be permitted to make left-hand turns when they leave after hours?
Not when they leave. The egress driveway is restricted to right out only at all times
At all times.
by geometry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That was all I had.
Madam Chair, one other point to make about other traffic safety precautions that were discussed. We talked about this during the pre-app, were speed cameras. We haven't made that part of our application because we're uncertain about whether or not the town will be agreeable to doing those. But that is another potential option.
Okay, one more question, and I think you've got an answer to this one. The always stop at Orchard Street that Beta commented on, that is not recommended in your traffic study. Are you going ahead with it? Are you still?
We've proposed it as a recommendation with the understanding that it's not warranted for DPW and not supported for DPW, but we feel that it's a means to slow down the traffic speed and provide a crosswalk for students that and residences that are directly across from the school, which currently have to take a bus because of the safety concern, which we felt seemed a little strange to have folks that live directly across the street have to take the bus, as well as addressing the speed concern. And then the final reason for it was to reduce the amount of tree clearing that we would have to do to create sight lines should there not be stop signs there. We would have to clear additional trees along this edge to create those sight lines.
Okay. All right. You wanna? Patrick, did you get any further commenting or conversations with them today, with DPW on any of this?
Regarding traffic?
Yeah.
No, I think the summation is correct that the there are the warrants that absolutely need to be met in order to implement stop signs and things like that. But some of the measures in there, the speed table, I mean the chicane idea, the RFIBs, those are all promoted in town and are I think acceptable remedies.
Okay. All righty. Let's if Peter Levy, are you good? You want a follow-up question on the traffic?
Yes, maybe I didn't understand something, so I just want to understand the stop signs. The DPW or transportation doesn't think it's a good idea. Is that correct?
Their traffic study, from what I understand in looking through the material, their traffic study does not indicate that it is necessary. The applicant's traffic study. But what they've just said is they believe it's still a good concept.
Yes, it sounds like a good concept. Just also for the reasons, other reasons stated. But stop signs can be for school stop signs could be for just for school hours. So, I mean, couldn't they do something with a flashing light kind of thing? So
we could talk about that. There's some research that if you get drivers out of the habit of stopping in an intersection at certain kinds of times, they tend to blow through the intersection when they're not supposed to. But we can work on that. Okay, you want to go to the next one, you guys?
Okay,
you ready?
You mean the next slide?
Yeah. Okay. So on drainage, the big question here is you're going to have to do from my walking of the site, right? My understanding is you're going to have to do a fair amount of site manipulation and of fill in order to accomplish putting the building on this site. Are you also waterproofing this building? Because will you still have to waterproof the building, or are you elevating it with fill enough that you will not have to?
So the current plan is in this area where the building is sited will be raised approximately 3 to 4 feet. Henry, check me on that.
Yes, that's correct.
Wow.
From current field elevation, and then as as you stated, the building is built into the slope where the 3 academic wings or pods are exiting to grade on the backside, the north side, and then the main level exits to grade on the south side and around the edges. We're waiting on our geotech report to understand water table elevation, but from a preliminary report that we have, it seems like water table is about 6 to 7 feet below current field elevation. And so by raising the grade, we're bringing the water table further away from the underside of the building.
Well, we know that.
And we will, we'll do what is best practice for waterproofing as we feel is needed. Is that your question? I don't think.
I mean, I guess the big question, and we are not, it's a very tough thing because we are not mandated to follow the Board of Ed on this, but how many tons of fill do you have to bring in, do you figure, in order to achieve this?
I don't have the number of tonnage, but I believe it's around 5,000 yards, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Mr. Kemp, in terms of a cut and fill,
I think it's actually, that's his first name, and we keep getting that wrong.
Mr. Morhart, then.
Yeah.
The cut and fill calculation, I would assume it's not probably done by now, but you're going to be actually cutting it into the slope that's there. So your cut, it may equal out. So loath to say a number, but the number of trucks we're talking about, or the number of yards, that kind of stuff, still has to be established. Because you may have actually materials on site that you're excavating that you could use. And then you just kind of augment what you need to bring into it.
Where I'm going, Nick, with this is, they're gonna cut into the slope, and where I'm really going is low impact development. We're doing a fair amount, a really significant amount of site manipulation, and not supposed to address money, but the building may have to be waterproofed, and we're doing a lot of site manipulation to accomplish placing the building here, and not exactly what we would call low impact. I understand the Board of Ed is seeking to keep the kids in school, and that was why this is the location. I'm just trying to get my mind around it. Anything else on the drainage, folks? I think DPW's comments, I'm not saying I think, I saw they feel like you're headed in the right direction with what you're doing, and that you have accomplished, they are conceptually supportive of your drainage plan. Mr. Levy, did you have a comment?
Yes, but not specifically on drainage, really on the permeable paving.
Well, this is a good place to go because they've got porous pavement on this list. So you're on the right slide, so go for it.
All right, so interestingly enough, that many of the spaces, about half of them, are going to be they're going to use permeable paving. I'm just curious, why aren't they using permeable pavement for all of the spaces?
So that's a great question. The way the site is graded, towards the south end of the site is grading from west to east, and the site itself grades in that direction. So we'd have to promote a crown in order to accomplish having it drain on both sides, but we were encouraging flow into those bays. And when running through the calculations for the site and seeing how much porous pavement would be required, we didn't need to add every single space to be porous pavement. And we're also trying to engage, especially towards the south end of the site, what can be adapted before the existing school is demolished, so to get as much of the drainage system online previous to demolition of the building. One of the strategies could certainly be we abandon all of the rain gardens and bioretention and you favor the porous pavement, but we opted for more of a balance between porous pavement, the bioretention.
Yeah, especially, I mean, and we recognize that the bioretention and the, the issue with the porous pavement, we hear it a lot. So I agree with you from what I read of DPW's comments as well. Yeah, okay.
I would encourage, at least where the faculty parking is, that could be a very good area for adding more permeable paving.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Where, what is?
He wants to add permeable paving where, Mr. Levy?
Where the faculty is.
Oh, we could, yeah, we
On the
have
bus.
some, you can see the blue there, and that's where, to Andrew's point, we're pitching that into that area, but we can certainly look at some additional. One of the concerns is obviously cost porous pavement is a bit more expensive, but it's also that on the drives themselves, we want something that's able to take the bus traffic and car traffic and not, and not to generate as easily.
Okay.
Real quick question for Mr.
yeah.
Withers. Actually, in part of the calculations, are the playing fields in the areas in the front of the building considered pervious?
They are, tell me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but you and I agreed that those were pervious because the existing school is in that location. It'll now become playfields. One indicated.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Withers. You're doing artificial turf here and you're building them on ledge.
No, we're not doing artificial turf. This is
okay.
natural.
And you're building them. I'm sorry, because I had every time I've looked at these, I came away with it. But you're building them on ledge. Have you done a perk check to here?
Right, and what Juan Paredes said is that as long as we excavate that to 6 feet, Andrew, that he was accepting that as natural.
Well, what if the ledge is more than 6 feet deep?
So our preliminary investigation in that area to the east of the existing building and to the west of the existing building has ledge between 8 and 12 feet deep, with the exception of where Indian Rock, the rock itself is the ledge outcropping in front of the school.
I'm just going to ask you to say this to me again. You are going to remove, on average, 6 feet of ledge in.
No, I'm sorry if that was what you conveyed. I was saying the existing ledge.
You told me you had 8. It was 8 to 12 feet deep.
That's how much soil burden is on top of the ledge existing around.
Okay. So you've got where you've got that rock outcropping. This has been a big question in my mind every time I walk this site. We've got that rock outcropping. The ledge is not. The ledge does not appear. It is easy. You've got 8 to 12. I'm going to articulate it carefully. You've got 8 to 12 inches, 8 to 12 feet of good soil over that ledge that is under the existing building right now.
Surrounding that ledge outcropping is a ledge outcropping. That is rock, but
under where the playing fields,
adjacent, yes,
where the playing fields are going to be, you think you've got 8 to 12 feet of friable.
Yes, in the locations that were tested. Now there is the building there, so we were
test.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you just have to be really nice to Patrick.
Yeah, host disabled and
good.
There we go. All right, so this is a graphic showing. It's a little busy.
Oh,
but
love it. No, we got it.
If you can see, this is the existing building. This is the ledge outcropping here. There was a boring performed in between.
Can you move down a little tiny bit more so we can see what's right below this, or is this your full?
This
is already the bottom. Okay. All right. So here's your ledge. There's your existing building, and then the ledge starts again.
So
behind the building, you not? So does that mean you don't know what is underneath? Whether the ledge, how close it is to the existing building underneath it?
We didn't test directly against the building. So
but now, you've got 12 feet right by the front door, for example.
Yes, there are pockets of that where these were tested. We know that this is the depth of the rock, but we also know that the ledge outcropping pops up, so it does undulate. And with the testing throughout the rest of the site, it is shallower towards the hillside and it's deeper towards the fields, the existing fields.
You understand exactly where I'm headed, I think. So my big concern, Mr. Withers, is to get to a situation where you have to blast a significant amount of ledge in order to place these fields. That's the concern that's a cost concern that we don't, I mean, I'm not supposed to talk about cost, but that's a concern for us in terms of how you're impacting the topography and the plan. And is there a way that you all can give us some assurance that you aren't going to have to blast a significant amount of ledge besides these? It does look like you've tested fairly extensively as you move down towards the existing fields, but towards the new fields, and I'm having a little trouble overlaying them.
Yeah, these are
how much comfort can you get to, Mr. Withers, that we're not going to have to blast a lot of ledge?
I mean, I don't know that there's any comfort level that you can go until you actually get into determining whether it's rippable or whether it would have to be blasted. But it certainly does overlap the one main ball field. So the option would be to remove portions of it and see where, you know, what is rippable. I will say to the north, if you visited the site, you said you took a look at it. To the
Many
north
times.
end of that, there's a lot more of the existing trees and soil. So
Yeah.
I guess it's more boulders.
No, not worried about the north.
No, I'm sorry. The north end of the outcrop.
Yeah. Okay. So the concern in the back of my brain from day one has been, there's a reason that the original school got placed here. And my guess was always that back in the day, they went and plunked it over the ledge because that was a better thing to do. And then they had the non-ledge area for the existing fields. There's a basement, right? I've never been downstairs at Central Middle. Right? There's a basement? Crickets. Okay.
I'm not positive that there is, but
okay. So what I'm wondering is there a way you guys can find out?
Sure.
I mean, this is to save the town an awful lot of disruption if it turns out you have a sheer amount of ledge where you're going to do the playing fields. Because there are issues. You're doing natural fields, you have to know they're going to take, and you're talking about putting that Juan has looked for you compensating for a lack of soil by adding friable fill if necessary. So what are we talking about here?
So I've been told that there is a basement at the existing Central Middle.
And how high is it? How deep is it? Is it usable?
I would imagine that I think it's a mechanical basement, so it would have to be, you know.
All right. I mean, that's a really good answer for you guys, because that means you've got hollow space you can fill. Mm-hmm. And you're not blasting, and at least in that area, you're not blasting. So that's the kind of question of concern. Is if you know you've got a basement in that entire building, it's a whole different ball of wax because you've got empty space. Okay. Wow, fascinating. I do really like the fact that you did all that testing, because this has been on my mind. It's been weighing on me ever since they started this 18 months ago. Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, if you want Tom, if you could allow Tom Healy to speak, he could probably address it. Apparently the PTA has storage space down there and it's a full basement, so it is walkable.
Okay. Helps. All right. If that's good. I'll take your answer. I think that answers a lot of it. The concern was if the building was on slab and on the ledge, we were going to have a different kettle of fish. And I just have never asked when I've been in there or looked. Okay. Okay. You want to go on, you guys? Mr. Levy, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this slide, it looks like a third of the ledge is being lopped off. I just wanted to understand, is that the intention, or there's no real plan for how much ledge they're going to take out?
Well, they have to take enough to give them 6 feet. they'll have to take out what they've been told by DPW is that they have to take out enough ledge to give them 6 feet of soil cover over whatever ledge depth they have. That's
I'm more concerned looking at this slide of how much of the ledge they are actually removing.
Yes.
Right now we have one.
Yep.
You know, right now it goes from north to south, and it's really quite a feature. So if they're cutting off a third of it, then the idea is that the rest of it will remain. I was just curious if was their intention, or they're going to remove more of it, or they're going to, what is their intention?
All right, I think just for clarity on terminology, I think what you're referring to is the outcrop, the mound in the. I don't know,
yes.
Andrew, if you could kind of circle it just so everybody's clear. Yeah, that there. That the entire rock outcrop currently is planned to be removed and leveled.
Right. We've gotten some feedback that people are think of the outcropping as something important, a feature that helps, that defines this school in particular. And I think that they were raising the issue of can it be saved?
Madam Chair, may I speak to that?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Turner. And you know what, you guys, while Mr. Turner is talking, why don't you guys take down, I love this. Take it down and let's go to your next slide. Because I can't remember if that's parking or sewer, but we need to give you all the feedback, and I'm sure people are eager to speak. We've been at this for a while. Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and I'll be brief. So regarding the rock outcropping, as Mr. Morhart said, the committee did vote to remove the outcropping completely. However, Dr. Kramer, the tree warden, when we had our September 19th meeting of sort of the all hands on deck to understand any issues, he made it very clear then, and also in a subsequent meeting that I had with him, he made it very clear that he would like to see at least a portion of the rock outcropping remain. Of course, he would like to see all of it remain, but at the same time, he recognizes the buffer that's needed between the fields and the rock outcropping. So I think it's very safe to say that we both are hearing each other. We've asked SLAM to go back to the drawing board and give us a proposal as to how much of the rock can we keep. Obviously, given the tree warden's objection, they're working on that now. So, and I wish I could give a more definitive answer, except to say we've heard the tree warden loud and clear. We're working on a proposal to come back to the full committee on that, but we've heard him loud and clear, and that's on our to-do list.
Okay. Wow. Okay. That's I'm still a little bit trying to wrap my brain around the ledge issue. But I know how people feel in the community about it. It's a place. Okay, let's move on because I think we got lots of different questions for you guys. Okay, sewer. We saw with concern, I saw with concern the sewer comments. I guess that's you, Mr. Withers?
No, that would be
myself. Mr.
That
White.
would be, Mr. White. Hello, Mr. White. Okay, so let's go back to sewer. I understand, so just so everybody knows, the commission understands that the issue is, you want to advance one on the slides? The commission understands that the issue here is that in order that you were proposing to relocate the main so that the manhole covers would not end up in the playing fields, which unsurprisingly Parks and Rec has refused.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to relocate the main, and Patrick, did you have any more dialogue with DPW today? Because that's the big question. their comments seemed, we're very used to dealing with them, and somebody said I sounded negative yesterday, and I was like, no, this concerned me that they seem very reluctant about this. So Patrick, can you comment?
Yeah, so I think to not to oversimplify it, but Sewer Vision is very concerned about being able to access the manholes to do the necessary work to maintain the sewer line. And with the shift, I think they're not clear that is they're able to get their equipment and operate correctly around those manholes, given some of the topography and some of the other impediments being proposed. But more importantly, or most importantly, the profile and pitch of the pipes are paramount to having them say, we won't have an issue with the design, or we will. And this is not to say there's an issue out there, but there was an issue this past week with grease in the line, and they had to go out and maintain that. It's not related to the school, but it's in, there's effluent that obviously flows through this site, and those are, so there's a need, obviously, and the present circumstances show that getting access to these manholes are paramount in maintaining the infrastructure and the integrity of the sewer line. So that's their overall concern, that they don't have, I think, enough material from the design to say, yes, this is going to work, or it's not. They don't know what they don't know.
Tell me it differently, because at the end of the day, the question is, are we dealing with something easily surmountable?
Well, I would actually put that to the applicant about, I know that they've been discussing and seeing
Mr. White,
where those issues can be addressed.
Right, before you answer, Mr. White, I have a quick question.
Yes.
The sewer lateral plan, the relocation of the main in the street, the discussion of the pipe material change, the increase in size, the pitch, was that discussed at the September meeting?
We did discuss, actually, at that point.
Okay, so just for clarity, the September 15th meeting with DPW Sewer Division. Go ahead, Mr. White.
That is correct. At that point, we had, Sewer had brought up the comment that they had an existing main that is in this location and is conflicting with the fields. So at that time, we had not proposed a relocation of the sewer.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So the revised plan moving the main to the sidewalk, additional manholes and junction boxes, that kind of stuff, is new in comparison to their first read, if you would have, or first look at the plan.
That is correct.
Okay. Except to me, as I read their comments, I think maybe some of the comments and some of the concerns that they had in those comments may be satisfied by what you're proposing here. Increased pitch, pipe close to the street for easy maintenance, that kind of thing. I'm just wondering if, what would be the most efficient way of getting this information back to them?
So this information was provided to them. What we did not provide at the time was the profiles. I think they did mention in their comments that they would like to see profiles. I have profiles generated now. It was not in the submission package, but we did look at that. So it was not clear on these plans. They would have had to calculate what the individual existing pitch was. We didn't have those labeled. So while we did show the new proposed pitch, and what I was commenting earlier is accurate that we've increased it, they were not able to evaluate that, as the existing pipes were not labeled with the existing pitch. So we're going from about a 0.3% to 6.5%.
Right. So can you move east on the page, slide up, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, so the darker green is the new.
This is
the new main.
Yes.
Okay, and the lighter green is the old.
Exactly. And we're proposing to intercept the old main just adjacent to the sidewalk along Indian Rock Lane, and then bring it to the south, or to the west here, down to Stanwich, and then re-enter the existing manhole.
Can you go back, slide back to where you have the new connection?
Yes.
the old pipe goes to about where the Ponderosa crosswalk is.
Yes.
And that's where the new sewer lateral from the building's coming in.
So the new lateral will be, if I come up here, so you see the connection here,
Yeah.
the next manhole, and then right at that Ponderosa crosswalk.
Just where your cursor was, that section of the main that's in the street. Is it a heavy lift to replace that as well? From where you're connecting at Ponderosa down to the first, or to the new connection?
It's more of a lift than we're proposing, since we weren't proposing to do it. I would say it's an insurmountable lift, since it would be replacing a pipe in kind, but I would say if sewer was interested in replacing that, we would have to provide them what the pitches are for them to evaluate whether that is needs increase or maintenance or replacement.
Okay. So you're aware of the sewer comments. So would you be confident that this may address some of their concerns?
I am confident that we can continue to coordinate with sewer, that we will be providing increased capacity in the new main and replacing out aged infrastructure with new infrastructure, and that we would just have to finalize the details, the extent of how much they would like us to replace in order to move this main. But I'm confident that we can work with them to satisfy their requirements of providing an improvement to the sewer system to justify the relocation.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Patrick, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just add one more thing for Mr. White. Typically with private development, in particular, or new development, the sewer division wants the main and the road, because that's obviously the domain that they can operate easiest in. Is that did that message get crossed or to you guys, or was that examined as well? Or I guess my question really is why the slight move to the south instead of into the right of way? And I'm not suggesting anything other than, why that decision was made.
That was not specifically broached when we talked about alterations to the existing main. For our purposes, since we are working within the site, and since the main is already within the site and owned by the town, this was our first crack at relocating this and keeping it still within the property.
I think the answer is also this is clearly the manhole, right? Where in the Stanwich Road side that
yes.
So that's the point of access now, and so you're trying to keep that line, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'd be keeping that manhole and continuing.
Okay. You want to move on, guys? I mean, the concern, DPW sewer just seemed very resistant to this in the comments. And I just got concerned when I read that. Was that Mr. Lowe?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree. I'm now a little confused because I'm trying to figure out whether or not the sewer department here has seen this proposed design and expressed their discomfort with it, as indicated in their commentary, or whether they haven't really seen this, or where do they stand on this? I'm kind of confused.
So that's the thing.
Can I answer that, Mr. Madam Chair? So I think what was missing was the profiles or the pitches of the pipe in the submission that the commission reviewed, and what ultimately the sewer division reviewed. So what I'm hearing is those details have been now provided or accumulated, and we can get those, and they could comment on that. Is that what I'm hearing, Mr. White?
That is correct. We have generated them. We have not transmitted them to the sewer. We're going to wait to address their comments until after this hearing.
So it's a prediction that this will satisfy their concerns. Is that correct on your part?
That is a prediction that this would satisfy their concern, but we are also willing to continue working with them to satisfy their concerns. So this doesn't have to be the end all be all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, shall we move on? We got some stuff. We've got people, I'm sure, who are looking forward to speaking about this project. So I want to get us through our key questions. Back to the slides. We've done sewer. Our next job is parking, I think. We can talk quickly about parking. So parking, it has to satisfy, Patrick, can you just remind me? So parking in and of itself has to satisfy as corresponding to the faculty, not to the students.
It is completely the commission's jurisdiction. I would just say, having this being the having just been around long enough to do a number of school projects, the commission has historically looked at the faculty and the amount of staff that are coming to the site on a daily basis and making sure that that is adequately addressed by the space on the site. The external or after school things are what we would consider to be the exceptions or the special occasions, and those would be addressed with either a management plan, parking on a field, double parking in a parking lot, parking at the high school, whatever that may be. And that is typically the standard that the commission has applied for. So it's we don't use students because particularly in this type of age setting, there's not a lot of student drivers, right? So we don't need to worry about those vehicles or those traffic, parking considerations.
Okay. So on parking, does anybody have any concerns right now? I think it was just a question of the number of spaces satisfies the need. I think we're good. What was the next slide? We had one more. We did the sewer. We did the parking. Can you go back to your slides?
Yes, let me share my slides again.
Okay, dokie, sorry.
We had the utilities, which was the,
Yep. Don't revisit that one. We did that one.
That's
good. We did parking, landscaping. Not as critical right now. Really, it is more of the question of, I'm sure that you're going to have people speaking on that. You're going to add trees. Right now, we're more focused on the fundamentals of the site plan. Are there any deal breakers on it, or can we get to the point where we can find it consistent with the POCD and move it forward? Where are you on it? So,
Sure.
I think the landscaping is good.
If I could just make a clarification for the record on
Yes, sir.
trees, because I think there have been a variety of understandings and or misstatements in the press and so forth, and I think we wanted to clarify that tonight. So you can see with this large matrix, which you're not intended to read, is the inventory of significant trees on the site that was done by the land surveyor. And so 790 trees were surveyed, inventoried. 605 of those are preserved. We are removing 185 trees, not what has been put in the press. And what's important to understand is DBH. And I think, for the purposes of the public to understand what DBH means, which is diameter at breast height, the aggregate DBH for those 185 trees is 2,471 caliper inches. And that's the diameter of the aggregate diameter of those trees at breast height. And then the number replaced with our design is 321 with a replacement DBH of 1107. And then in addition to that, we have 369 shrubs proposed. So I just want to put that out there and make sure everybody is clear on that.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Okay. We, as part of this, okay, so let's stop. I know everybody wants to see what the building looks like, but why don't we do that real quickly? We will send you the ARC. We'll just do a quick look-see. I would rather not get into the look of the building right now because it is really, we're focusing on the question of the siting of the building and it being workable right now, and the basics, the fundamentals of what's being proposed. All right, so that's the rendering. Is there any huge comment that someone wants to make?
I'd like to ask Mr. Hoagland to just do a quick overview of the materiality and how the building is set into the site.
Yeah, my name is Jim Hoagland. I'm the lead designer.
Hello, Mr. Hoagland.
For the project. Hello, good evening. We've been working with the building committee and the design review committee for months and months and months. And I'd like to just speak to the materiality. This really is a unique site. And the first time that the team walked out there, we were taken by the natural feel of the site. There are a lot of trees out there. There are a lot of outcroppings. There are a lot of exposed rock, and it creates a certain character. And I think the design review committee and the building committee has embraced that, and we're trying to, from an architectural standpoint, express that and try to ensure that the building fits into the natural feel of that site and kind of reinforces that character as opposed to making any kind of other statements. So some of the materials that we're looking at are stone veneer that will match some of the rock outcroppings and the rock that you see, emerge throughout the site, as well as some more modern materials. We're looking at some cementitious panels, which are incredibly durable and will have a long life, but often they will look like wood. So we're trying to create some tones that work together from gray stone to brownish and tan wood tones. And as you can see in this rendering, with the building pushed to the north, it really does nestle into the toe of that slope. And you can see how all of the trees that we're preserving are exposed up above that. And you can see how nicely the building fits in there. The one thing that this rendering does not do is we did have to take many of the plantings away in the foreground here, just for architectural license, so you could actually see the building.
Right. No, we got that. We know what it looks like.
Yeah. And from a sustainability standpoint, we're also looking at using some timber construction, PLT decking. So it'll not only be an exterior character expression, a lot of that character is going to carry into the interior of the building, which I know the Planning and Zoning Commission is not that concerned with.
Not at all.
We'll have those conversations with the Architectural Review Board.
Yeah, no, even with the ARC, that is the Board of Ed's call. They're going to focus you. They should stay focused on the exterior of the building. That is not how the classrooms are laid out, is not our business. Mr. Levy, did you have a question? You had your hand up.
Is this the last
Oh, I just wanted to mention that I had a comment on the fields, but I don't know what appropriate
Okay.
time.
Okay. So when we send you to ARC, nobody's responding right now. What we will do is the commission will at some point give Patrick thoughts, and those will go to ARC with comments. Okay. Mr. Levy, you put your hand back up?
Oh, sorry. I
All
was
right. Okay.
checking it.
Does anybody mind if we turn to public comment now? People have been waiting patiently for over 2 hours.
I do. We haven't
Oh,
talked about
okay.
energy at all.
Oh, right. I'm
There's-
sorry. Let's go to energy and then Mr. Lowe. Go ahead.
Yeah, interesting. There were no slides on it specifically, but basically based on the information given to us by the
Take
applicant,
that down, Mr. Morhart. Okay, good.
geothermal is the most energy efficient. And then the study also given to us, kindly by the building committee of Thornton Tomasetti energy analysis concluded that alternative one, geothermal with solar, has the best opportunity to be net zero energy and shows the lowest costs over years, over 50 years. And then added to that, we got a memo in from the Energy Management Advisory Committee, which also agreed with geothermal and added the point that in terms of air quality, pollution, geothermal is going to be superior to the gas boilers. So, I mean, I looked through the material. I didn't see, and maybe it's in there, my apologies, but I did not see or have heard a rationale for why gas boilers over geothermal. Maybe it has something to do with, maybe there's ledges there, maybe it doesn't work, but it'd be very helpful either at this meeting or the next meeting to provide the rationale for why you didn't go with geothermal. And I have a couple other comments as well. Let's start with
Okay.
geothermal.
You go right ahead, Mr. Wells.
No, all of them?
Sure.
Well, let's stick with geothermal and then I can do the other ones unless you want
Okay.
me to
No,
go
no,
all of it.
do whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to get us to public comment because I know we have over 100, we have 140,
Okay, then,
140
the
people
second-
here.
The second one is they're looks like they're recommending a diesel backup generator. They have gas service there. Why can't they get a gas backup generator? And I'll leave it at that.
Because they have gas services. I recall the whole area is served by gas. Okay. Who's gonna own this from SLAM? Mr. Marnhart?
Sure, I can address the first comment. I mean, as you stated, we did look at 3 different systems, one of which was the geothermal well field. It does have the best performance, agreed. The LCCA states that. It was a decision by the building committee and the team to go with the base case. And I think, to afford appropriate coordination with our team, we should probably address that at the next meeting. As to why, because unless Mr. Turner wants to elaborate on that, I don't have a response to that particular question today. As far as the diesel generator versus gas, diesel generators are typically less expensive than natural gas generators. But that is certainly something, that we could discuss, is providing a natural gas generator.
Well, it may be cheaper, but we got to factor in the health costs, increase in asthma and all the things that diesel fumes generate. I mean, it's really bad stuff that it puts out. So we can't, you have to look at it holistically. And I live pretty close to there, and I don't want myself or my grandchildren to be breathing, diesel particulates. So that would be good. Now, the next time you come back, we'd really like it in writing what your rationale is for going for the base case. So just not a verbal discussion at the next meeting. We really need that rationale in writing, and then EMAC can review it and the rest of us can. Thank you.
Okay. That's it, right, Mr. Wells?
That's it. Thank you.
Okie dokie, Mr. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up that the fields, well, it's a smaller area, which I think is unfortunate, and putting one field on top of another, I think is there's a certain efficiency to it, but also, given that there's virtually no other space, I'm just worried that the school is making too much of a concession to in this project at the expense of the playing fields. So I just wanted to mention that, and if anybody has any feedback, I'm happy to hear it. But
I
just
think
worried
that this is a tough one because this is up to the Board of Ed, and nobody can question, and I know the building committee can't question their specs. All right, who has not gotten from the commission a chance? Mr. Lowe, you wanted to ask some questions?
No, I was simply going to tee up our energy czar because I knew he would be more articulate than I on the very issues he's raised, and I support his questions and would also like to get an answer to that rationale when we're shown that chart. It's very clear which one looks to be more efficient. So that was what I was going to do. That's what I was going to say.
Okay. We can go to public comment?
Please.
All righty, so here we go. We're going to rock and roll. The first thing we normally do is we are going to look for our elected officials, who I am now not. Oh, well, the first one I see is Janet Stone McGuigan. So, Ms. McGuigan, I'm going to call on you. Oh, before we start, we have 140 something, 143 people here. I don't know how many are speaking. We're going to hold everybody to 2 minutes. Don't repeat what somebody else has said. Use your thunder for points that are new and focus on what is before us. Just don't make comments about people or anything. Just focus on the plan, what's being proposed, what's being asked, all of that. And with that, Ms. McGuigan, and then I'll start bringing up the rest of the people that Rachel Khanna will be next, and I believe Steve Mesker's after that. Go ahead, Ms. McGuigan.
Great. So thank you for this opportunity to share my support for the application before you today. For the record, I'm Janet Stone McGuigan, and I serve on the Greenwich Board of Selectmen. I was thrilled that the Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to refer this project for MI. I'd like to add my comments here that I believe that the Greenwich community and Greenwich taxpayers are best served when capital projects are done the right way from the start. To that end, it can't be emphasized enough that the proposed design is right-sized. The building committee, at the direction of the Board of Education, has designed this building using a 2T model, which they, along with the CMS principal, have explained to the Greenwich community in many public forums. It is the correct size for a range of enrollment, not a single enrollment number that will prove to go up and down over time. In addition, our schools account for a significant portion of our town's energy usage. It is critical that the building committee consider this in the design work. I'd like to draw your attention to the comments provided by the Energy Management Advisory Committee, which in turn draws on the analysis provided by Thornton Tomasetti. Again, the Greenwich community and Greenwich taxpayers will be best served when not just the capital costs, but the total costs over the life of the asset are considered. Thank you for the considerable work that has gone into this project so far, and thank you for your consideration of these points.
Thank you. Rachel Khanna is next, followed by Steve Meskers.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Rachel Khanna, and I've been a Greenwich resident for over 20 years. I'm also the state representative for the 149th District, which covers parts of Greenwich and Stamford, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Central Middle School. Connecticut public schools are ranked second in the country, and in 2023, Niche ranked the Greenwich Public Schools the #3 best school district in Connecticut. Our schools are what attract families to our town and our state, but that will remain true only if we keep investing in our school buildings. The Board of Education has scoped an appropriate school that will serve our community, address safety concerns, and be a school of the future. They did this painstakingly and over a long period of time. Most importantly, as has been mentioned previously, the plan that the BOE has put forward aligns with the Plan of Conservation and Development, specifically to guiding principles 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and in particular, guiding principle 3, to provide top quality educational facilities. We've known that Central Middle School needed to be renovated well before February 2022, when it was condemned and closed due to unsafe conditions. And though that should not have happened, we now have an opportunity to build a school that will address the needs of our town and families for many years to come. So it's critical that the town of Greenwich approve and undertake this project soon. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Khanna. Mr. Meskers is next, followed by Mr. Arzano. All of these are our state representatives.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Is that the appropriate terminology?
That's nicer than you normally are. I mean, no.
There you go.
Go
I
ahead.
want to thank you and the Planning and Zoning Commission for the incredible work you do. I usually compliment myself on the effort I make, and Hector and Rachel, and how we're out and about the community. The work you do, both the site reviews, the planning and zoning, reflect a dedication to our town that I think deserves a tremendous thank you. Three observations. One, going forward, when you speak with DPW in relation to the Department of Transportation, you want to ask them what our state reps had to say. There tends to be wiggle room in the Department of Transportation to the interpretation of what they're doing when we come at them with a hammer and ask them to be flexible. I don't think that DPW has that flexibility. Make sure that's part of your dialogue going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. In relation to the energy, I sit on energy and technology in the state capitol. I think environmentally logical and sound planning with solar and geothermal needs to be heavily investigated for two reasons. There's state and federal funding available that we need to explore. Should we go that route? We need to pry open the state's coffers to improve the reimbursement versus the general reimbursement rate. I pledged to work with my delegation to make that happen. So I would like to see a further commitment there. I think pollution in the future is important. And lastly, without your approval or municipal improvement, an appropriation won't be granted by the town. And without an appropriation, I do not have the wherewithal to fight with the state for reimbursement. So I urge you to improve the plan of the municipal improvement. I've sat on for 20 years on the RTM. I'm cognizant that this plan accurately reflects, as Rachel highlighted, our plan of conservation and development. I urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arzeno.
I am on mute, yes. Good evening, all. Good evening, Madam Chair Alban, Mr. LaRoe, and commissioners. And I am Hector Arzeno, the last state representative and a member of the RTM. And thank you very much. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you tonight. And I agree 100% with what Rachel and Steve are saying. And let me tell you that the three of us, as the Greenwich delegation in the House of Representatives, we will work tireless. We will work tireless to do whatever is needed for this project. And we are there for you, and we are there for the Board of Education, and for the building committee as well. And the three of you, and you, Margarita, and your team, or Madam Chair, have done a wonderful job addressing all the necessary issues. The rebuild of Central Middle School aligns with several of the guiding principles of the Plan of Conservation and Development. That had been said by Rachel, by Steve, and I emphasize that. Replacing the school is more necessary if we are to support top quality educational facilities. I am a proud father of 4 children that graduated from this great system, public school system that we have in Greenwich, and we have to keep it. The current school has been shored up to keep it safe for students, but keeping the current building open any longer than absolutely necessary is really the lowest bar. The best we can say about it is that it is safe for the lifespan of the repairs. The current building was also built as a junior high school, not a middle school, and our building should reflect the best-in-class standards for our students, not best-in-class from 1950. It is also necessary if we are to maintain
tiempo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so please, for approving this project that I hope you all will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arzeno. Now we're going to go the way in the order people have raised their hands from here on in. Just so everybody knows, Mr. Camillo was here and he may be coming back in, but he's had to go to another meeting. Our first speaker is Nogaki, and when you come in, please identify yourself. Followed by Laura Costin, followed by Cheryl Moss. Nogaki, please spell your first and last name. Oh, good. I had no idea even gender or anything.
I'm so sorry.
Please give the court reporter your full name.
Yes, my name is Katie Nogaki, Galbraith Nogaki.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. LaRoe, go ahead.
I just want to thank you greatly for your time this evening. I live at 219 Orchard Street, directly across from the proposed bus exit for the new Central Middle School. I have 4 school-age children going to the public schools, one which will attend the new CMS. There was a major car accident on my property and a second recently on the road, on Orchard Street, that completely flipped over a car. We need a new school ASAP, and I am behind it 100%. But we also need real safety measures taken on Orchard Street. It is vital that these measures are put in place to slow down traffic. Cars go up to 70 miles an hour. There is drag racing taking place at night. We need stop signs. We need sidewalks, speed radar, trackers, cameras. and anything we can do to help slow down this traffic on Orchard Street. The building committee is in charge of what happens on the CMS property, but it's the traffic or DPW must guarantee that our address and those near us, there's 3 houses in our predicament, put the money into making it safe for our children as direct neighbors across from CMS. These exits need to be gated on the weekends. The construction vehicles we're going to be dealing with, no one wants a stop sign across from their house, but if we need that to slow down this traffic, that's what it's going to take. It needs to be closed on weekends and the right-hand turn only. I really thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. This is drastically affecting our family and our quality of life. Have a wonderful evening.
Well done, Ms. Nogaki. Our next speaker is Laura Costin, if you would unmute. Followed by Cheryl Moss.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. You're off.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. My name is Laura Costin. I'm a member of the Board of Education and the board representative to the Central Middle School Building Committee. However, the views I am expressing tonight are my own. I'm not speaking for the board at this moment. I am hoping you will vote in favor of granting CMS MI approval tonight. The matter of the project's alignment with the plan of conservation and development is obvious, particularly guiding principle number 3, supporting top quality educational facilities. I think we can all agree that CMS may have been top quality many decades ago, but right now it certainly is not. When I was in the building last year, I realized I could drop a pencil and paper from one of the classrooms on the main floor right into this classroom below. 30-something years ago, I don't want to date myself, in the days before cell phones and texting, this is how we used to communicate, by passing notes to our friends. But for today's inhabitants of the school, it is not acceptable. The POCD is a thoughtful document, and it acknowledges the challenges associated with it, including aging public school facilities and a shortage of playing fields. This project brings us closer to solving these problems by providing the community with a state-of-the-art building and the opportunity to maximize our field space. Additionally, guiding principle number 4, sustaining and improving our natural environment and landscape, can be achieved with removing the craggy, unkept rock outcropping and adding thoughtful, sustainable landscaping, natural grass fields, and a pleasing buffer of trees. The POCD also mentions a sense of place, and our students deserve one.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Moss, if you would proceed, followed by Myra Klockenbrink.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Leroux, and members of the commission. Thank you for your time. My name is Cheryl Moss. I grew up in Greenwich. I serve as chair of District 8, and I live within walking distance to Central Middle School, and my youngest son graduated from CMS. I'm here to speak in favor of this MI approval for the project, which certainly complies with the plan of conservation and development. The POCD's guiding principle of supporting top quality educational facilities is one that Greenwich must not squander when given the opportunity that we have before us. Years of starvation budgets have led us to this point where this MI is crucial in getting CMS funded before the clock runs out. Don't let this MI become yet another roadblock thrown up to getting our children the facilities they deserve. Please. The professionals hired to build this school have put safety and sustainability at the forefront of their planning. Committee is working tirelessly to be sure that this campus, which is located in the heart of Cos Cob, in a residential neighborhood, becomes a school that the neighborhood and the town can be proud of. Please vote to approve the Central Middle School's MI and site plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moss. Ms. Myra Klockenbrink is next, followed by Ashley Cole.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Myra Klockenbrink, and I serve on the Greenwich Sustainability Committee. And although I presented written comments to the commission that are probably redundant to those of the Energy Management Advisory Committee, I happened to come upon new data that EMAC is using to write its 2023 annual report. Through that data, I was able to calculate the total greenhouse gas emissions in metric tons that our school system emitted for year ending June 30th, 2018 and 2023, respectively. In 2018, that total was 6,208 metric tons, and in 2023, it was 8,133 metric tons, or a 31% increase in 5 years. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has indicated that we need to stop emitting carbon into the atmosphere by 2030 or face irreversible and severe feedback loops that will be catastrophic for all life forms. We have the intelligence, the ability, and the know-how to stop emitting greenhouse gases. This project is one such example. It has been amply demonstrated that a geothermal system for CMS is doable and more cost-effective than a gas-powered system. Other Connecticut towns, specifically Mansfield and Manchester, have installed geothermal systems and are currently enjoying the benefits. The POCD and the Strategic Energy Conservation Plan were written to guide us to better energy use outcomes than these. This data demonstrates that there has been little progress to the goals enumerated. This commission must provide the leadership that has yet to be mustered for this issue and strongly recommend the geothermal system for CMS. Thank you very much.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Ashley Cole is next, followed by Dan Quigley, followed by Tom Tamaj.
Good evening, all my friends on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you for your service to our town. We are grateful for the generosity of your time and expertise. I'm Ashley Cole. I'm a member of the committee and a founding member of the Hillside Road Traffic and Safety Commission. I also live in this neighborhood. I want to express my support for Central Middle School. It is long past time for a new school. However, I remain concerned about traffic safety. As you know, this area is chock full of schools: Central Middle School, Greenwich Country Day School, Greenwich High School, all less than a mile from each other. So imagine the conundrum of pedestrians, bike riders, harried parents, everybody all coming and going at relatively the same time. I'm concerned we're not getting ahead of the potential problems, especially at the intersections of Fairfield and Stanwich, Indian Rock and Orchard. Also, I'd like to mention our sidewalks are decaying. They're simply not good enough. And we should also be building bike paths as we encourage alternative transportation, which is part of our POCD. Right now, I'm looking at the traffic study for Hillside Road and Greenwich High School, which our commission presented to the Board of Selectmen in 2019. This was actually part of the MESA variance, which was never implemented until we kind of forced the hand there. Do you know how many of the improvements that Fuss and O'Neill suggested that have actually been improvised?
Ashley? Ashley? Ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just, after Fussin and O'Neill.
Oh, I dropped out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
We thought
sorry.
it was dramatic effect, but you dropped.
We were like waiting for
good.
the answer. Go ahead.
Okay, well, anyway, how many of the improvements that Fuss and O'Neill suggested have actually been improvised? Virtually none. So yes, I think traffic safety needs to be stipulated as part of the MI. Safe access to and from our public schools is something we can't ignore. It is a must. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dan Quigley is next, followed by Tom Tamaj, followed by James McGovern.
Thank you very much, the Planning and Zoning Committee Chairman Albin. It's great to have you guys do this work that you do. You have one of the most difficult jobs in the town, and everyone owes you a deep debt of gratitude for all the work that you put into all of the decisions you make. I'm speaking on behalf of this MI tonight as a parent of a Central Middle School feeder student right here, my son Max, who goes to JC. And one of the reasons that I think it's important that we all ask you guys to approve the semi tonight is that parents in our town need clarity, certainty and clarity to make future decisions. We know that there's a lot of information to digest. We know you're used to it. You do it better than anyone else in the town. A lot of stuff to process. But having the semi pass now will allow funding to be secured, hopefully, will allow our representatives to go to Hartford to get reimbursement money, and we'll get the ball moving in the future quicker so that we can get the school built on a quicker path. There's a lot of parents in Greenwich who may not want to send their child to a central middle school that has been condemned, may have, questions about whether or not it's a good school because it's had all the structural issues. I think a vote to pass the MI tonight, as much as anything, is a vote to provide clarity to parents in town who are facing financial decisions like where to send their child to school in the next year or two. And I appreciate all of the work you've done and all the work you will do on behalf of our community. And I ask that you approve this MI tonight, and thank you for everything.
Thank you, sir. Tom Tomasz is next. And then it's James McGovern, followed by Justine. Mr.
Hello,
Tomasz?
can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, it's
Hi
nice
there.
to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you to the committee for all the hard work they do day in and day out on
Timer.
all of the projects. I did have a question about the entrance on Indian Rock Lane. When you're driving in, going up the school to that roundabout by the front door, are you passing two sides of parked vehicles that are perpendicular? Is that what was on the plan?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a little concerned by that because there's no separation as parent pickup and parent drop off are happening. People will be driving by cars that are perpendicular parked, and you may not see children that are coming in between those cars as they're driving by. If they would put the parking maybe to the side and have the two lanes on one side and the parking next to it with sort of a barrier, this way would be clearly defined so that parking is there on the side and then the passing lanes are on the other side, kind of like we have at some of the other schools. That was my only comment. I'm in support of the new school. My daughter will be going there, and appreciate all of the hard work and the design that has gone into it. But I think that when you're driving in and driving out, having cars that are perpendicularly parked where you cannot see between the cars as you're driving up, and children could be running in between them, I think that should be looked at.
Okay, that's a very interesting comment. Thank you very much, sir. James McGovern is next, followed by Justine. Mr. McGovern, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for your time and expertise, Madam Chair, and all the commissioners. Appreciate all the hard work you've done. About 2 hours ago or in change, I think it was today, Mr. Withers alluded to species that are doing well and not doing well on the site. And I would like to suggest that the students, the Central Middle School students, are a species that's not doing well on the site. They have been through tremendous adversity already. Many have come up through Coscob School, which was saw the displacement because of the flood for several months, followed by impact from the North Mianus flood, which are roof collapse, which caused overcrowding conditions in Coscob School again. In between that, they had COVID. They're at Central Middle School now, and one of the things, many of them now, I would urge the commission take into account is to reject any lingering notion that building the school on the footprint of the present school and displacing the students is a viable option. It would really, the disruption is more than just having them take classes elsewhere. It would really essentially steal 2 years of educational value. There would be no heart of the school to speak of. The common areas would be impacted, the classrooms, the athletic facilities, and the social environment that they've already had to sacrifice because of COVID and other displacements would also be a tremendous loss. You know, we didn't move to Coscob to have our kids attend schools in modular classrooms in Pomeranz Park for a couple of years. It's a point where to be committed to guiding principle 3. I urge the commission to pass this or approve the application and to work with the SLAM organizers who have done a magnificent job and who can overcome any of the challenges to get this done in accordance with the current plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern. Our next speaker is Justine. Justine, would you kindly provide your first and last name to the court reporter? Following that will be Bob Cheney.
Yes, hi, I'm Justine Cohen Bolduc. My son is
Mr. Basili Bolduc. Would you spell that, please?
Cohen-Bolduc.
Okay.
My son is a current student at North Street, and this will directly impact him if this is not passed tonight. I urge the Commission to Planning and Zoning to pass the MI tonight. It is really a safety concern that I have if these children are displaced into trailers or other schools. As we saw this morning, there are safety threats to our students very frequently. Putting them in trailers, I do not understand how they would lock them down in the case of a threat like today. I urge you to think about the safety of children and how much safer it is to keep them in the current building while a new building is built on the existing site of, not on the exact footprint, but of the current, property. I think is a much safer plan than displacing students or putting them in trailers. Please approve this MI so that our representatives can work with the state and get a secure funding and move us forward on schedule without any further delays. It is important to our sense of community with our students and as parents, our sense of community, that we stay in Central Middle School as it is right now while the new one is built. I think that the new location is actually great and more aesthetically pleasing, which I know is something that Planning and Zoning is also considering. I think pushing it back on the property looks great. I think you get a sense of more green space, and really it makes, it blends better with the environment than the location of the current school. I think that is it. And I just once again want to urge you to pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bob Cheney, followed by Blake.
Chair Albin, P&Z Commission speaker, members, everyone listening, thank you for this opportunity to speak on the MI and the PSP. I'm Bob Cheney, the Greenwich PTA Council Board Secretary, the parent of 2 of the 8,622 great kids in the Greenwich Public Schools. I'm speaking for the PTA Council on behalf of the PTAC President, John Fisher, who got called away. For those of you who may not know, the PTA Council is the umbrella organization made up by and for the 15 independent PTAs in town. We have about 4,000 PTA member families in Greenwich. It will come as no surprise to anyone that the Greenwich PTA Council urges the P&Z Commission to vote to approve the municipal improvement request and the PSP for the new Central Middle Schools. Now, John went to the CMS campus over the weekend and walked all the way around it twice. He saw a beautiful natural town asset that has not aged well, with poor drainage, poor access, and as a result, is sorely underutilized. The site plan addresses and remedies so much of what needs to be done to bring CMS back to a top quality building and location. It creates a wonderful 22-acre open space area. It optimizes field space with field improvements and proper drainage and real natural grass fields. It brings the fields up to regulation size aligned with Parks and Rec department guidelines. It provides clear sight lines that make it a more welcoming community space while also increasing safety and security. It provides an environment that will support school programs as well as community programs that use the fields. The site plan also addresses the issue of poor access. He's driven by the school many times, a drop-off and pickup, and like so many others like myself, he's been frustrated by the cars queuing up on Orchard, Indian Rock, and Stanwich. The new site plan includes separate bus and parent entrances entrances and exits that will improve the flow into and out of the campus. Places the bus loop away from students and parent drop-off area for better flow, but also improving safety. It provides parent access from Indian Rock Road that allows 60 cars to enter campus at a time and gets those cars off the road to reduce or eliminate the queuing. It also opens up the campus to make it more welcoming and accessible for community users, eliminating the dark, overgrown. We just asked the P&Z committee to approve the PSP and MI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheney. Next speaker is Blake. If you would kindly identify yourself for the court reporter in full and spell your name. After that will be Jen Barrow.
Hello, good evening. My name is Blake Giffen.
Blakegiffin.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am a Cos Cobb
Time.
resident, and I am a mother to an 8th grader at CMS and a 4th grader. I am here tonight to implore you to pass this plan as laid before you this evening. I have been privy to many meetings. I have gone and listened to these wonderful team that are in charge of building the school. I have listened to them address every concern of residents of the town again and again, to the smallest detail to the largest detail. Everything has been addressed and re-implemented. I have never seen a group of people so willing to listen and think about and work with the town and its residents to build something everyone is happy about. I also implore you that there is no other viable option than to keep the kids at school while you build this. I agree that the children at CMS are not doing well. And the children who will be coming up, these children who you want to put in buses and send to who knows where, Stanford or whatnot, these are the children that were kicked out of their classrooms in kindergarten due to COVID. These are the children who returned to 1st grade in masks and sitting 2 kids at a table at lunch. These are the children who sent 2nd grade in masks. They have had 1 year of normal school, and you are proposing to spend 2/3 of their middle school years on a bus. There's a lot of discussion in this meeting about traffic and energy and environmental impact about this school. What about the traffic, about putting all of 500 kids on buses, and the environmental impact of that as well, and the time spent on buses for children who are going through one of the biggest developmental time periods of their life, other than age 1 to 3. They start school earlier than any other school, any of the elementary schools and the high school. How are they going to get to school on time? Are they going to have to be getting up at 6 in the morning to be bused to wherever? This is not a viable option. I implore you. And my last comment is about the rock outcropping. Today, we had a very scary comment where we had the safety shutdown. And all I could think about was how that rock outcropping blocks the first responders from actually seeing what's going on at the school. And Madam, you just said,
okay, go ahead.
Where would they build the school today? And there's a reason why they built it there. That school would not be built where it was today because it is not safe to have that giant rock where you can't see what's going on inside the school. And it gives high ground to somebody who might want to hurt the children.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giffin.
Please pass it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jen Barrow, followed by Stephen Selbst, and then Michael Lucan. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Jen Barrow. I'm a Greenwich Public School parent, and I'm speaking in support of the site plan application for Central Middle School. I have one daughter who graduated from CMS and one current 8th grader. And as someone who's attended many chorus concerts, open houses, volleyball games, and track meets, I know CMS is a wonderful community, but that the facilities are in desperate need of repair. I am cognizant that the temporary engineering repairs made last year have a finite 5-year timeline, and that clock is ticking. The building committee, with their hired professionals, have created a building and site design that respects the neighborhood and the neighbors. Being very familiar with the hazards of morning drop-off, I am particularly grateful for the careful attention being paid to improving traffic patterns in the site design. Notably, this project has been carefully designed at the request of the Board of Education to allow students to remain in the old school while the new school is being constructed. The educational and financial costs of relocating 3 grades of students for 2 academic years, dispersing them throughout town or even out of town, would be a significant burden to students, parents, and taxpayers. And please don't try to pitch residents of this town temporary trailers for our kids. The project has broad community support. The proposed building is the correct size and in the optimal location. I urge you to approve the site plan for CMS so our town can be one step closer to building a new school we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barrow. Mr. Selbst, if you would go ahead. And after that is Michael Lucan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission. First, I want to say I am a member of the Board of Estimate and Taxation. I'm also a member of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee. The views I express tonight are solely my own. I think the building committee for CMS has done a thorough job. I think they've presented you with a plan that satisfies your criteria. I think that they have satisfied the POCD criteria that you've outlined. And I think for those reasons, they have submitted to you a plan that qualifies for approval as MI. And as you've heard from other speakers tonight, and I will try to be prompt and not waste the commission's time, MI status is quite important because the BET will not approve the funding until MI has been approved. And I can tell you, and I did hear you, Ms. Albin, say earlier tonight that this was not about funding, but this is about progress. And I just want to emphasize to you how important this project is to the community. You've heard from the parents, but I can tell you that as a member of the BET, I received more mail about CMS than any other issue that has come before this community in the last year. I think you have a project here that is eligible to be promoted as approved as MI status. And I think that is clearly in the community's interest, and therefore I would respectfully ask this commission to approve its MI status. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Walsh, I'm going to promote you because I am, Michael Lucan must not be at his computer. If you would, I'm going to bring you in. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Selbst. And after that is Molly Salibi. Hi, Mr. Walsh.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Thank you. So good evening. My name is James Walsh. I reside in Coscob, Connecticut. And when I spoke to this board on this topic in July, I urged you to focus on the safety of students, especially those who walk and bike to school like my daughter does. The plan presented tonight takes the safety of pedestrians and cyclists into consideration. The bike paths, walkways on campus, along with the new crosswalks, stop signs, and proposed sidewalk along Orchard are all major safety improvements and ones that go a long way to increasing the student experience, especially when compared to the current school campus layout. I would even like to go as far as see these improvements go further. I like the idea of possible speed cameras and speed tables, even though they're not favored by DPW, as another layer of protection for pedestrians and cyclists in the area. As a parent of both a current and future CMS student, I ask you to support this application and grant the MI tonight. There is no doubt that between the current school structure and campus, the property is not up to contemporary safety standards. The proposed plan tonight is not only aesthetically pleasing, in keeping with the POCD, but importantly, it will also be significantly safer for all users of campus, both inside and outside the new structure itself, especially students like my daughter who walk and bike to school on a daily basis. As a parent, it's important that not only are they safe on the way to school, but also safe in school and on the way home. Thank you very much for your time, and please support this important aspect of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. Next speaker is Mary Salibi, followed by, I'll try Michael Lucan again, otherwise it's Peter Schwartzstein. Ms. Salibi, if you would unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yep, you got it.
Thank you, Margarita. Molly Salibi, Vice Chair, RTM District 8, the physical home of CMS. I favor this MI and focus on the third guiding principle of our POCD to provide top quality educational facilities. That I feel Greenwich needs to do a much better job here is a surprise to no one who knows me or has heard me speak in public over these last years. A new CMS and the particular plan laid out to you for it addresses this POCD principle. When a child's physical environment is the right and comfortable one, a child is better prepared to learn. The Board of Education is the sole authority to direct the needs of the school and provide those instructions to a building committee, has done so, and the building committee has executed. Your approval today is the next critical step in advancing the process. My siblings attended the school in the 70s and my nephew and nieces in the 2000s. I've attended sports, music, theater, RTM meetings, voting, countless hours inside and out. It's time for change in this MI. My niece, who graduated in 2019 from CMS, used to comment she was cold in winter and hot in spring on many occasions inside the school. And the architects who crafted the facility's master plan described the construction of this 1957 building to me, and I quote, "What they thought was the latest and greatest in materials and method, today we call cheap." unquote, in explaining the envelope and other aspects, and his comments stuck with me and accounted for my niece's discomfort. We have a duty to get children in a new facility, and your endorsement aids the process. More than a year and a half ago, a new CMS was stated as being of the highest priority. Lastly, many of my D8 constituents who want the project to proceed as presented to you today have contacted me, as well as close friends and acquaintances in all of the CMS catchment from since when the current building was closed in February of 2022. I think of the many first, fifth graders at North Street School that I happen to know who will be attending
Miss
CMS. I
Salibi.
care about them and speak for all children without a voice. Please approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Schwartzstein. And just before you start, Mr. Schwartzstein, I have to go to an RTM committee meeting. My apologies. I am going to be listening by phone, but I'm turning over the chairing to Nick McRae. And Mary, if I have to leave the meeting, Mary Jenkins will be seated for me.
Okay, great. Thank you for the time and effort you put into evaluating this project. My name is Pete Schwartzstein. I'm the father of a current CMS sixth grader and 2 North Street students who will be attending CMS in the future. I'm also a former middle school teacher in the New York City Public Schools. And many of my 7th and 8th grade students at my school in East Harlem lived in other parts of the city. They were from the Bronx, from Queens, from Brooklyn. They were split up from their neighborhood friends in many cases, and they were denied the benefits of attending school in their home community. So to echo some of the other parents who spoke, let's not impose those kinds of hardships on our children during such formative years of their lives.
Foxy, come here.
We have a fantastic plan in front of us. It'll allow our children to attend school in the current building while the new CMS is being built. And again, like many of the parents who've spoken, I really just want to urge you to approve the municipal improvement status and the preliminary site plan. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Mr. Laura, who's next?
It's Miss Larkin if she wants to be promoted. And then followed by Mr. Brownstein. Jenny, you there? All right.
Ms. Larkin, you there?
I'm going to promote Mr. Brownstein, and
Okay.
then okay. Everybody in the room, you're going to be asked to be promoted. Please say yes, and you'll be brought up so you can open your video and talk with the commission. So it's not an error. It's me asking you. So please say yes. All right, I'll go try again. Jenny Larkin. Mr. Brownstein. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Leroux, while you're waiting, can we bring up the chairman of the Board of Education? I think he's pending.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're looking for Mr. Kelly?
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Kelly, are you there?
I am here. Yes, Chairman Nick. Thank you very much. And commissioners, I just want to say I was just on the phone with Fred Camillo, who could not sit here any longer. He had another meeting to go to, and he just wants to express that he 100% supports the municipal improvement this evening. Now I'll speak for myself and the Board of Education. I am Joe Kelly. I am the proud chairman of the Board of Education. I have attended over 200 meetings on CMS in the last couple of years, all the way back to the ed specs, many of the building committee meetings, many of the public, just about all of the public meetings, many private meetings with stakeholders and players involved in the formation and the putting together of the plan where we sit today. Nobody knows more about the whole project possibly than I do because of the seat I sit in. And I support it 100%. My board, the Board of Education, supports it 100%. I have to compliment Tony Turner for doing a fabulous job in running his committee. We've got a great group. This thing should be approved. I ask you guys to really get behind this thing because we really got to move this forward for all the reasons that all the people who spoke prior to me and will speak after me. I would be really surprised if someone spoke against this thing this evening, but certainly the community is 100% behind it. It's very unique in a community when you have 100% of the community behind a project, and 100% of the community is behind this project. And this is the right project. It's the right timing. We have the right people running this thing. You guys are the exact right people to say okay for the MI, which will get us going forward. So I thank you very much. And I look forward to a positive response from everybody. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. LaRoe, is Ms. Larkin back on?
Responding. She's not responding, so it'll be Miss Simone.
Okay. Ms. Simone, are you available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Here it comes. Okay. Hi, my name is Dorothy Cassasari Simone. I have a son in second grade at North Street, and I have a 7-month-old daughter. My experience in Greenwich Public Schools so far has been unbelievable. I am so blown away by how wonderful of a school district we live in, but I'm also so horrified by how horrible of a facility Central Middle School is. And I'm absolutely horrified that it was condemned and that students were displaced for even longer than a day. That was way too much in my opinion. I think we can all agree on that. I want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for hearing everything out. And I also want to thank the Building Committee for so thoroughly addressing all of the questions of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I understand, P&Z, that you have a job, you have to vet this project, you have to make sure that the sewers design, look, I'm not a sewer expert, okay? We all know this. We have to make sure that all of these ducks are in a row. And I appreciate that because we do care about our town and we want to do things right. I please urge you to please tonight pass the MI and the site plan so that we can move this project forward. We really cannot afford to have any more delays. Not only is it costing us tens of thousands of dollars, but it's costing us a lot of sleepless nights, wondering what's going to happen with our kids. It is absolutely unacceptable for our children to be displaced during the construction. I know that the Building Committee and the BOE has worked tirelessly to form a very, very detailed plan for the students to stay in the building. So I please ask you to disregard any thought of displacing these children anywhere else within Greenwich or worse, outside of Greenwich. There's a mental health crisis right now for our kids, and we don't want to be ones to add to that. So please, I urge you to move this project forward. We all support it. We all feel passionate about it. And we all really look forward to when that new middle school is ready and we can put all of this behind us. And by the way, during this meeting, when I heard some things about, debating like some of the traffic concerns, like slowing down traffic around the school, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should put a stop sign.
Time, Ms. Sun.
There's nothing bad about slowing down traffic at a school. Let's slow the traffic down at all the schools. So thank you very much for your time. And I appreciate all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod, and then will be Miss Applegate or Miss Applegate K.
Hi, everybody. This is David Weisbrod. I am a member of the BET, but also speaking tonight in my own voice, in my personal capacity. Mainly, I want to just thank everybody here. This is a wonderful project, and this is a wonderful community. The work of the Planning and Zoning Commission is awesome, and I commend you for this. The project before us is clearly an example of what the plan of conservation and development is trying to achieve for the town. We have a tireless Board of Education. It's good to see Joe Kelly, a wonderful building committee, and the community is squarely behind this important project. Let's get it done. Let's move it forward. And tremendous appreciation for all the work that everyone here has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisbrod. Mr. LaRoe? Ms. Applegate, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I have a 4th and a 5th grader. You might see them jumping around behind me, even though they're blurry. They're at North Street School and they began their educational careers during COVID, my son was in kindergarten, my daughter was in first grade, and that was obviously not good for anyone. And it would be a shame if in the next few years they got displaced again, literally and figuratively. It's so hard to maintain. We talked a lot about a sense of place, and all of you did, and rightly so, about the aesthetics of the campus. But what about a sense of place for your grade when you're in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade? If your classmates and your friends are all scattered, are you really going to feel like you belong? And here's something that really scares me. I know quite a few families who are on the bubble. They are really thinking about sending their kids to private school instead of sticking with public schools, even though they've had a great experience in our school district. And if they hear about kids being sent to trailers or moved around, or the people who have the means to are just gonna send their kids to private school. And wouldn't that be a shame? Then this would become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we would have a brain drain, and we would lose some of these wonderful students. My husband, Michael Kay, is also joining me now because we're both so passionate about this issue. We moved to Greenwich largely for the school system.
Also, I understand the due diligence and you want to get everything right, but then it becomes paralysis by analysis. This has been kicked down, the can's been kicked down the road for far too long. We need a yes on this. We need to get the school started. We need to have answers rather than to sit back and continue to evaluate and debate and things like that. Time for debate is over. Time for action is now.
So we recommend the approval of the MI and the preliminary site plan this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Urso?
Yep, and then Steph Cowie.
Hi, good evening. Am I still there? Sorry, I just hit a button. Sorry, good evening. Nothing like going after two professional journalists. I just want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Dina Urso. I'm actually currently one of the PTA presidents of Central. I have two sons who go there, a third who is at North Street. Our oldest was in 6th grade when the building was condemned in 2022. So I've been following the story quite closely. I did speak in July during your pre-application meeting, and I was encouraged at that time to see the positive responses that you all seem to have to the application. And I'm encouraged to also see tonight the feedback being overwhelmingly positive. So thank you. Also encouraged to see that you all unanimously approved OG, their MI application earlier in the month. I think everyone takes away from this that you as a commission look at these projects as needing to move forward, both for the benefit of the students and for the town as a whole. I also wanted to just take a second to thank all the parents who are on here or who have written emails to you. It sounds like you got quite a few. I would note that there is no parent on the building committee as a representative, so this is all done through word of mouth from people talking to friends. And I think if nothing else, I hope that you all take away how important this is to the parents who view our children as major stakeholders, who I think do get overlooked quite a bit. At our PTA membership meeting last week, we did speak to our members about the preliminary site plan, and we specifically mentioned the rock outcropping. They understand, or those that were there understood why it would have to be removed, and no one raised any objection. Also touching today about the secure the building email, in which CMS was specifically noted. It's been on my mind all day. It was very jarring. And I think if nothing else, the new building with its secure entryway, ballistic glass, clear sight lines to the street and entrance, it would be in compliance with the SSIC standards, which actually is crazy that it's taken 10 years to get to that point. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for all your time.
Thank you, Ms. Urso. Steph Cowie?
Good evening to the commissioners. My name is Steph Cowie, a 23-year resident of Greenwich, past president of Central Middle School PTA, and a proud mom of a Greenwich High School graduate. As some of you may know, I serve as a CMS First Selectman Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities Liaison. I hope I get extra time for saying that. Having attended every meeting, I have witnessed a committee that has been deliberate and thorough, follows process, rules, and regulations, and never rushes to a decision. The Central Middle School Building Committee has been thoughtful in all decisions and has voted by the committee on all of those decisions. While every project does have its distractors, this project has strong community support, as you've heard this evening. As you already heard, the net cast has been wide with community outreach. The determination of the location of the school, safety and accessibility have been the forefront of guiding this committee to every decision. They have dealt with tremendous amount of safety stressors that encroach this property, whether it's the safety of pedestrians, roads, accessibility, cyclists, vehicles, trying to strike a balance. We have to remember we're talking about the same use for this property, working to improve this property. The team of professionals and committee are committed to working through this process. The new school's position provides sightlines to the entire campus perimeter, paramount to keeping our children and staff safe following SSIC standards. You have heard from all the improvements to access the school via bus, vehicle, driveways, traffic, calming measures. Accessibility via pathways is equally essential, keeping access to the fields and the new school safe. The plan proposed works to significantly improve the site. The rock outcrop is also a considerable risk due to blocking sight lines and children climbing and falling off. This has been a concern to parents for a long time. If people like the idea of outcrop because of the buffering it provides, this commission's 2023 landscape regs address that. The new campus will best serve the students and the community for years and decades to come. I urge you, the commission, to vote yes tonight for the MI and preliminary site plan approval. And thank you so very much for all the work you do.
Thank you, Ms. Cowie. Next is Eileen Kelly.
Followed by Michael Spilo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eileen Corrali. I'm a resident here in Greenwich, and my daughter is currently attending Central Middle School. I'm here tonight in support of the site plan for Central Middle School, which does include the removal of the rock cropping, and I ask you to do the same. The proposed plan addresses the building safety, supports the two-team learning environment, improves major traffic concerns. It's also imperative that these students stay in place during the construction, and we reject any deviations to the current plan, as it would be detrimental not only to the physical learning, which we're so proud of here in Greenwich, but also the social and emotional learning and development. People have addressed so many things tonight, and I'll address the drainage. Quick story. Last week, beautiful day, daughter came home, asked her what they did for gym outside, and she said they couldn't go outside because the fields were so saturated. That's not something that we need right now. We need them outdoors. We've learned through COVID that you can dress for any weather. So this drainage is really important. These fields are important. This school is really important, and we can do better for our children. So I urge you to please stand with the community and support this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Mr. Spilo's next.
Followed by Ms. Posia.
Thank you, Mr. Leroux, and thank you to the commissioners for all your hard work. My name is Michael Spilo. I'm an RTM member since 2002. I'm current chair of the Public Works and Labor Contracts Committee. I'm also the RTM representative to the Central Middle School Building Committee. The opinions presented are my own. I was instrumental in getting North Street School air conditioned for the first time with private funds. I had children at Central Middle School, and I'm familiar with its shortcomings, and I support a rebuild. In September, I became aware that the structural repairs made to the CMS facade were of a temporary nature and have a serviceable life of 5 years. We don't know the margin of error of this 5-year estimate and whether it is a minimum or maximum life. I've been unable to reach the engineer whose opinion it is, and there are no additional information available in the town. It is concerning that this temporary repair may not be designed to withstand the stresses from vibrations created by nearby construction, rock removal, and heavy vehicle traffic, which will also potentially impact the original wall ties that the repairs were made to replace. Also, the 2022 building assessment indicated there are other structural issues which may be susceptible to the same stresses and which could cause catastrophic collapse. These safety concerns may not be a P&Z issue, but they must be addressed before construction begins and with students in the building. Second, I think that neighbors and others should be aware that this plan includes 2.4 acres more built surfaces, which is 2.4 acres less of open space on this small lot. It also increases an increase of 2.4 acres of impervious surfaces. This is due to the spread out nature of the new design, which was chosen over more compact alternatives. It is also, the parking lot design is unsafe. The traffic plan, despite doesn't provide improved traffic. The drainage plan is incomplete, and the site is built in wetlands. Thank you.
Next is Christina Pocha.
Hi, my name is Christina Posha. I live in Greenwich. I moved here 5 years ago. One of the reasons why I moved here was because of the school districts. I thought it was very important to send my two children to a great school district, and Greenwich has one of the best in my perspectives. I currently serve on the Central Middle School Building Committee. I joined the building committee because while I'm happy with all of the elementary schools that my son is now in his first grade, so he's in his second year, and they've been amazing. The teachers have been amazing. Everything's been amazing. And I remember the day that I saw Central Middle School for the first time, and I didn't think I was in Greenwich. I was very surprised that this school existed and our kids were going there. I think that coming to Greenwich, I was expecting something a little bit more. When it became known that this was going to be a new middle school, I wanted to join the committee to help give a perspective from a parent's perspective. And I'm happy with how we've cited the Central Middle School. I think that the placement of it gives security to our students. I think it drives the traffic off of the road and onto the property. I think that everything in the site plan has been reflected of the Board of Education. We've tried to comply with all of their requirements as best as possible. I do understand that there's been some back and forth about the outcropping. Well, I do love how rocks look, and our beautiful community has a lot of beautiful rocks. I think it is worth it to remove it in order to comply with the Board of Ed recommendations with the sizing of the fields. I think that once the school is completed, I'll be very happy to have that represent us here in Greenwich and have our children go there. I'm very excited for my two children to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gazone and then Mrs. McCursey.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Cassazone. I'm currently the PTA president at North Street School, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual and resident who lives on Cataract Road. I have 4 children in the public schools, 3 currently at North Street and 1 at Central Middle School. I'm also a proud alum of Central and North Street, and while I used to find it nostalgic that my kids got to attend the same schools that I did, it's now a bit of an embarrassment and somewhat laughable that the facilities are identical to the ones I went to decades ago, with same paintings, same everything hanging in the walls, in the auditorium, and in the classrooms. Tonight, you have an opportunity to provide us and our kids with a best-in-class municipal building. You have an opportunity to provide a safe campus for our students, our vehicles, our community walkers. If you've ever been by CMS at 7:45 a.m. or 2:45 p.m., you know that anything will be a drastic improvement to the current state with new entrances, a separate area for buses, car queuing, and walkers. This is also an opportunity to provide our kids and our community with new athletic fields that are in dire need in this town, and unlike many other fields in town, can actually be created with drainage in mind to ensure that these great new fields can be used even after it rains a little or a lot. I hope tonight you vote in favor of granting Central both MI and site plan approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cassazone. Ms. McCursey?
Good evening, Chair Albin, P&Z Commission members, and members of the Greenwich community. My name is Catherine McCursey. I'm the parent of 2 children. One was at CMS when it was closed due to unsafe conditions, and the other, a 4th grader, is a future CMS student. Tonight, I'm here to speak in favor of and urge you to approve the PSP and municipal improvement request for the new Central Middle School. And as well, I would like to express my deep concern for the students, teachers, administrators, and staff who will be in the building when the now less than 3.5-year extension on this building runs out. Please approve the PSP MI tonight and hear the concerns of parents who want to know what will happen when the clock runs out on this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCursey. Next is Jeff Acer.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Azer, and I grew up in Greenwich and attended Greenwich Public Schools. I graduated from Greenwich High School in 2004. I moved back to Greenwich with my wife for many reasons, but a major reason was because of the high quality of the schools. I now have 2 daughters. My oldest is in kindergarten at Cos Cob, and both girls will attend Central Middle School. I'd like to commend the building committee for a thoughtful plan that responds to the needs of the students, the neighbors, and the community as a whole. I request that you approve the MI and the preliminary site plan for Central Middle School. This is the best plan, and we need to move forward. The building is right-sized, and it's in the right place. Thank you for your time and for your consideration of this very important proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Azer. Next up is Matthew Kane.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Kane. I'm the parent of 3 GPS students, 2 currently at Central and 1 more to follow currently in North Street. I'm also the co-president of the Central Middle School PTA. And on behalf of the PTA and our hundreds of member families, I want to express our authentic plea for the commission to grant approval of both the MI and preliminary site plan applications this evening. This project, our school and our students cannot afford any further delay. As a diehard Red Sox fan, it pains me to agree with Michael Kay, but he, as he said it eloquently, the time of kicking the can down the road has long since passed. I will also now turn to speak on my own behalf, not on behalf of the PTA. I listened in yesterday at the preliminary feedback hearing, and I've listened to the entire meeting today. I just wanted to briefly touch on 2 points, because I think my fellow parents and supporters have eloquently stated security reasons and many others that I won't rehash. I heard the concern raised by Chairwoman Albin yesterday and today about the siting. I think I would observe that there are reasons beyond the ed specs why the site was chosen. And one I did not hear tonight was the fact there simply is no other option that's viable. No other location within Greenwich or even other schools in Stamford that were utilized in the past that could support the 500 or so current students during construction. And also, I will just make a personal observation. On my way to Stanford every morning, I drop my 2 kids off at CMS, and the number of times that I have observed with cars exiting the drop-off loop in 4 different directions or coming in and going out, and all the Cost Cobb kids who, it's wonderful, they bike and walk to school. The number of near misses that I see in a week would horrify people. So I heard yesterday's statement that not enough was done to address traffic and safety. I think any measures are at this point in that regard are urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Next up is Tom Healy. Mr. Healy, you're the principal.
Good evening. Yes, I am. Good evening, Chairwoman Albin and members of the commission. I am Tom Healy, and I am the principal of Central Middle School. I'm speaking on behalf of support of the proposed building and site plan before you today. At the very base of each and every school day, our students and their parents expect that their children will come to school and return home safely. While we often take that for granted, too many instances of safety issues have occurred in our community, and we can be complacent no longer. Beyond deserving the confidence that the building is safe to occupy, our school community also deserves high-quality education befitting residents of Greenwich, Connecticut. Current CMS students have already endured major disruptions to their education due to the COVID-19 pandemic, flooding at various elementary schools, and of course, the displacement of our own students at CMS during 2022. Though the district and our school staff have made the most of these situations, they do have a direct impact on teaching and learning and consequently student achievement. It is essential that the students and families of CMS have access to the best school experience possible throughout this project, which means limiting additional disruptions to the point we are able. The proposed siting of the building in the backfield along the rock ledge is optimal for many reasons. Most importantly, allows our students to remain in place and provides important continuity and balance in their lives. So many of our students walk and ride their bikes to school. As someone who also did that when I was a student at Central, these neighborhood experiences create lasting memories and relationships that I still hold and cherish today. Furthermore, our students have well-rounded lives and numerous activities after school that operate on very tight timelines that I can speak to as a parent. Please be very considerate of the people who will live this process for the next few years and think about the impact on their experience as you listen to the voices weighing in on this project. The thoughtful approach to queuing and bus drop-off, crosswalks and sidewalks will make for a safer and better flow for car and pedestrian traffic, and also the appropriate size fields for all of our curricular and extracurricular activities. The tremendous amount of time and collaboration that has gone into this proposal includes academic demands, research-based learning, and financial considerations. Please support this project, and I thank you for all of your service and time.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Next is Emma Gleason.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Gleason. I'm a resident of Cos Cob and a mom of 2 future students at Central Middle School. I'm joining the committee tonight to urge you to support this proposal. I sincerely appreciate all of the thoughtful work that has gone into this, in particular, considering the future students who will be walking to school. One of the main reasons we chose our house was the ability to walk to both Cos Cob School, where my daughter currently attends, as well as Central. And I know you all have been very thoughtful, the building committee and others, to design something that reflects the needs of the community as well as the students, both future and existing. So I would love to speak in support of this proposal and urge you to approve it tonight so that this project can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Next is Clara Kilgallen.
Good evening, Claire Kilgallen. I'm on the building committee, but I am speaking as an individual. Since our formation as a building committee a year ago, in over 100 meetings, we've been deliberate and thoughtful in fulfilling the town charter's mandates to comply strictly with the ed specs. This is a 22-acre campus. We have to balance and meet as many standards and requirements as possible with school and pedestrian safety at the forefront. And I note the synchronicity with this application that October is National Pedestrian Safety Month and that GPD and DPW are working on a campaign for road safety. And this project will help alleviate some of the existing concerns. Working with the architect, owner's rep, and construction manager, the committee has evaluated multiple design options, and we have evaluated different siting, and we've had members who've suggested that we look at siting at Pomerantz Park. So we have looked at different orientations on this campus, and we have addressed that. So I think there's a notion that we are forcing something into an area, and that is not the case. It was done with intention, and with great care. We have evaluated the ed specs, costs, safety, ADA, neighbors, pedestrians, bicycle, traffic, buses, cars, parking, trees, wildlife, conservation, energy, parks, sports, drainage, zoning, building, code, and more. We've been super thoughtful. This school will have a connection to the outdoors. There are so many good things about it. It's crystal clear that this campus project complies with the POCD. Moreover, you've incorporated by reference the security standards of the state of Connecticut, which were established post Sandy Hook. Site perimeter, parking areas, an all hazards assessment, the safety design is embedded into every aspect of the project: site development, perimeter boundaries, access points, building exterior, the interior. It's inclusive with police, fire.
Ms. Kilgallen.
Thank you. I think you've heard the point. Please approve the MI and the preliminary site plan this evening, and we will move forward with our LEED Gold standard building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura Kwan.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Kwan. I am a parent of 3 children who will be heading to Central Middle School in the coming years. I echo everything that everyone has said tonight. I want you all to know how critical this is to us, to our children, to our future. We moved here for the education, and this is a critical component of our children's education. So I ask you to please stand with the community and vote in favor of CMS MI approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruss, I'm trying to promote you, but I will let you speak. And if you want to go ahead, just unmute yourself. Carrie Gruss.
Ms. Gruss, are you there?
Gary Gruss. You just need to unmute. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm going to lower your hand. Thank you very much. That is the end of our public comment.
Okay. Mr. Turner, Mr. Morehart, do we have any follow-up to that?
Oh, sorry, Nick. Mr. Rosette just raised his hand. Do you want to take one more comment?
Yeah, we can do that. Who is this?
Joe Rossetti.
Joe Rossetti. Mr. Rossetti?
Hold on. And all right, everybody, please, raising and lowering your hand just loses you in the morass here. So leave it up. All right, Julie DeChamps, and then Kyle Daniel, please.
Mr. Rossetti, are you there?
He's back now. Thank you. Okay, we'll get Julie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Julie Deschamps. I am a member of the Sustainability Committee. I've attended many of the CMS building committee meetings and have reached out to them regarding the geothermal option in particular. I really applaud the many sustainable features planned for the new CMS, EV charging stations, permeable pavers, rain gardens, rooftop solar, and the priority given to trees and safe routes for bikers and walkers. But the elephant in the room is the lack of the geothermal system. As Mr. Wells pointed out, it's really difficult to understand the committee's rejection of this option. The ground source heat pumps system with the solar photovoltaics panels would bring the EUI to 7, near net zero. It is the most energy efficient system by far. The system has the lowest upfront cost for installation and has the best performance over 50 years, promising significant energy savings. I thank Mr. Wells and Mr. Lowe for requesting a rationale for this decision. As EMAC noted, quote, why would Greenwich pay more in capital costs, operating costs, and endure increased emissions? The committee should answer why. Our town is losing a major opportunity to set a precedent for future schools, buildings, and the broader community. In Mansfield, their new net zero energy school was the impetus for the town to move towards solar and energy efficiency and other public buildings. Their middle and high schools, as well as Public Works Garage, added photovoltaic panels after the school was built. Our 2019 Strategic Energy Conservation Plan seeks to make long-term decisions to affect long-term reduction in energy consumption and to have our town buildings lead by example in terms of energy consumption. I urge you to make this priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Champs. Mr. Rossetti. You're unmute, Mr. Rossetti.
Good evening. I'm Joe Rossetti, and I'm honored to be a member of the building committee. And I speak in my own behalf this evening. I want to thank the commissioners and for all your time and consideration, thorough analysis of this project. I want to compliment our design team and their excellent and superb and thorough presentation this evening. I think it encompassed every imaginable issue that we could really think of. And I also want to thank every passionate fellow citizen that I've heard this evening, whether they've spoken or not, in support of this project. It's amazing what our fellow citizens are doing, volunteer-wise, and also speaking up for this project. I thank every one of them very much. A couple specific points. Regards the outcropping, as Claire mentioned, we balance many, many issues. We debate many, many issues. The point of the outcropping being removed is one key point is so we can have the correct, properly sized fields that the Park and Recreation Department thought would be appropriate and as regulation size. Regards net zero, every one of us on the building committee wants to do net zero. We looked at the long-term cost analysis. It's very, very close. For over 50 years, we'll address the answers to that. We'll give you specific answers. Yes, I know we will, in writing as requested. But some key points. What's not in that analysis is the specific logistics and site conditions of the project, balancing, moving, being able to place and install the wells. I built several geothermal projects myself, large geothermal projects myself, balancing, putting those in, getting that the wells installed with our constrained site would be very difficult. There'd be additional temporary HVAC costs. The rebates, it's a major assumption on getting a tremendous amount of rebates. Those are not necessarily guaranteed. And if we don't achieve those, our savings and the indicated savings over long run would not be the same. So we'll get back to you on those details, but that's the general thrust of that. I assure you that all of us on the committee wanted to do net zero. We're just not quite there yet. Thank you very much. I hope you do support the MI approval process tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rossetti. Next is Kyle Daniel.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kyle Daniel, and I, alongside with my wife, Laura, live in Coscob, Connecticut, and are proud parents of 2 GPS students, one at CMS and one at NSS, excuse me. I want to thank everyone, especially this committee, for their efforts to ensure a safe and suitable plan for our students. As stewards of this community, we implore you to move forward with this plan. The educational experience of all of our children has been disrupted due to circumstances outside of our control. This decision to move forward, however, is not. We need your support. Please approve this plan so our children can receive the education commensurate to the great community we live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Ms. Gross?
Good evening. Sorry about the technical difficulty before. My name is Carrie Gruce, and I'm speaking in favor of the Central Middle School plans tonight as well. As both a down the road neighbor on Sandwich Road and a CMS parent, the proposed plan offers many positive changes from the current building and location on the property. The building committee has worked tirelessly to plan and design the best building, parking lot, and fields for our kids. The new layout of the site will work better to ensure safety of our students and families, with the consideration of more cars to queue safely on property and a designated separate bus area. This will also cut down on the current gridlock that happens daily due to the lack of parking for pickup. As a neighbor, reconfiguring the location of the school, as well as extending the length of the parking areas substantially, will make the area much easier to drive around once completed. Last, echoing many parents tonight, I'm grateful this plan smartly allows for current students to remain on campus while the new school is being built. Configuring a plan to remove students from their school would not only be incredibly disruptive to their learning, but it would make it impossible for those students to have the middle school experience that they truly deserve. The CMS Building Committee has thought through a plan that not only gives the town a building, fields, and parking that will ensure years of better functioning for the future, but it also was constructed with the current students and their needs to learn also in mind. I'm very much in full support of the CMS building plans as submitted. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And who do we have, Mr. LaRoe?
All done.
All done, okay. Without any more public input, Mr. Turner, Mr. Morehart, do you have anything to follow up with?
Yes, I would like to make some closing remarks, Mr. Chairman, but I would defer to Mr. Morehart first if he has any closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. No closing comments from our end. We appreciate all the positive feedback from all the speakers and look forward to answering the questions that were raised.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to be very sure to thank you and the commission for your patience tonight. This is a very serious project for the town. I know you know that. You see the preparation that's gone into it. So I want to be very sure to let you know that we don't take for granted of the opportunity to be in front of you to present these two applications. And of course, we want to be sure to say thank you to all of the speakers and the outpouring of support tonight, roughly 160 people on the line. That speaks volumes, I think, about this project. And I also lastly want to be sure to thank the department heads that we were able to have an all hands on deck meeting on September 19th. It was extremely, extremely beneficial. And of course, Patrick LaRoe has been very helpful along the way, working with us as we've asked questions along the way. We've heard you tonight. We've heard of your concerns. We clearly know in the committee that we have some additional work to do, be it on the geothermal side with the written response. Absolutely. We are going into this next phase eyes wide open, meaning we know that we have some additional work to do with the various partners. in the town, and we are taking a very positive and partnering approach to that. I think it's clear that we have taken the POCD very seriously. We think that we do meet this proposal meets the categories or the guiding principles of 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's safe, it's top quality, it's sustainable, it is an investment, and it does give a strong sense of place, and it does enhance so much. So in closing, we do ask for your support and vote on the applications before you tonight. We do, as you have already heard from many speakers, we do need to move this forward. We do need to move it forward immediately. Mr. Chairman and the Commission, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Commission members, any thoughts?
Well, we're
Okay.
ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. LaRoe, we're actually split here. We've got MI, and then public hearing is the actual site plan. Can we do them together?
They're separate votes, but we can close them and then we could take the vote at the end of the meeting. Or if you want to do it right now, that's your prerogative, but typically we would do it at the end.
Okay, I think actually maybe we should do them now, both now. There's lots of people on the call here, so if I hear any objection to closing the MI? No objection?
No objection.
Okay, and site plan special permit?
No objection.
Okay, so that is closed as well. So why don't we start with the MI? I'll make a motion. Give me a second here. So this is municipal improvement 9 Indian Rock Lane, PLPC 2023-388. Whereas the applicant seeking municipal improvement status for the construction of a new 125,400 square foot educational building, extended driveway, separate bus loop, and new parking areas. Also included are new athletic fields and associated site and landscaping improvements on a 21-acre site located in the R12 zone. The commission finds that at a meeting held on October 12, 2003, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve the referral of MI to Planning and Zoning in accordance to Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. And as indicated in the Plan of Development, 2019 Plan of Development and Conservation, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 1.1A, 3.1A, E, F, and H, 4.2 D, L, O, and P, 4.4, 4.5, 5.7 C, G, 5.8 B, 6.2 A, B, C, and D. Therefore, a motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. Ms. Jenkins.
Do you need a second or anything?
Yeah, second. Yeah, you're right.
I'll second
this.
I second it.
Okay, Lowe's second. Ms. Jenkins.
Aye.
Mr. Levy.
Aye.
Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. McRae is an aye, so MI is approved. Okay, moving on to the site plan. Okay, 9 Indian Rock Lane, PLPZ 2023-389, preliminary site plan special permit. Applicant seeking approval to construct a new 125,400 square foot educational building, so on and so forth, bus loop, et cetera, as we've done before. Commission finds that the project was granted municipal improvement under status under application PLPZ 2023-388. Conservation issue comments dated 9/26 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments on 10/11 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the building zone regulations and endorsed the project for zoning permit approval. Sewer Division issued comments on 10/11/23 indicating issues to be addressed during the Planning and Zoning Commission review phase, and is requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledgement in receipt of the P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments on 10/13/23 indicating issues to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Beta issued comments on 10/16/23 indicating issues to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Wetlands did not issue a permit needs questionnaire. EMAC issued comments on 10/11/23 providing recommendations to the plan. Therefore, motion to move to final noting the following. Prior to final, the applicant shall secure an inland wetlands permit needs questionnaire. The applicant shall appear before the ARC to review lighting, architecture, landscape, and signage. The applicants to provide a more in-depth study of energy use and sustainability with an analysis on choice of systems. The applicant shall review the proposed new lighting regulations for safety and security. And the applicant shall consult staff on environmental testing results. Per sewer division comment, the applicant shall submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of their P&Z comments and address the sewer main relocation. Per DPW and beta comment, the applicant shall provide vehicular movement diagrams in a site plan indicating any and all proposed pavement markings and traffic signage. DPW comments, the applicant shall address issues and comments outlined in the 10/13/23 drainage memo. The applicant shall meet with Greenwich Fire Department and Greenwich Police Department, review access and security measures to verify that those particular aspects are being adequately addressed in the site design. And the applicant shall provide a comprehensive construction phasing plan addressing concurrent use of the site during construction, site development, and demolition. Anything else that anybody else would like to add?
Second.
Oh, wait. Then the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or departmental issues. Mr. Lowe was seconded. Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRisen, aye. Okay, motion is carried to move to final. We'll see you soon, Mr. Turner.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And let me say this too, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the 38,000 students that will walk through the halls of the new Central Middle School over the next 75 years. We thank you all very, very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
Mr. McRae, it could be time for a break.
Oh, you are absolutely right. Look at that. It's 8 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to take a dinner break of approximately 20 minutes.
Good. Yep.
So that'll get us back at
8:20. 8:20.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Get to sign up, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so moving right along, we now go to the Whitby School.
Sunshine.
No, Sunshine. All right, Michael Jones and Vicky Johnson, Network Development Company for a final re-subdivision at 0 Sunshine Avenue and 0 Florence Road in the R7 zone.
Before we go, let me further, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think this is a good time to opt out.
Okay, so you suddenly realized it is 4 o'clock in the morning or something where you are?
Yes.
Okay. I gave him that option. Mary, so you will, wait a second. Mary is already seated on this item. So Arn, since you were also seated for a while tonight, why don't you do that? Arn?
You don't want to do Bob? Give Bob
No, you can do it. She knows what she's doing.
Who's Bob?
Oh yeah, by the
Well,
way.
the reason I was going to do that is then I can give Bob the whole next meeting. Because both of you will have been seated tonight. Because otherwise, okay, that's right. So Bob gets the next meeting.
Okay.
Got that?
Yep.
Okay, so Arn is going to be on this. All right, Madam Klauberg, if
Yes.
you would kindly proceed.
If you recall, this is an application for re-subdivision. At the last hearing, you asked that we delay approval of the application until our client closed on the purchase of the land known as 0 Florence. That closing has occurred and a new deed history has been submitted. We also, as requested, submitted a survey showing the square footage. of each of the parcels, ultimately after everything is done. And we also understand we have to work with the highway division to complete the curb cut onto where Bonwit and Sunshine meet. And so we ask for your approval of this project.
Commissioners, any questions or comments on this application?
No.
None here.
All right. Boy, I think you're working hard tonight, Ms. Klauberg. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Seeing no public comment, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
No.
This application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
All right, now we go on to the Whitby School for a final site plan and special permit. Is Mr. Cohen there? Yes, he is. To substantially renovate the school's existing barn and construct a new story maintenance garage and a new bocce court, which we didn't really talk about yet. Mr. Cohen, good evening.
Good evening. Having listened in yesterday to the briefing, I thought I'd very quickly go through the application. And because the commissioners seemed to have a pretty good idea of what it was about, and then address the points that were raised during the briefing. So Pat, if you would turn to the images that we sent over to you.
I'll pull it up, Mr. Cohen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I'm not the only one with a talented assistant, Mr.
No,
Cohen.
I just learned that. Thank you. So the first image is the aerial of the school. It's 32 acres on Upper Lake Avenue. It's bounded to the south by the Parkway School, as you can see, and all around it are residential properties in the RA4 zone. The next image shows the site plan with a circle around the area of the 32-acre campus that is the subject of the application. It is, as the chair noted, a substantial renovation of an existing barn building that's used as the maintenance facility at the school. And what's being proposed is more specifically shown on the next image, which is an enlargement of the development plan. It shows the barn building to the right. As renovated and added to, the addition is shown in the darker blue. The maintenance facility will be replaced and put into a new, smaller sized prefabricated building with colors to match the color of the existing or as of the proposed barn structure. And the bocce court that Ms. Alvin mentioned is shown to the north of the new maintenance building, and in the entire area that it will be re-landscaped and made, I would say, more student friendly. The next image is a picture of the existing building that's going to be renovated, and the picture following it shows the proposed renovation, considerable, and it will be used really for academic purposes. It's a building that it's in the right place, and the school is able to put the funds together to make this into a multifunctional building for student activities, for extracurriculars, and for some parent meeting. So that in a thumbnail is the proposal. I'd like to turn to the next image to talk about a couple of the issues that were raised, chiefly raised at the briefing, mainly the issue of going back to the ARC to take a look at the lighting plan as well as the landscape plan. What this is kind of a colored up version of the landscape plan that was prepared by the architect's office. It shows a very significant re-landscaping of the area that we're talking about in the area of the both the new renovated barn, the new maintenance shed, and the bocce court area. Although 18 existing trees have to be removed to make this development happen, we're putting in over 50 new trees and hundreds of shrubs and perennial planting. So it's a very significant landscape plan. As you can see, it more than meets the requirements of the landscape regulations. And the lighting is very limited. The lighting basically is down lighting around the barn building, attached to the building, of a bronze color, which we'll show you. And some bollard sized pathway lighting for safety purposes. The next image, I think, should show those light fixtures, and it would also show the materials that we're talking about for the new barn. And there they are. The bollard lighting is shown on the bottom in the middle. To the left is the lighting that will be attached to the building for safety purposes, down lighting. The color and material sample for the renovated barn is shown to the left. To the right is some decorative lighting that is being considered for the bocce court to make it look more like, I guess we're in some part of Italy. Finally, in terms of considering the landscape plan and the need to go back to ARC or to go to ARC, the next image shows the location that we're talking about. It's densely wooded, as you can see. This was just a random picture when we were taking pictures of the barn, but I can assure you, and you'll confirm that by taking a look at the aerial photograph, that this is a very densely wooded area to the south, and we're in effect amplifying the existing wooded feeling. I'm giving you this ARC presentation in the hope that the commission, with its own architectural expertise, is able to say that we've done a pretty good job of both lighting and landscaping without requiring the school to spend the additional money and time to go to ARC. I had hoped that if the commission had felt that way, we would have known by now. I don't think we need to go on with any more images, though. I've kind of said my piece, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
The person who had the comments yesterday about ARC was Mr. McRae. Nick, would you like to comment on that now?
Okay, so very significant landscape plan. Yes. I really can't comment on the landscape plan. It's quite dense. It's great. I think the lighting issue, and the reason why I brought it up, is that we've got this development in a residential area. Yes, it's kind of behind the trees and all that stuff until the leaves drop, and then it's not. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Okay, just wanted to ask a
So
question.
I'm seeing pathway. I see the pathway lights. I see downlights on the building. You know, I don't see anything in the landscape plan or the lighting plan for the maintenance garage. And I think that was the kind of thing, is that what's there? If I'm out there in the middle of the night trying to plow snow? Or are there some kind of lights on the maintenance garage so they can actually get the machine set up, those kind of things? That was my biggest concern. Do we have details, Mr. Cohen, on how that works, or there is no lighting on the maintenance garage?
There's simply pathway lighting in the area of the new maintenance garage. You're
Okay.
right, there's no downlighting affixed to that building.
Okay, so there's going to be no area lighting, no wall packs, et cetera, for the maintenance garage.
Pathway lighting only.
Oh, pathway lighting only. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the bocce court, we've got string lights.
Yes.
A little concerned about that. Yeah, it's creates ambiance, but I have a question about the use of the bocce court. Is it for the school or for is it part of the renovation of the barn to be used in conjunction? Does the school have a competitive bocce team? Tell me a little bit about that.
No, the school does not have a competitive bocce team. However, it was an area that was part of the landscape scheme that seemed like a kind of a nice way to have kids involved in a sport without taking a huge amount of real estate up. And it's a nice idea. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of bocce courts around, particularly at school campuses. These are kids, by the way, these are little kids, as you probably know. The school goes from pre-kindergarten to 8th grade. So we're not talking about anybody past middle school age. And I suspect that this would be kind of a, attraction for smaller children.
Okay. Just a quick question on the use of the barn itself. It'll be used after school hours as well, or is this just confined to school use during the day?
It will be used for some extracurricular activities and for some parent meetings after school hours.
Okay.
That's in the narrative. So what I wanted to ask is, Patrick, we have the expertise on site in our department to make sure. I'm sorry, I have my video turned off. I apologize. I don't know when I did that. You guys can check that the lighting isn't invasive or intrusive and corresponds to existing regulations. And we could come up with maybe an option to the string lights that Mr. McRae commented on that he doesn't like.
Oh, I didn't say that. I just.
Oh. He said he thought
this is what
ambience, but what would it really look like? We could.
Well, I think my thought would be, Mr. Cohen, is that it's a solution to add ambience to the bocce court, and I would think there's something a little bit more elevated rather than just string lights out of a box that I bought at Home Depot kind of thing.
It's Costco. It's Costco, not Home Depot. So, Mr. Cohen, here's the question. What we're going to need is the total lumens for the string lights, and that the lumens are compliant and with what they're supposed to be with the light trespass. You don't have to give it to us right now. I'm just thinking that would be the issue. If they want to have it look that way and it complies with regulations and it is not an eyesore is the wrong word, but that's really the question. And then staff could review that there's no light trespass. That's the bottom line here for you, right, Nick? And that there's no uplighting.
Yeah, and I think we're good. And I think they're, more if it's the bocce court needs to be lit, maybe a more permanent solution to that would be good.
These are fashionable bistro lights. I mean, I don't think this commission is quite up to date on some of these things. Right, Mr. Cohen?
Well, at least you are. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we certainly, Ms. Alvin, we certainly can come back and show staff exactly what we're doing there.
I think that's, I actually went up to Whitby when this came up. I'm not, it seemed to me that there would really be only 2 properties. I'm not sure I'm right about that. As I was doing the drive around, who would even see the lights at all. But that's the thing, we could ask, that's what we need staff to check. Otherwise, Nick, are you okay with it not going before ARC?
Yeah, I think we could figure something out.
Okie dokie. All right. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
No.
No questions or comments?
Do we
All
have
right.
to, I'm sorry, do we have to waive the increase, the non?
Yes, we do. We've got to talk about a couple of other things that I was just trying to catch up. So there was one other thing. Do you have yours open, Mary? There's the non-compliance of the green area.
Yeah.
And then
Question about whether we were going to do the EV chargers, even though it's probably not.
it's not new. I mean, she wants it, but it's not really new parking. Bicycle racks.
I did make a note.
The school definitely does not want to have kids biking to school.
I saw the comment and I flinched because as I told you, I just drove the neighborhood and I was nervous by the speed of the traffic. And yeah, I would not have encouraged. Okay. Zio's okay. Arn, are you all right with the fact that this is no new parking? You buy in?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
it's a very small part of a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's it. I think the only thing we've got is the why am I not seeing it? The green area, which is going to be very, very close, but no cigar. You can't eke out another 0.3%.
We tried.
I mean, it's like so little the difference, and we have to waive the requirement for that. Okay. So based on that, all right. So you guys
there are three special exceptions. One's the 150,000. The other is the school use. And the third, as you point out, is the 0.3% of green.
Yep. Okay. It's close. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 84. So you needed to eke out a little more. Any public comment on this application? This is the Whitby School at 969 Lake Avenue. No public comment. So I think the big question here, the thing with the bicycles is Lake Avenue is high speed and very busy.
And narrow at that point.
And narrow.
And narrow. And I think it's not a bicycling school.
No.
So I would be, all right, we do have somebody from the public. Somebody named Gwen raised their hand for a sec. Are you gone? Or are you coming back? Maybe it was an accident. You guys, it turns out you guys were calling on somebody earlier tonight who had accidentally raised their hand and they had no idea why you kept calling their name. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
No.
This application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye. All right, and we go to our next application. Can I ask you? Okay, yeah. All right, so.
Who's the you, Madam Chair?
Yes, what?
Who's the you? You said, can I ask
No,
you?
no, I changed my mind. I found my answer while I was talking. Our next application is Greenwich American Inc. for a zoning text amendment in the BEX zone pursuant, well, I'll just stop there. This is so that they can create residential uses in the BEX and so that they would contribute money to the trust rather than provide below market housing. Good evening, Mr. Hegney. Please proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were before you back on September 6th, where we heard both the amendment to the regulation as the overlay zone and the preliminary site plan. This evening, we really wanted to focus on the language of the amendment so that we can get your feedback on that. Since the last hearing, we have met with staff and went over the revisions, and those are reflected in what we have submitted to you. The commission was very encouraging for us to meet with our neighbors over in North Castle. and with Westchester County and with the state, the city DEP. And we did meet with North Castle. I put a summary together, sent that to Mr. Leroux yesterday so that he could distribute that to you.
Oh, I didn't see it.
We had some very positive meetings with.
Okay, so just
North
hold on a
Castle.
second, Mr. Hegney. Patrick, did you distribute it? I didn't see it, but you today.
Yes, we did. Yes, I
I'm
did.
so sorry. Today we were totally slammed, and I just probably I missed. So, Mr. Hegney, just fill us in on the summary of those meetings.
So we met with North Castle September 22nd. We went over the basics of the plan. They have two major concerns. One is traffic and how traffic would impact the road network in North Castle. And second, they're concerned about parking within their hamlet in Armonk. Is this going to cause a more of a traffic, or excuse me, a parking problem than they perceive now? We did ask whether the merchants in Armonk wanted to have more customers, which they said yes. There are a number of significant projects going on in North Castle right now. One of them is directly across King Street from us. It's 175 units. That is being proposed in as part of a renovation of a 38 acre office complex. We went over, and Bernie Adler was with us for that meeting. We went over what the traffic report showed, and that there is the opportunity to re-signalize two of the more problematic intersections, and after our site is constructed, to have a better level of service than exists right now. So I think they were impressed by that. I have to say, I have been in touch with Adam Kaufman, the town planner in North Castle. He received the same application that you received. I sent him all that we were submitting to you. He has retained a traffic engineering firm to review it on behalf of North Castle. They're still in that process. Mr. Adler has shared all of his data with them so that they have that available. So it was, I thought, a very positive, very constructive meeting, and one that we will continue with them. We also met with the Westchester Planning Department, and that was last week in White Plains. They had representatives from the airport, DOT, as well as the planning office in Westchester. Their main concern was noise complaints about the airport. They say that Belfair, which is literally right underneath the flight path, right at the end of the runway, was a mistake. And they don't want to see any more mistakes. They did say they wanted to be consistent because they've sent the same letter to North Castle on the projects that North Castle is doing. And we said that we were aware of the noise. We've been to the site. We've seen the planes go by. I pointed out, I live under the flight path too, and hear the noise. And
you do?
Yes. Yeah, they fly right over my house. They come off the sound and fly over the house. Now they're at about 1,000 feet up rather than 500 feet up.
Yeah.
But some of them are noisy, and some of them are flying over at 3 a.m. rather than at between 6 a.m. and midnight, which is their voluntary curfew.
Former fighter jockeys who flying private jets would just want to come in hot and hairy.
Yeah, well, you get a little bit of that too, Mr. McNamara. But by and large, we thought that through sound attenuation, through using double pane windows, various thicknesses of glass to deal with various wavelengths of sound, and putting in insulation, that we could be addressing the concerns that they had. They understand that people will complain about noise. They get about 6,000 complaints a month. Or no, I'm sorry, 3,000 complaints a month. Turns out that one person makes 1,500 of those a month. So about half come from one person. I did the math. It's like 50 calls a day. But they keep track of what town it is, what aircraft it was, whether it's commercial, whether it's private, whether it's military. Aren't too many of those, or net jets, and what time of day, and they maintain decibel level monitors. I think it's about a dozen of them around, so that they can see what the sound level is compared to the ambient level. Because when I don't have the planes flying over, I do have the noise from 95, which is enough in itself.
Oh,
So-
we're going to activate you, and there's a group of people who are trying to reduce the noise in 95. We're going to have to get you active in that.
Yeah,
It's
but
terrible. Okay, so
it'll be
let's-
electric trucks is what it'll take when
No,
they decide
there's
to
a whole
use
bunch
their
of other
engines
stuff.
to slow down.
Oh, Mr. Hegney, we're going to
that makes more
indoctrinate
that
you.
makes more noise than an airplane.
No,
actually.
Mr. Hegney, we're going to start indoctrinating you. You're going to be back on the Planning and Zoning Commission before you know about it. Now,
That's gonna take an awful lot to make that
so
happen.
yeah, I know. So, Mr. Hegney, you got these concerns from North Castle,
Mhm.
and I didn't see them. They were everything we would have expected from them. What I don't know is, are they surmountable, Patrick? Where do they come out? I'm so sorry. I didn't think North Castle had answered us
Well,
yet.
North Castle sent a letter back in June of last
Yes, that I remember.
and that's there's no new letter from North Castle. That's the letter that we're working off of. And traffic was a major issue. They wanted a full traffic report. We've done a full traffic report. They wanted to make sure that there isn't going to be an issue in terms of impact to the aquifer. And we have a hydrogeologist doing a preliminary study, which we've shared with you, said there's not an issue, but we'll have that done in a more thorough fashion as part of the final site plan application. They want to know about the sewer treatment facility. Our preliminary studies are that that has more than adequate capacity to handle this, and we're going to be obviously dealing with the DEP on that as well. And all of because of the size of the facility, both water and sewage treatment will have to go to the state departments, the state health department and the DEP for their review rather than having it done locally. Our local health department really isn't equipped to deal with something on this scale. The issue about parking is a difficult one. Bernie Adler's comment was, you really can't say where people are going to go shop. It depends on what they're looking for. In the next application, I'm hoping that we will have a supermarket in Glenville that will attract people. And there are some in Purchase that also are available besides just DeChico's in Armonk. So we don't think that it is going to exacerbate a parking problem in Armonk in the village. And we certainly believe that Mr. Adler has demonstrated that there will be an improvement in the level of service in the two problematic intersections rather than making it worse. Same issues with Westchester Planning. secondary to having noise complaints on the airport. But we went through that with them as well, and are sharing our traffic reports with the planning department there. Lastly, we are meeting later this week. Person who was we wanted to meet with was away on vacation with the New York City DEP. The Kensico Reservoir is part of New York City's water supply. And as I'm sure you know, the city is very, very protective of its water supply. They want to make sure that we are taking all the steps we need to take to address any water quality issues. We have assured them that the discharge from the wastewater treatment plant does not go toward the Kensico Reservoir. It goes toward the Byram River. We are also providing them with our preliminary drainage report, and we'll provide them with a full drainage report as part of the final site plan application. Currently, there is little to no stormwater treatment going on except for catch basins and sumps in those catch basins. And as Rob Sandolo had mentioned at the September hearing, we're going to follow the town's drainage manual, which is very robust in terms of treating stormwater coming off the site. I wanted to add also, when we're talking about stormwater, we walked the site earlier this month with the wetland director so that she could identify any issues that she sees. She's aware that we're just in the preliminary stage and that we would be coming to her agency and to the Conservation Commission later in the process. But she wanted to see for herself what issues may be of concern. Basically, what we call the crescent, the area between American Way and the New York State line, or the border of the property on the west, is not of concern to her. Building on the north part along the northerly property line with IBM is not a concern. The one that she pointed out as something that she wants us to study more and pay attention to is the area. We call it the picnic area. It's to the east of the man-made lake, and there is a depression there, also man-made, since it has a ring of stone around it. And there is some rock removal that would be required and some tree removal in that area that's different than what we're looking at on the rest of the site. She said she wants to focus on that. There are two apartment buildings that we're proposing on the south side of the ramp into the parking garage. She seemed less concerned about that after she saw all the invasive plants, which would be removed as part of construction. And that's probably a bit of an improvement there to what she saw on site. But we'll continue to be in contact with Wetland Director Evans on that as well. I did want to go through the amendment to the regulations. I don't, if you all have it in front of you, otherwise we did submit it.
Got it in front of us.
Okay, good.
I think there are several minor questions, and I'm going to hold off because I think I got a big question to ask you. So folks, you want to go for it and make comments?
Well, I thought I'd just do a summary. Take me just a couple of minutes.
Okay, this is a deeply devoted commission. We've all read everything. So, but yes, if you want to summarize, go ahead.
I am aware of your dedication and thoroughness. In the first section, where it referred to the need to have a building that was constructed in 1968, we've removed all that. And I did submit that to the attorney for IBM and forwarded that to him because that was their main concern, that and that the concern of the commission that we have 2 lots in this BEX 50 and one wouldn't be eligible for this overlay zone. And so we've removed that condition. We've added in a zoning map amendment on the procedure after discussing it with Mr. LaRoe. We have taken out the general office requirement in D1 and just taken out also general office in D2. We wanted to, in D5, refer to those portions of the plan of conservation and development that we think are applicable, provide diversity of housing, create a community within a natural setting, include sustainable measures, maintain economic vitality, and provide quality infrastructure, all being goals of the 2019 POCD. And we also added in more sustainability measures in terms of using stormwater for irrigation, reduction or elimination of fossil fuels. At this point, we are anticipating that this will be an all-electric development, that we will not have burning of fossil fuels either for heat or cooling. Provide improvements to the stormwater quality, which of course is a big concern of the city's DEP, and provide electric vehicle charging stations. As also what you saw as part of the renderings, bike paths, a sidewalk throughout, so that if people need to go from one place to another, they can walk or ride. We changed the language in F1. The thought behind this is to go from may to shall. If we do meet all of the special permit standards, we would want that the commission shall approve it rather than the commission may approve it. Although I did see a recent note suggesting that it should stay may. I cleaned up the language in F2 to make it clear that it's 250,000 for multiplied by 20% of the total number of units that are constructed as part of this rezoning, and that is that's a driving force behind this application. And same with the structure of the contribution, that it would be 30% that would be paid on issuance of a certificate of occupancy, and for one of the units, for each of the units up to 20%, and that 70% would be due on the sale of those units. Lastly, I wanted to talk about, or next to last, the floor area, because there was some discussion yesterday. We are proposing a 0.21 FAR for residential, and that would include the ancillary or accessory structures that are associated with the development. We probably are not going to get to that point, but what we're looking to be able to have is some flexibility so that we don't have to build and grade as much as we would if we were looking to eliminate basements or have basements only counted half for the floor area calculation. And that in no event could the FAR on the entire site exceed 0.3. We made the grade plane language consistent between 3D and E. And but before I go to the last point, I did want to point out that North Castle, right across the street on the 175 unit development, has a 0.4 FAR limitation. And when I was looking at our regulations, I thought that the one that applied the most in terms of this type of development was the planned residential zone, the R-PR, R-PR. It allows for well, you have to have 100 acres as part of developing it. And it has a 0.4 FAR.
Boy, yes, this is exactly what I've been trying to wrap my brain around. That's my big question.
Am I helping?
It's an old regulation that we've never used.
Well, we used it to develop Lions Farm.
And so why are you guys not tapping it now?
I suppose we could. We're not looking for a 0.4.
No, okay, so you're saying at some point
it's actually higher than what we're
okay.
proposing at a 0.2
All right.
for the residential.
So because what I've been struggling with, you heard me say it yesterday, in my mind, it's to keep our zoning intact, and you're in what would essentially be a 4-acre zone. So if we're keeping our zoning intact, how far would we move the limit, the number on the FAR allowed in the RA4, on what would have been the RA4? That helps me think about it a lot. I appreciate that. I'm gonna say right now, I want to go back and study that regulation, because I don't think I've read it I'm not going to tell you how long it's been. Makes us feel old.
You probably wouldn't need to. It's 6-40.
No, I'm just trying to get, but the bottom line is, Mr. Hegney, I personally, and it depends on the rest of the commission where everybody else is coming out, I personally still don't have my head around the 0.3 on the residential. I just don't. And if the commission is convinced and can convince me, I'll come around. I'm struggling with it. I'm trying to figure it out. In the meantime, can we stop now and ask you some questions? Because we do still have a ton of items ahead of us.
I do want to emphasize that it's a 0.21 for the residential.
Overall, I told them that. Yeah, it's no
overall, with the 0.09 for the office, which is basically maxed out at that figure now. But I want to talk about this being part of the 4-acre zone. Wait,
Mr. Hegney.
Yes.
Mr. Hegney, can you just let the commission ask you first if they've got some basic questions? Because you don't, right now you're only addressing a concern I raised, and it could be that I'm the only one, and then you wouldn't even need to spend time. So let's just hear where everybody else is rather than me raising it.
Certainly.
Again, this is, well, everybody just talk about it. Whatever you're thinking.
So Mr. Hegney, the 0.21, again, same thing as Ms. Alvin, I kind of wrapping my head around this. The 0.21 and trying to relate that to what you were seeing, is that generally the about what the plan that we've been looking at, is that about 0.21? Or is that more like the 0.3 in total?
It's the residential.
Yeah.
Is more along the lines of a 0.17, 0.18.
As we've been seeing it on the renderings.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. But I don't want to have this to the point where it's just, I'm going to have to come back and say, we just finished the next to the last unit and we need some more floor area to finish the last one. I want to have a little bit of flexibility there.
Right, so I think
not that we're looking to provide for more development.
Well, remember that you had extra units originally. Okay, folks, what questions do you have for Mr. Hegney?
In 3E, so grade plane walls are 5 feet and 5 feet. For the RA4, it's 4 feet and 15 feet. It starts 6 feet out. So this is being established because of the severe grades that you have there, and trying not to to kind of build it more into the ground?
We do, and the reason that we're proposing the 0.21 is we want to give some flexibility if we need to count a basement as part of floor area without building a wall or severely altering the grade, we want to be able to do that. The 5 feet and the 5 foot separation is what is in the commercial zones. We haven't looked at applying the RA4 with the 4 foot wall and the 15 foot separation. We could certainly look at that.
Okay, because what I was thinking is that it's more like the R6, R7, 6 feet front to back, but not as high. So I think it's something in between that, and I would say worst case, like an R12, R20, those kind of things. And I think it's actually understanding of what you're trying to do to bury basements and what the slopes are like. And if it's some kind of a hybrid between that's a little bit more generous. So it's not so much on top of each other. Because I think at 5 feet, it's not going to be as generous as the Great Plains as we allow them. So just a thought on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to make sure I understand the accessory uses. Maintenance facilities was added in. Is that anticipated as a separate structure now?
Yes, yeah. When we're looking at the 20,000 square feet, I think at one of the hearings, someone asked me how big the stone house was. The stone house is around 15,000 square feet. So we would be looking to use that as part of our accessory uses. And then I'm looking for a little flexibility in the event that we need a maintenance facility. There are a number of them on site now that we would be looking to replace. So it gives us the ability to have some maintenance type buildings on the site along with the other amenities.
Okay, so understanding the stone house, as you just said, it's about 14,000 square feet.
Yes.
So that would be included in that 20,000. So there's actually 6,000 left over for development.
Yes.
Okay. I think that kind of resolves that for me. Now I kind of get a better sense. So max ancillary uses are max at 20. You're starting at 14. Okay.
Basically, because I've been through the stone house. It is a well-maintained, impressive building that we're hoping to have as a focal point of the development.
Right. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by the math here on 3A, because if 21%, 21% floor area ratio for residential, if your whole property was residential, you would not exceed 21%. If part of your property was zoned for commercial, it would be, 0.00. Now, when you do the math on the certain number of acres for commercial and certain number for residential, you'd come up with less than 21%. So I don't think mathematically it works that you would add the two, because you're not building residential and office on top of each other. They're on separate pieces of land. And when you do the math on the whole property, you would never exceed 21%. In my opinion,
we're not creating separate lots here. This would not be a subdivision. This is 154 acre parcel.
Right.
It's an existing office building that is basically 0.09 FAR or 9%. It's a floor area ratio, and we're looking to add 21% to that to get to the maximum of 30. So that's how I see the math breaking down. It's not.
Oh, I get it.
It's okay. It's all one lot.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood how it was supposed to work. Okay.
Mr. Hegney, a quick question, Mr. Wells. The 121 acres you said? That's in-
154.
Right, that's inclusive of the conservation areas too, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in the calculations, the conservation area is included as part of that.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
As it would be in any conservation zone.
But to that point, Mr. Wells, is there language that you think would clarify that point better?
Okay, you guys. What is there language you want? It would work. We're kind of getting bogged down because we're wandering into the site plan for this. Remember, this is 2 properties now, so you can't talk about what he's planning to do. And I know he's doing it. Mr. Hegney, reprimand you. Don't talk about what you're building here. Focus on the regulation that's being proposed to us and not this project, not this site plan. And that I'm just being stern because it's 9:14 and we got a ton of work still ahead of us and we're getting bogged down with a combination of site plan and the proposal before us. Mary. No.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hegney, I think I was the one you referred to as suggesting shall go back to May, which also suggests that you've seen the rest of my comments that were sent late yesterday. Most of them are Scrivener's, and I leave that up to you and to my fellow commissioners. But I'm still really confused about the timing of the contribution. It's not clear to me whether the first 20 units that are built and sold generate the contribution, or it's done progressively. And you have to do 5 to get 1 contribution. And I think that needs to be clarified because it's not obvious in the drafting.
We'll go over that and we'll get that clarified for you as to what the timing is on that.
That would be terrific. And also, I noticed that I changed the word collected to paid. Collection sounds like we have to send somebody out to get an amount. And I
took that as one of your Scrivener corrections.
And if you consider it Scrivener and you accept it, that's fine with me, Mr. Hegney.
Okay, my only change, if I was being nitpicky, would be in B, the BEX 50R overlay zone can be only located on parcels which meet all of the following criteria. There's no criteria, so just say which are classified as the BEX zone, full stop. You don't need to have that stuff, but that's just a little tiny thing. Mr. Wells, then Mr. Barilak, you got to be real careful, right, Mr. Barilak?
I was just gonna-
No, wait. First, Mr. Wells. First, Mr. Wells has
thank
got
you.
his hand up, and then you got to be real careful.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
As I mentioned yesterday, one suggested addition to standards, which is in the existing regulation, is a reference to conservation. And I mean, I'd like to see in terms of standards, what's in your existing one works for me. Any portion of the lot having significant open space, environmental or conservations, which is planned and approved as part of the approved development site for such purposes, shall be permanently restricted in such manner satisfactory to the town attorney and the commission. I think you've already got conservation there. I'll give you a little preview. We may want some more, but I'd like to have that placeholder in there.
Okay.
I did think that that's what you were referring to during the briefing yesterday, and I have looked at that language, and I think we can work that in some fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Barilak.
Yeah, all I wanted to do was describe for you all what I would think that what I recall the trust had in mind when we spoke about the timing of the payment issue. Imagine a property with one unit and $250,000 was going to be the payment. That payment would be made 30% when that one unit received its CO and 70% when that one unit sold. We thought that those payments would be made for each property as they reach CO and as they sold. I think if you wanted to clarify it more, you could simply say that the 250 per unit would be pro rata across all the aggregate number of units, so that on a per unit basis, each payment would be 20% of $250,000. And if you like, I'd be happy to, on behalf of the trust, spend 5 minutes with Mr. Hagney trying to come up with some language to submit to you guys to get that concept across.
Okay, Patrick, guide that, because I don't think that Mr. Barilak can work with Mr. Hegney and on that reg and then come and be talking to us at the NBC, be here.
Following your leads.
Yeah, I
Happy
think you have
follow
to
your
do
lead.
the major go away then, like we made Yeski do for CMS tonight, and he must have been chewing his nails. Okay.
Happy to follow your lead.
Yeah, and I'm chewing my nails on this too.
Okay,
If
what do you say?
You recuse.
What?
If you're conflicted, you recuse and you don't speak, period.
Okay. All right. So I think we just
How
said
much-
that. Okay. Okay. So we've got some nits. Basically, I need time to think. I know you've got this as a must close. I don't have my brain around this, but again, is anybody else ready? Is anybody else got comments? What do you want to do? I just need time.
Let me say that we're happy to continue this to another meeting. We do have the ability to do that and the willingness to do it. I want everyone to be satisfied with the language that we're bringing, because I think this is a This
All right,
is
well,
a game changer, I
let's do
think,
that.
for the ability to provide affordable housing here in town. And
Okay.
and I want to make sure we're doing it right.
Okie dokie. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is the proposed rezoning in an American Can. Brian McCann? No. Okay. I hate when your computer says, oh, we'd like to do an update now.
Do not hit yes.
It's like, no. All right. Okay, Mr. McCann, please unmute and go ahead. Mr. McCann? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Hello.
you. Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. Brian McCann, Pullman Comley, for IBM. Just wanted to start off and thank Attorney Hegney for the revisions, which we recommended and the Commission recommended. Just one quick question. I wonder if the zoning map amendment is entirely necessary. I understand from Attorney Hegney that Director LaRoe did request that in subsection C, but it seems to me like although a overlay zone is similar to a floating zone, there are some key distinctions, specifically the finite properties that it applies to. Here, it certainly applies to a finite number of properties, being exactly 2. But my understanding of overlay zones is that the underlying zones regulations continue to exist.
Yes.
While an additional set
Is
while the property
overlaid.
is eligible for
Yeah.
an additional set of regulations.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to me like, unlike a floating zone where you have to make an application for that to apply to a property, it seems to me like the regulation should automatically apply to this property.
I'm not
Just
sure
these
what
two
point you're making. We did not want to go further than the BEX. Does that answer your question? We
Yes,
did
but
not.
in subsection C, specifically the procedure section requires a future zoning map amendment for any property in the BX looking to develop with residential.
Yeah, and we do the same thing for the HO, as you know, since you know a lot of land use. We do the same thing when we designate HO in the zones.
I think it's more of a place marker for
Yeah,
our
no,
reference.
I think where you're going, Mr. McCann, is you're thinking you've only got this one area. Why don't you just change the regulations for the BEX? in general, and then that lays it open and you don't have to do an overlay. You could just have the BEX have different regulations. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, the text amendment is proposing an
Yeah.
overlay.
Right. But you're saying,
So
why do it as an
there will be
overlay?
an overlay, and now
Right.
it's just a distinction of whether any future application requires the zoning map amendment.
Oh, yeah.
It
Yes, when
seems to me
IBM,
like the legislative act is
no,
already done or will be
No.
done if this is approved.
no. So exactly what we're looking for is that then if IBM was to want to do that, y'all would come in and you would also apply to get rezoned. And that's how we do the HO. And our gut was it was going to give us more control. And I'm having a hard time getting my brain around the FAR. So I'm trying to hold on to the control that we have. So I don't think it's extra, because if you came in for the map amendment, you would be coming in with an application at the same time. That's how it, so it would be not an extra step. Patrick, you were going to say something, or did I say take
No,
words?
I think Mr. Macri actually hit on it. I think the process is similar to the way we've handled overlays in other facets of the town, and also for a acknowledgement for anybody who's doing research or buying property or whatever to understand what the rules and regulations are. It would be confusing to have an overlay that didn't have some indication that it exists on the property, because one would have to, look at some other record that wasn't in the zoning map to figure out what the regulations are that are applicable.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the
Okay.
opportunity.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. McKen?
Nope, that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. So with that, no other comments from the public. Mr. Hegney, we're going to leave this open and we're going to move on.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is now, I think I could take Peter Levy out of the meeting. He's not here, isn't he?
He may be
on my screen.
Sleeping.
He's napping.
No, he said he was leaving. He left.
Yeah.
And
It's
I see
5
it,
a.m.
yeah.
where he is.
Yeah. All right. Let me get him out into
We
the,
might be his sound machine. That's all. Yeah.
yeah, he probably just didn't sign out. Okay. Who is representing Sutton? Mr. Hegney.
That would be me, Madam Chair.
Okie doke. So I was waiting till you were here to announce it. Sutton Land LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 1.9 acre part of a 6.2 acre property at 22 Glenville Street. Okie doke, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It might be helpful if we bring up the presentation material so you can see what it is that we exactly did.
Yeah, I think all we want to do is see the new zoning map. That's in our agenda, our material.
That's the next slide after
Yeah.
the introductory slide. So when we were here before you last time, there was one straight line running essentially along the back side of the parking lot. Oh, and you said, why are you including portions of the 1 acre zone that you're not going to be building parking in? So this new zone line follows the outline of the parking that we're proposing to construct, and actually includes a portion of the LBR2, which is on the east side at the bottom of the page, and adding that to the 1 acre zone. So that we are keeping a little over 2 acres in the 1 acre zone versus the 1.3 that we had previously. When I had drawn that first line, it was basically to take all of the flat area, and it was before we actually had laid the parking out, to include that in the LBR2, because I thought that would be the most useful portion of the property to build parking. Now that we have an actual parking layout, which is actually the next slide, if we can go to that, we follow that parking layout for the rezone line, and except for the little portion of the LBR that's being added back into the 1 acre. The um, uh, right now, we are non-conforming as to coverage. We're non-conforming as to parking. We're looking to be conforming as to parking, which would be 137 spaces. We have 114, and we're looking to have a total of 171. As I have mentioned on occasion, we'll continue to mention, the supermarket chains that are looking at this building are saying, you don't have enough parking.
No,
want
we
you to
saw
have
that.
parking."
We're clear. We're clear
You know,
that
this is a 1960s development.
we got
You
it.
probably wouldn't develop it this way now, but we need to provide for the tractor trailer deliveries. We need to have proper circulation, and we need parking and truck circulation to be able to attract another supermarket. Is what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be conforming as to parking, and we would be conforming as to coverage, which we are currently non-conforming as to both.
Does anybody on the commission have questions on this?
We're looking at just the rezone, right? On this,
Yes.
not the site plan?
Just the rezone.
Okay. I just wanted just a very thin overlap. The rezone line follows the parking. Okay.
Yes, which is what we
Um,
had requested.
Okay. And I think actually, if I remember correct, we were looking at the parking as an issue of trying to minimize all of the sea of asphalt. And I just want to just reiterate that the zone line, yes, now is closer. It makes much more sense. But I'm still kind of concerned. I think, what is it, 24 feet between parking spaces? The kind of rectangular parking area that's kind of stuck in the middle. I'm still having trouble kind of thinking about that, but I just wanted to put that out there.
If I could respond, Mr. McRae, when you look at the template that was part of Mr. Adler's traffic study and parking study, we need that in order for the WB 67 to be able to get in and out of the site and maneuver, and we're using that as rather than a WB 40, which the commission is probably more familiar with in terms of a template for tractor trailer, because a couple of the supermarket chains have said that's what they're going to use to deliver merchandise and groceries to the building. And so this layout is being dictated by that. I would also add that we want to have the parking in the back. We'll put a sidewalk on the east side of the building around store number 4 that's attached to the supermarket building, so that employees can and will park in the back. That was another concern that the supermarket chains had, that there's not enough parking in the front. So making the employees park in the back will alleviate much of that parking need in the front.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reagan. I think I got it now.
Okay. Anything else from the commission?
No.
Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? No. I just probably should say, again, this is the rezoning of 22 Glenville's parking. And I think, Mr. Hegney, any hesitation that we have, and people started to go there a little bit at the last meeting, when you're doing the work as a new tenant comes in and you're restriping the parking and whatever, we will see that, correct?
Yes, well, we do have a site plan application pending also.
Perfect.
We have
I a
a
happy camper.
landscape plan that was just revised.
Perfect. That's what I want.
Monday, we've submitted that to ARC for their review at their next meeting, and we hope to come back after that and share that plan with you.
Okie dokie. That's what I wanted, because I think a lot of what we tend to want to make it look better, and that's not what the point of the zoning of the rezone is.
No.
Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no applications, no objections to closing closing this. Again, seated on this will be Albin. Oh, Wells for McRae. I had forgotten that. Lowe, Levy, and Jenkins for Yeski. Just so you know for later on. And this application is hereby closed. And we now go to the next application.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bye-bye. Are you leaving now or are you going to just stay?
As much as I enjoy these meetings.
I know.
Really.
Yeah, snarky. Hasn't eaten dinner. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so our next application is.
May I just ask on that one, Mr. Levy's not here to vote, so will Bob vote?
Well,
Bob?
no, at this point,
We're not voting.
no, because Bob is, Bob could do Sutton. Were you at the meeting, the last meeting?
Is Bob there?
Yes,
You
he's
need-
just unmuted. You need to unmute yourself.
Bob, unmute.
You're muted, Bob.
He's
Yeah,
tired.
I know. I got this mouse going all over the place, trying to make it go where it's supposed to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
excuses, excuses.
I've got a ton of them, Margarita. Yes, I could vote on Sutton. I was at the
Okay.
last meeting.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Mary. Gosh, I don't know, Mary, there was a day when you weren't on the commission. I don't know how we did it without you.
I'm
All
sure I
right.
create as many problems as I solve, so I'm not worried.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Otter Reed Realty LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a sports barn covered porch and patio attached to the main residence. This is before us because it's 150 cubes, 547 North Street. And,
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's here for the indoor athletic facility.
oh, okay, thank you. And also that,
It happens to be both, but yes.
and also that. Okie dokie. All right.
Good
Darcy,
evening, good evening,
would go ahead.
everyone. Sure, Rachel Orsi, from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant. As Madam Chair has explained, we are here seeking a volumetric permission to develop a sports barn, covered porch and patio for the existing, in addition to the existing residence at 547 North Street. We did receive some comments from some of the different departments. I know in terms of the rear yard setback, there was a note that there was a slight discrepancy of about 6 inches on the rear yard, and I know that will definitely be addressed and make sure that that is clarified, as well as there was a conservation note for a discrepancy between the site plan and landscaping plan, and that is already being taken care of between our team to make sure that everything is clarified. We do not believe that there is an additional driveway there. I think it was just kind of left over. I think it's just a couple bricks on the property. There is not a second driveway there. And other than that, I believe most departments, I don't know if there were any other questions, and we are here seeking approval. I know we were also here 2 weeks ago for the pre-application, and I don't believe any immediate questions were brought up. So we are here today to hopefully address any questions that the commission may have for us this evening. Thank you.
What we would ask you to do is to work with our people to finalize, you have not finalized your planting plan, and you've been asked to revise it.
We did see that. No, we're not entirely sure as to what part is not finalized. I know we are working with Catherine Herman Design on the landscaping plan, and we will definitely work with the commission and any members to help finalize or finish up anything that needs to be addressed on that.
Yeah, I think you could do that. What they're looking for, I don't know why they're saying that. They're saying there's detail missing on the landscape plan. I've got
I have it in front of me.
I'm going there right now. Okay, so the proposed improved expansion, some discrepancies. No, not that. She did say the walls and steps featured on the drawing are not included in the proposal. The reworking of the pool area and the gardens will require replacement and or modification of the existing hard surfaces and result in further tree clearing. A revised landscape plan should be submitted, which will provide all the details such as the proposed hard surfaces, walls, pavements, site clearing and grading. And in addition, all trees proposed to be removed should be clearly marked.
Okay.
I think I would like to see that done before we take any action, guys.
I do know, if I
Okay,
may.
I'm willing to let the applicant work it on the condition that if there's a problem, they'll return to us, if that's what you guys would rather.
I'm okay with that because I think what it is
Okay.
conservation has specific things they'd like to see.
Mhm.
I think as part of zoning permit sign off, they'd probably have to look at it as well.
Okay, all right, okay.
And I think as the client representative is saying that the landscape architect is still finalizing a little bit of stuff. So I think we can actually, if we could have our staff and conservation staff look at it during the zoning permit sign off kind of process, that might work out best.
I can take the revised landscape plan to conservation.
Yeah,
during the sign off.
and it sounds like you didn't align your site plan and your landscape plan, which always, that always bothers someone who's checking the plans. Okay, so what we would do is just ask you to work on that. Let me just, all
I
right.
got zoning, health, engineering, wetlands, conservation had the comment.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good with everything else. Okay, any other comments from the commission?
Nope.
All right, SE Minor joined us. Do you have anything you want to add? Another SE Minor? No? Okay, we were good with one.
I think she did a great job.
Yeah.
If you guys, it's been a long night, so.
Oh, and I'm trying to make sure that we keep going for a little bit. And
I could tell.
Move along.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get us done tonight because otherwise we got to meet again tomorrow night.
What was our deadline? 9:30?
No, any application we start after 10:30 will be the last one, was what we said.
10:30
Okay,
East Coast time?
let's do that off of these people's clock. Okay, you guys, no more comments on this application? Does anybody wish to add anything?
Nope.
Does anybody from the public wish to add anything to this application on 547 North Street? Seeing no comments from the public, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And, Mr. Basili, the other person from SC Minor didn't really speak. Do you still want his name?
I'm really not concerned.
Okay, well, now
It's
he,
Abed Yaqub.
Okay.
I can spell it for you.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Send it to Mr. Basili. Okay, this application is hereby closed. And the public meeting is hereby ended, and I hope you had a grand time with us tonight.
Oh, it was so great. I love the first matter. That was good.
All right.
Bring
See
in
you
more.
soon.
Yes. Okay. Have a nice.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we're moving on to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is Embar Properties LLC for pre-application review. This is to expand its services and operate a kennel and a commercial groomer at 264 West Putnam in the GB. Are they here?
Anybody here for the pre-app?
All righty. Okay, so we will move on. Benedict Court Development. I know Mr. Tramfo was here. I saw him a minute ago. Benedict Court Development LLC.
And Mr. Wharton is presenting for.
Okay. And this is for an 830G application at, I'm sorry, yes, it is an 830G application at Benedict Court and Benedict Place, and I'm gonna not cite all the addresses. Mr. Wharton, welcome. It's been a really long time since we saw you. Mr. Wharton, just if you would unmute so we can hear you, and Mr. Haslam. Okay, all good. When were you
Okay.
last here? It feels like 2 years.
It's about a year and a half. Been a while.
Yeah.
We've been busy in the background though.
Okay, well, we wondered. Okay, so a lot of the fundamentals are the same. You've been talking to the trust. It's still
Right.
110 units. You've changed the facade of the building. But a lot of the fundamentals, the number of units, is the same as originally. Do you want to start from there, Mr. Haslam?
Yes, to your point, we've been working steadily in the background since May of 2022 when you last saw us. The design team and Phil's put together a really super group of people that he's worked with in the past and some that are new to move forward with this project. So that's great. He's also spent time with the trust. And I think Mr. Barlock indicated yesterday there was a vote taken by the trust to support this project 5-0 recently, which is fantastic. And we really appreciate that support. There's a question about whether we're proceeding as a set-aside development or assisted. I think the discussion with the trust was that to do an assisted so that we could get more units. But again, at the increased median income, and we have a greater percentage of the units set aside, but I'll let Phil get into that in a moment. The real design change had to do with the fact that we no longer are including Zero Benedict Court in the amalgamation, and that's a parking lot which serves 19 West Elm Street. So we,
You know, it's still in the notification, right? In the public
yes,
notice.
I saw that, and that's I
Okay.
think it's a follow over from the first.
Okay, so the public notice has an address on it that's additional. Okay.
Yep. So
All right.
that'll be removed when we come in for final. And in order to allow 19 West Elm to continue to access that parking lot, we've created that access way, which goes through the property, as Mr. McRae pointed out, and actually separates two buildings. Which we've created a bridge over it in order to enable them to get access and us to still function as a apartment building, which has amenities for both sides of the building. That's been really the major change. Phil, do you want to talk a little bit more about your discussions with the trust, et cetera?
Before you
Yeah.
do that, I'm sorry, Mr. Wharton, because from my own perspective, what you do for land use, for just the land use decision, your building is going to be the same size. You are not planning to vary the size of the building, correct?
The configuration of the building is a little bit different because of
No,
the
but
of
but
the
the
easement
trust.
that
No, I mean, if the trust discussions aren't going to change the size of the building, it's
Oh,
110
right.
units, 6 stories, regardless. So from
Right.
a zoning point of view, the box is the same regardless of what you do with the trust. So
Yes, we could do the assisted path, or we could do the set aside path
Okay,
with the
so-
same building.
just to give you some thoughts, they're going to get tired of hearing us say this. In terms of where you go, we would like to see, as a commission, we would like to see more units rather than less. So I believe the conversations with the trust would be are great in terms of our affordable housing plan, as well as our plan of conservation and development, because we give more housing options. The data we're seeing, as you know, Mr. Wharton, I think you do enough development to know this. The data we're seeing, work from home is here to stay. Train movement very slowly edging up, but it's still not where it was. We're seeing a lot of congestion downtown, however, because the town itself is doing very well. We only have one retail location that's vacant apparently on the avenue. We are very tight on parking, and all of that adds up to the less people. If we could have to accommodate more people in town who will walk, which is what I believe your building offers, is very helpful to the town managing its growth. In addition, it provides us an opportunity to be inclusive. So from a conceptual point of view, more units. The one offshoot of that, a huge concern, major concern that I have for your proposal is given the fact that we're successful right now, construction staging, how you're going to address doing this building in a busy area of town. Well, I know you're not in New York City, but you know, you're not on Second Avenue or something, but it's still, we think
Mhm.
it's busy. I would like to see a good construction staging plan, where you're going to put vehicles, where you're going to stockpile, and that there will be the least amount of disruption to the downtown. I think those are two really important requests in the pre-app. I would love to see you successfully work with the trust, but I don't think it's so relevant to our approval of you at this point. What else,
Okay.
you guys? What other big picture guidance do you want to give the applicants? Anything else?
I think actually, long term, because I think there's a bunch of different people who'd love to see this, is actually give us a site section so I can understand how everything's working through the building, between the front building, the back building, the bridge, all of those things.
Okay.
And the renderings, I think actually would be quite beneficial if you actually took the trees out, because I think one of the things that I'm seeing that's quite hidden is actually the lobby and the porte cochere around the lobby. So in a sense, actually, if I understand this, there's a big hole in the first floor that the cars can drive in through to the front door. And if you're not really looking for it, you don't get a sense of that. That's actually an important part of the streetscape. And the architectural details and elements, understanding the size of the building is not going to change. There's a lot of different ideas. I think actually taking a look at what's happening on the top floor, your design precedents have a few images that actually indicate that the top floor is set back a little and a different material. I believe understanding how this is in relationship to the street and that curb to cornice ratio, that may help mitigate the actual perceived bulk of the building. You've got that heavy cornice on part of the building, you know, at your fourth story kind of thing. You know, if that's the datum line, and then everything above that, it kind of starts to supersede and set back. It may go a long way to actually have a better perception of the height and bulk of the building. That goes in precedent with the more affordable. We have more affordable units, but the building size isn't changing. So
Okay. Now, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, please remind me. I think we've got this answer, but you've talked sewer and fire, right, in the past on the other buildings, and how was that going at that point?
What do you mean?
You asked for a big picture. The big picture.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean
sewer?
they have the sewer capacity. So are you anticipating any problems with DPW? With sewer or drain, any issues with sewer that you've heard of so far?
No, we've actually in preliminary with sewer, and basically it's fine. The pipes are fine in this area. There's plenty of supply down in the waste treatment plant, or I should say occupancy or whatever. So no, we shouldn't have any problem. We do have to meet with fire though, and we will take care of that too.
Okay, and then you might end up finding that, I mean, the parking may end up being a little tight, but it seems like it works. Arn Wells, go ahead. Oh,
Yeah, just a quick-
Dennis, hold on. Did you get an answer to your question? I'm sorry, Arn. Yeah, okay, Arn, go ahead.
Yeah, just following on Nick's comments, I'd be very interested in seeing renderings from Greenwich Avenue, particularly say you're standing in front of St. Mary's Church, which is a beautiful church. The concern would be, is this building gonna, be looming over it and take it away? So when you look up, you're looking at your building as opposed to St. Mary. So sight lines, a person just on the sidewalk looking at St. Mary.
Bearing in mind that you're only doing it to be nice to us because it's an 830G.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah,
This is a
okay.
prelim.
I just have to do all that whole thing. No, and it's an 830G, so we
Understood.
But Arn's
happy
point,
to do that.
let me rephrase Arn's point, is that because it's near a National Register historic district, we're protective out of it, as you would be. I think anything that you can do for on-site amenities, when remember the last time you talked to us, you were really working on having this have a lot of green and a lot of landscaping. So you definitely had that in mind. And that would be great. Okay, anything else, you guys?
Just, I think actually what would be beneficial as well is to have a good understanding of the connection between the two buildings. We've got, there's a street there. Is it every single floor? What is that thing all about? Those kind of things. You've got two buildings. I would assume they're going to be similar in terms of their detail. It's that connection piece, which may make or break.
Sure.
Is it a look like another wall of the facade, or is it something different? And is it all 5 floors? How do you pass under it? Those kind of things.
Okay. And then, in terms of process, my take is to just come back. You're planning on coming back to us with the final?
Yes.
Yeah, direct to us and Skip and not do ARC. I'm just with an 830G. I want to make it as efficient for you as possible. I know you've been working on this a long time. I want to get our concerns
great.
that are health, safety, etc. on the table. Okay, now, Mr. Wharton,
Okay.
I'm really sorry that I've not let you talk, so go ahead. I'm so sorry, but I wanted to get out.
Okay.
The point of the pre-app was to give you our key thoughts and some guidance and
No, that's right.
okay, so go ahead, Mr. Wharton.
Yeah, so I actually wasn't going to say that much. We have our architect who can talk through and I think address some of these issues already. And I think he can do that fairly quickly.
On the final. You don't have to
There's
do it
David.
Okay, so if I understand it, you've all seen the deck that we were going to present tonight and don't have any
Yes, sir.
specific questions of the architect tonight
Okay.
as to that deck. I think Mr. McRae has
Okay.
verbalized some issues that we can address, and we will do that on final when we come back in. It sounds like you're, for the most part, okay with the design. We may need some tweaking. We don't have to go to ARC. We can have that discussion with you when we come in for final. Do I understand that right, Madam Chair?
Yeah, because the purpose of the pre-app is just to raise any killer concerns. And there are enough major strategic points in favor of doing this that I'm seeing, and just, where are the killer concerns? I'm
People
not an
think
architect.
it's the right project in the right place. If there's going to be
that, that would be
an infill project, this
predisposition.
is
If this,
Yeah.
that would be predisposition, but our affordable
Okay.
housing plan says we should be doing these things, so that I'll take that. Mr. Leroux.
I'm not understanding exactly how many units are going to be below market in this proposal. So is there a number?
Yes. Well, there's 2 paths, right? There's the 8-30G set aside, which is what we started with at the last meeting. And that was going to be 33 affordables. But then we met with the trust and worked out an arrangement to do the assisted option at using the area median income. And for that allowed us to go up to 45 affordable. So 12 extra affordable.
So 12 plus 33, or is that 12 more than what 30% of the new proposal? I'm just trying to find out what that argument is.
It's 12 plus 33, so it's 45.
Got it. Okay.
Which is a little over 40%. So we went from 30% to about 41% affordables, and we can do either one. We would like to know at some point which it's going to be, but it's not critical from a design standpoint. It's the same building. We would just allocate the units differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are engaged.
So does anyone have any?
To do a traffic study, and I just had a quick question for the commission. When Kimley Horn's doing his traffic study, they identified 4 junctions which they thought were deserving of study, and the rest they felt that there wasn't enough traffic to justify it. So they're proposing to do West Putnam Avenue at Benedict, which is by the library, Greenwich Avenue and Lewis Street, Elm Street and Greenwich Avenue, which would be West Elm and Greenwich Avenue, and West Elm Street and Field Point Road, which is across from Bank of America. If the commission thinks that there needs to be any other study in that area, please let us know, or let us know through your staff. But that's what we were planning to focus on based on Kimley Horn's recommendations to us.
Was the, sorry, Mr. Haslam, was the intersection of by the library on West Putnam?
Yes.
Yep.
So that's Benedict or Field Point and West Putnam. I'm sorry.
It's actually, we have West Putnam and Benedict and West Elm and Field Point. We were not studying the Field Point and West Putnam.
And you're using Mr. Canning's that you said, and he didn't recommend that intersection?
Correct.
Okay.
And you don't
one
want
other
to
thing
do,
that one of the sorry, go ahead.
no, please.
No, I was just going to say that one other thing that might change over the next couple of weeks is we've been in discussions with an adjacent owner, and they came back to us with something actually this morning that looks like it's acceptable. So we may add a small parcel that would take us up to 120 units in total. So that would increase, if that goes forward, that would increase the affordables to 48 from 45.
That's the parcel next to the Winthrop House parking, long,
Yes.
narrow rectangle. Okay.
Yeah. It's
So
not
you're-
it's not a done deal yet, but it's a possibility. It's a strong possibility.
You'll see that identified in the package.
So your traffic study would not include Benedict Court and West Elm? There's not enough traffic there, is that the, because I would think that's, you're right on Benedict Court.
No, it does include that, Mr. Wells.
Does. Oh,
It does
sorry.
include that. Yep.
Missed that.
Yeah, and they're also looking at the current uses there. There's office and retail uses there.
Yes.
And they're saying that by getting rid of those, which have a lot of comings and goings, that the preliminary view was that it was going to be insignificant or no traffic increase because we're all residential.
Yeah.
But we'll
I'm
confirm
sorry,
that with him more.
It must be late because I'm just looking at the map again. Mr. Taslin, can you read those intersections again?
Sure.
Or, let me just ask this question. Lewis Street, no studies on Lewis Street?
Yes, Lewis, we're intersects with Greenwich Avenue.
Okay, good. Okay. And then Greenwich Ave West.
We're intersects with West Elm Street, correct?
Yeah, Benedict and West. And then West Putnam and Benedict is what right. Those are the okay.
Right.
All right.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So general support, I know it's not a commitment, but no fatal flaws at the moment. And we'll come back with that extra information as soon as we have it.
Yeah, I think that, again, we're obliged to focus on health and safety, and it might be hard to argue that construction staging is health and safety, but I think it is. And it's only temporary, but I'm really worried about what happens when you do something this big downtown in our size of town. I just am worried about that impact. I think once it's there, we'll see what how it all comes out with doing traffic. Dennis?
Now, does 830G demand the same energy, like EVs, that kind of thing, 20% new construction?
No.
Is there
No.
No.
No, it's because all of our zoning can be overridden. Now, if the applicant wants to have EV, that's great, but they can override it because it's a zoning and not a state or an ordinance. So if it was an ordinance, yes. But while we're on that topic, go ahead, Mr. Yeski. My apologies.
No, I thought this was a state requirement, not a zoning thing.
Well,
Not,
is.
there's the private property. The state impacts public schools and state buildings, but not, private buildings.
And in any event, it is now a zoning regulation. So even if there was something in the zoning statutes at the state level, once we've implemented it locally, it becomes a zoning regulation that can be overridden. I think you could probably override it even if it's only at the state level. One thing that we keep asking people about with these housing developments, of course, is to the extent that energy costs can be reduced for tenants. That energy can be cost effective, because if we're trying to attract below market tenants at say 40% of the building, can we save the money on how wildly expensive energy is becoming? So that, to the extent that you can, again, that that is in our zoning regulations, which you can ignore, but it seems like if there's something that's economic for the landlord and the tenants, that it makes sense.
Yeah, we're trying to comply with as much of the local zoning as makes sense, as long as it's feasible for us. We're not, we're trying to fit within the guidelines.
To that point,
Right, David?
Yeah. To that
To
point,
that point.
the code has to be met. So there is efficiency in that. But to Madam Chair's point, long-term affordability, I think, is served well by having high efficiency and low cost utilities. So those are if we can include those or suggest those, I think it's important.
Okay. Do
Definitely
you
do that.
have any questions of us?
I don't
But
have.
when do you think you'll know whether you want to do the set aside or the assisted path?
It's your question. That's your decision.
Oh, it's up to us. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think
Okay.
I think we're hearing strong. Well, I don't think there's
We'd
any.
like to have more below market units because we are trying to do them, but it's your question how your economics work and what you want to do. We will not intervene with that decision. That's you and the trust.
Okay. Oh, well, I would say that we're leaning towards doing the assisted and having the more units, and we like the idea of workforce, moderate income people who don't qualify for affordable housing, but they can't afford to live in Greenwich. So there's a big population in the middle
And
there.
when we, I'm sure Bob's told you that when we've talked to people in the Department of Housing at the state level, and we've said to them, there's a need across the board. The deepest, we have 7% of our population lives below the poverty line, but we also have a whole bunch of people who are working in town who can't afford to buy here or rent here.
Right.
So
Right.
you have the whole gamut of what you're trying to accommodate without growing too much.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Great.
We'll
Appreciate
see
it.
Thank
you
you.
soon.
Public comment.
Okay. Bye. Oh, boy, wait.
Oh,
Does
public
anybody
comment.
from the
Yeah.
public wish to speak? Oh, Mr. Hamilton.
No, he's on the next project, Madam
He's
Chair.
on the next project. Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application on Benedict Place? It's an 830G application, either a set aside or an assisted. No. All righty. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very
Okay.
much for joining us.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
for the time.
Yeah. We'll be in touch.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back sooner than we came back.
Oh, good. It's really taking a long time to move.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing tonight. I don't know if it's the large room or whatever, but
It freezes people. Nah, because we have 1,000. Oh, by the way, when I went to appointments today, they said, oh, you've been spending the town's money on Zoom.
we are. Oh,
It's really expensive. And I said, what? Do you know how much money we're saving on reproduction and all the stuff we used to do? Okay.
time for
So-
maintenance, the building and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me go ahead with the next application is a pre-application discussion. Hope I get this right. Diego Pariagi, Jennifer Klipstein, Poon West RE LLC, Pathways Vision Inc., and 515 East Putnam LLC for a pre-application review. This is for rezoning properties, 5 properties in the R20 to RA1. And Madam Myers, are you representing you're presenting the application?
Yes.
Okay, if you
And-
would please proceed.
I think Donald Hamilton would like to speak as well.
Okay,
Good evening, Madam Chair and the Commission. I know it's been a long day, and so I won't reread my application summary, but I would like to make a couple of additional points. This pre-application to change the zoning from R20 to RA1 is aligned with the purpose set forth in the statutes to rezone, to lessen the congestion in the streets, to prevent overcrowding of the land, to promote health and general welfare, to provide adequate light and air, and to encourage the most appropriate use of the land. Additionally, the RA1 zoning more effectively supports the two important aspects of the POCD. To preserve our community character and sense of place. It is in the best interest of the neighborhood that these 1 acre plus properties on the Post Road be rezoned to RA1 to remain intact and stay consistent with the adjoining neighborhood properties. It will help preserve the unique open space feeling in this town location. And also it would sustain and improve our natural environment and landscape, the tree canopies, the rivers and streams, the reduction of impact on the environment, and the best practices for sustainability and resiliency. I have lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. I've listened to and relied on numerous experts opine on the negative impact that increased density from various proposed projects would have on the delicate watershed, the traffic safety, the trees, the wetland, and the floodplain. Clearly, less density is in the best interest of this environmentally sensitive area, according to those experts upon whose opinions, as I've said, I am relying on in making this application. Rezoning from an R20 to an RA1 would better align these properties with the neighborhood it has been part of for almost 100 years. And it would also potentially preserve the open spaces that are unique to this in-town location and better support the mission of the Plan of Conservation and Development. We would greatly appreciate your thoughtful consideration of our request to rezone from R20 to RA1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we start, as a point of clarification, the purpose given at the beginning of our zoning regulations applies to the zoning regulations. The rezoning would not fall under that. So it would not apply, but your concepts are also in the POCD, so that's addressed as well. I believe you heard the briefing session yesterday where we were discussing that there are some basic issues here that if you wanted to proceed with this as a full application, first of all, I don't know if I think you attended, right?
Actually I had to.
Okay, so
I
let me
didn't.
run it by you. I'm going to ask Patrick. I'm going to ask Patrick to share this in a minute. So here's the thing. There are some requirements of us when we rezone. And the first one is that it has to be consistent. A rezoning, more than anything, has to be consistent with something called the comprehensive plan of the town. What we refer to that is what zoning exists in all of the rest of town, in all of the rest of the area relevant to it. The second thing is that we're prohibited from doing something called spot zoning. Those 2 points are if you wanted to go forward with this, you would have to address those. I'll spare Pat having to share the map with you now, but it's available online and you can always look at it.
They did spot zoning when they did the R20.
No, we did not spot zone. Now, we don't spot zone. We would be in court if we did. So here's the thing. The entirety of the Post Road has no RA1 zoning. It is all either zoned for business or zoned residential for smaller residential. None of it is zoned RA1 whatsoever. So our entire development plan for the town is based on having the Post Road not have RA1 zoning. The first mandate to us when we take any training in this, and we have to take annual training now, is that we respect the comprehensive plan of the town. And the rezonings that we have done, here's the question that's tricky with the spot zoning. You do have lots that are adjacent to an RA1. So in theory, you are blending them into the RA1, but the problem you run into is it's inconsistent with the rest of the zoning for the Post Road. That's the trick here. The other thing is this issue of, and I'm going to actually let my attorney commission members comment. There is case law that you have to have a substantial, Bob or Mary, do you want to comment on the case law? Because I think you've been following the case more.
Yeah, I could speak briefly
Okay.
to it, but Mary, if you want to do it. you're
Mary's got her
welcome to.
hand up too. I'm gonna let you, I've done my zoning deal. I think, Patrick, you can take the map done so that they can see. Go ahead.
Who's in this area?
Yeah, I think the concern is that generally applicants who are not owners of property are expected to have some superior interest in the property over the extent of interests of other parties. And if it's not ownership or beneficial ownership, it's considered to be control or possession or a present or future right to use, something that would be consistent with an owner's interest and greater than the interest of other persons in the same property. And the reason this is relevant is that two of the properties which you presented as part of this pre-app have in fact given us written indication that they were unaware of the intent to rezone or the request to rezone, and they object to it. So normally, if it's not an owner, it has to be someone who at least agrees with it in principle. So we're in the situation where you're not owners of some of these properties, and the owners, in fact, are expressly objecting to your request to rezone. And that, I consider that to be, a bit of an obstacle, since normally with rezoning, the issue is that a group of properties. I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton, will you mute, please? That a group of properties that are adjacent have a common interest as a group of adjacent properties. And two of the properties that are listed here, in fact, oppose your motion.
I don't know if you saw the letter we heard from Pathways. We got a letter from Pathways. It's in the public record. We got a letter from Pathways yesterday, late last night, something.
Yeah.
Three lots, I think we received comment from. It was 515 Pathways, which is 505, and then I'm forgetting the address on the corner of Hillside.
Yeah, Pathways is 509 and Poom is 505 East Putnam, and they both indicated objections.
So you've got three out of the five that are objecting. So those are your hurdles. We don't make a decision in a pre-app. All we do at this point is give you whatever big obstacles we see and whatever guidance we can give you on what we know of the law and what we know of the statutes and the regulations. And we leave it to you how you want to move forward. That's the point of a pre-app, that you not spend a lot of energy without knowing kind of where we're coming out. So there you have it.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Anything else that you would like to, oh, we have, hold on a second. I think there's some people from the public who wish to speak. Is there anything you would like to ask us, Ms. Myers?
Well, actually, I have to kind of rely on the things that I've written ahead of time because I'm a defendant in the lawsuit Mr. Franco and his company have filed against me for statements I've made in support of this position.
Problem.
So
Totally.
And to give any other remarks.
Absolutely, Ms. Myers. Wise action. We have had people who were sued for what they have said to us because they've name called. I'm sure you're not that kind of person, but you're being safe. If anybody mind if, does anybody want to add something from the commission right now? If not, I'll go to public comment. All right, Ms. Larkin, you have your hand up. And she was, I believe she is joining the meeting now. Jenny Larkin, if you would unmute and please proceed.
I'm not, oh, okay, hello. So I just wanted to make sure that I am also opposed to this, and I did send something.
Ma'am, what is your address? Where are you located?
3 Hillside Road.
Okay.
And I did send something, and I don't know if you received it yet, but basically I stated something similar to the fact that this appears to me to be spot zoning. And the other point, which again, I don't want to take up a lot of time, but had to do with the fact that there is also historic overlay in the neighborhood that I feel, because my interest is historic preservation, that the best use for these properties, as was stated many times to me, I was actually approached by Diane Fox about 20 years ago saying, we've got to figure out a way to save these houses. So the best way to save these houses in perpetuity would be HO. And so by this type of a zone upgrade would not make the formulas not work. So there would be an even higher likelihood that the houses would be demolished and that no one would be able to take advantage of HO, because what they get now would, the FAR is already is a good FAR, but and then they could take advantage of the multiple unit provision in the HO. So those are the points I just wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Ms. Larkin.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just to the last point, a quick comment was HOA. Getting an HOA is a great idea, and it obviates zoning whatsoever. So it doesn't matter whether it's R1A or RA1 or R20. HO can trump it. But our point really that has nothing to do with that. It's really
no, sir. No, you're talking about getting a historic overlay.
I'm not. She was referring to getting a historic overlay. I'm telling
historic overlay. Mr. Hamilton, a historic overlay doesn't trump zoning. It is an additional set of conditions on top of the underlying zoning for the building. It doesn't trump it. Go ahead, sir.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So let me just a little bit of history. There was a parcel of land that was developed by Harold Timmons about 5 years into the 1900s, 1903 to 1907. There are roughly 140 acres, and there are 41 properties today representing that exactly same acres and exactly same parameters, geography, property lines, etc. They're all encompassed in a big bathtub. Today, initially there were 21 properties. Today there are 40. There have been legal subdivisions over the years, sale of real estate. Some of Jenny's property were sold at some point, all with permission of the association and all within the boundaries of the covenants established on all these properties by Timmons at the turn of the century. Somehow these 5 properties got rezoned or were never zoned properly in our view. Every other property of the 35, 36 properties in this contiguous group of property owners is R1A. Every other property. And in fact, in our particular case, the post road houses are part of and integral to the community. Notwithstanding Pathways is exactly the same position. They are part of the same community that Susan and I and Sandra and 36 other people are part of. We're all contiguous, by the way, to these properties. We either abut, 10 of us abut, including myself and the other applicants, the other 2 applicants. So we are abutters. We have an interest in the integrity and the preservation of these properties as much as anyone. In fact, that's the last thing we wanted to do, is to see these zoning change and see the houses. One thing for sure, if you go from RA1 to R20, you're going to get a subdivision of the properties, and you're going to see these houses go, because there'll be 3 houses instead of 1. These are 1.5, 2, 2.2, 1.7, 1.6. I think Jenny's is maybe 1.3, 1.5. I forget. These are all large lots, and R20 actually opens up the door for excessive development and multifamily housing, which there's none in the community today. And we would argue that this factor really defines who we are as a neighborhood. If you've ever been down our street, the hillside, but particularly Brook Ridge, if you haven't, I certainly suggest that you do so. You'll see what a stroke of genius Timmons had when he set these parameters up 120 years ago. They've held to date, by and large, they've been honored every year by everyone in the community. There have been some hardship cases here and there. Most everything that could have been going before the deed restriction could have been invoked, the deed restriction was done properly. And I think, in fact, it would be to the advantage of the community and these properties not to be zone R20. The correct zoning, there's less traffic, there's less congestion, there's a lot less risk of destructive overdevelopment, which has been threatened. The neighborhood has been threatened 7 or 8 times over the years. In almost every case, these were R20 properties that were the subject of these threats of excess development. This is a single family neighborhood. This is single family zoning. So we are aligned with the PODC guiding principles. We're protecting an historic neighborhood. We're protecting property values. We're enhancing safety and access. We're proximate to GSS, Central Middle, and GCDS. We're within walking distance of these 3 schools. We're preserving the community character and historic properties. We're sustaining and improving our natural environment and landscape. That is, i.e., limited, no additional or very limited additional impervious surface, which is a real problem for the entire town, and is a direct result of everyone taking their eye off of the ball and let these excessive properties get developed everywhere. And as a result, we are in one of the most sensitive conservation flood zone, wildlife refuge, flooding sensitive communities in town. We're one of the 7 major water courses, but we're low, and we've got these creeks feeding in from either side, and all this upstream development over the years, mainly asphalt on top of asphalt and large roofs and larger houses, has created this flooding phenomenon that's going to get worse and worse and worse. So I think there's a strong case for that all the properties in our defined community should have the same zoning. These are single family homes. They're owner occupied. You could view Pathways, as the courts did 25 years ago, as a single family. We're happy to have them as neighbors. And therefore, we all share the same goals, the same objectives, and it would be, in fact, enhanced by R1A zoning, not destroyed, not endangered. And exactly the reverse is true with R20. It never should have been zoned R20. I don't care whether no houses in town are R1A. This is an R1A neighborhood. These are part of the neighborhood, and they should have been R1A, not R20. So I can go on and on.
Yes, we hear you. Okay, so what you're looking at is you're considering these properties as connected to the properties to the north of them and as needing to be zoned as the north is. And we look at the post road and how the post road itself is zoned. So that is the comprehensive plan for the town that we must find consistency with, is how the post road is zoned. Your call. Now, all I'm telling you, Mr. Hamilton, because I know you're going to say, I know that we are facing many challenges from overdevelopment. I think this commission knows it more than anybody, but this approach is one that it has legal issues associated with it, and that we are letting you know that if you are going to come forward with a formal application, that these are legal issues that we are considering. We will then have a full legal opinion behind us if you come forward, that we will consult, and we will have all the case law applicable, not just the one we've referenced. So I mean, just telling you that that we see it, that this is a difficult situation from that point of view. So I leave you with that guidance. You decide how you wish to proceed.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner Albans. That's thoughtful, well said, and you've been a joy to listen to all night. I don't know how you've kept your balance and your sense of your humor, and your memory is astounding. I mean, what else can I say? I wish
very kind of you.
As I turn
very kind of you.
Next year,
you all decide. There are other ways, lots of other ways of tackling the problems that town faces. There is no question that we have been a successful community and that there is a lot of demand to develop us. We know that. We live it every day. We are very aware of the battle it is to keep Greenwich leafy and feeling and retaining its sense of a town. It is hard, but we have to follow the law. That's our job. Okay, so I'll let you guys go.
We'll definitely accept,
you.
respect that. We will obviously follow the law ourselves. We appreciate guidance.
Thank you.
A final statement is if this
Yes, sir.
leads to overdevelopment, and that is, this is a long journey we've been on. We worked hard, and we didn't take this lightly. We've been working on it for years. That's the wrong zoning for these homes. They're part of our neighborhood. They should be zoned R1A, and it would make life a lot simpler for you and for us down the road. It's been an arduous journey, and in large part because of R20 zoning.
Now, so just let me tell you that while you're fighting this battle, the battle we are fighting as a town is that the state wanted to force us to allow multifamily housing for a quarter mile on either side of the post road. That's the battles we're fighting, okay? Right now, you've got a zoning that exists and that is consistent with our comprehensive plan. We've got some big fish to fry in terms of other initiatives that have come forward. So, you know, help us on those. Go show up on some of those. That'll be great. Okay, so we'll see you, whatever you decide.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
We showed up on
Thank you.
the 86 unit 830G project at 12 feet from my house. So we were there. We were the reasons that thing was defeated that and a very wise group of leaders in town and neighbors that supported us. But that we were very much on the ground with that.
Okay.
We knew what was going on in town.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I think your partner is telling you that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
All right. Goodbye, Ms. Myers. Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you for your judgment, your wisdom. Excellent. All right. Okay, folks. So now, I hereby move approval of the meetings of the minutes of July 6th at attending that meeting. Albin, McRae, Lowe, Levy, Yeski, Wells, Barilak, and Jenkins. Everybody was
Recording
there.
stopped.
Do I have a motion? I have
Recording
made
in
the motion.
progress.
Do I have a second?
I did second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. July 18th, 2023. Albin, McRae, Lowe, Wells, Barilak, Jenkins. I believe, Lowe, you missed 2 hours of this meeting. And so you would not vote. Who seconds?
Second.
I heard Nick. All in
No.
favor?
So did I. I heard Nick too.
All in
I did
favor?
too.
Barilak, it was Barilak.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. I
Aye.
gotta hear everybody. Okay.
Aye.
August 1, 2023, Albin, Levy, Wells, Barilak, Jenkins. And Levy's not here, but we have 4. So Albin, Wells, Barilak, Jenkins, Yeski left early, and absent was McRae and Lowe. So Albin, Levy, Wells, Albin, Wells, Barilak, Jenkins. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. August 8th, 2023, Albin, Levy. Nope, skip Levy. Albin, McRae, Lowe, Wells, Jenkins.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now, not the pre-app. Sutton
And Sunshine Ave, right?
and
Yeah,
okay,
we
so
have-
we got Sunshine Ave. How do you guys want to do this? Wait, there's more.
Whitby.
There's Whitby.
Lawrence, Whitby, Sutton.
Okay, you got it. So you want to let's do them in order. So let's start with Sunshine. And seated on that application are McRae, Lowe, Jenkins for Yeski, and I have Arn now. No, then Arn seated?
Yeah, Arn.
Arn.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Could I have a motion?
0 Sunshine, 0 Florence, final subdivision, PLPZ 2023-292. Applicants requested re-subdivision of 5 lots, which would result in 2 zoning lots of 22,432 and 16,064 square feet, and retention of portions of Sunshine Avenue Extension. The applicant proposes to abandon a portion of Sunshine Avenue Extension at the rear of the property in the R7 zone per sections 258, 258, et cetera, of the building zone regulations. Commission finds that per section 261-6, the application is neither a subdivision or a re-subdivision. Conservation issued comments 7/24/23 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Zoning issued comments dated 7/28/23 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. But Department of Public Works issued a memo dated 8/1/23 indicating comments to the application. Sewer Division issued comments on 8/30 requesting the applicant submit a jet plan letter of acknowledgement of a receipt of P&Z comments, and Westchey Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 4/5/23 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in a form suitable for the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records. Prior to his zoning permit, the applicant shall address DPW concerns on final stormwater drainage, right-of-way improvements, and appropriate agreed documents to record the private right-of-way. Sewer Division comment that the applicant has submitted an email memo in acknowledgement of the sewer conditions dated 10/16/23. Let's see. Per conservation, per zoning permit, the applicant shall address any outstanding Sewer Division comments. And per zone conservation comments, there's an important connection to the wildlife movement between the two existing open space areas. Future site clearing should be maintained to the necessary minimum, and the invasive species present in the area removed and replaced with native plant material to preserve this connection. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okie dokie. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to Whitby, 969 Lake Avenue.
969 Lake Avenue, PLPZ 2023-345, final site plan special permit applicant seeking approval to substantially renovate the school existing barn, construct a new 2-story maintenance garage, bocce court, and associated site and landscaping improvements on a 32-acre parcel in the RA4 zone. The commission finds that the property became before the commission as a pre-application at the 7/18/23 public hearing under file PLPZ 2023-256. Zoning issue comments 10/11/23 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. Health issue comments on 10/11 endorsing the proposal. Engineering, the applicant submitted a drainage exemption certification dated 8/31/23. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 6/16/23 indicating no action required. Conservation issued comments on 10/11/23 indicating recommendations to the proposal. And EMAC issued comments on 10/11/23 indicating a disappointing review of the provided energy narrative and providing recommendations to the plan. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. The commission modifies the green area requirement. A green area of 82.7 is proposed, whereas 84% is required. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall review the final landscape lighting and lighting with the planning and zoning staff to verify use of low path lights and decorative sconces on the barn building. Area lighting is prohibited.
And to assess, staff will review the proposed lumens of any lighting of the bocce courts.
Yeah, okay, I'm getting to that. So the applicant shall
sorry.
provide specifications and details on the proposed bocce string lighting. Per conservation comments, prior to any tree clearing, the applicant should demonstrate that there's no potential for preservation of more trees. Lost trees should be replanted with the native trees in a ratio of 2:1. A landscape plan should be submitted to reflect this need prior to the construction of the activities. Applicant shall adhere to any and all applicable conditions stated in previous site plan approvals, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or departmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that Arn?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okie dokie. But, because we're seating you for, no, so Arn, why did you second?
For Levy.
For Levy, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because he's, yeah.
I'll take it. I'll totally take it. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, it passes 5-0. Y'all just have to come and stay and be at all the meetings all the time, because otherwise I get too confused at 11 o'clock at night.
People have your back.
He already does.
Yeah, okay. The next is going to be Sutton Land. And on that one is Albin Wells for McRae, Lowe, Jenkins, and Barilak.
Correct.
Okay, I have a motion. Sutton Land LLC application PLPZ 2023-00298 for a building zone regulations map amendment to rezone a 1.3 acre part of the 6.2 acres property located at 21 Glenville Street from the RA1 zone to the LBR2 zone per section 22 of the Town of Greenwich building zone regulations. Whereas the property known as the Glenville Shopping Center is located on the north side of Glenville Street at the intersection with Glenridge Road. Currently, the 6.178 acre parcel is located in two zones, 2.809 acres in the LBR2 zone and 3.368 acres in the RA1 zone. The commission opened the public hearing on September 19th, 2023. At that time, the applicant's proposal was to rezone 1.9 acres currently in the RA1 zone to the LBR2 zone. At the hearing, the commission requested that a smaller area of the property be rezoned to LBR2 to more closely follow the contour curbing of the proposed parking lot, a change the applicant has agreed to. On October 6th and October 10th, 2023, the applicant provided a revised change to the building zone map as shown on the business zone map, sheet 5, and on the zone line revision map prepared by SC Minor & Co. Inc., dated 9/21/23. Stop and Shop has vacated the supermarket building at the Glenville Shopping Center. That building is now empty. The applicant stated at the September 9th, 2023 hearing that the goal of the building zone regulations map amendment is to provide a viable neighborhood retail center that has served Glenville since the 1960s with a supermarket. The applicant, in a letter dated July 26, 2023, requested the zoning change to allow for an increase in parking at the Glenville Shopping Center to, quote, allow the owner of the center to better market the empty space to a new supermarket chain, unquote. In the September 19th, 2023 hearing, the applicant stated that the potential supermarkets were requiring more parking spaces in order to occupy the vacant building. The applicant also stated in a letter dated July 26, 2023, that this zoning change would bring the property into conforming with both the parking and the lot coverage regulations for that portion of the lot within the LBR2 zone. The parking requirement in section 6-158B of the BZR is 137 spaces compared to the current 118 spaces. The applicant plans to have 179 spaces on the expanded parking lot as shown on the parking revision map prepared by SE Minor, dated 9/21/23, submitted with a separate final site plan application before the commission. The lot coverage maximum in the LBR zone is 75 per section 6-205 compared to the current coverage of 81.878. The zoning amendment will reduce lot coverage to 66.78%. The commission finds that the zoning amendment is consistent with the 2019 POCD's guiding principle 5, maintain economic vitality and thriving commercial centers. The amendment is also consistent with the related objectives to retain, grow, and attract businesses, objective 5.1, and to support the business environment at the Glenville Shopping Center, 2019 POCD, page 94. The need to provide sufficient parking in the Glenville Shopping Center was also identified during the planning process with residents for the 2017 Glenville and Pemberwick Neighborhood Plan. Quote, specifically, residents commented that additional parking was needed at the Glenville Shopping Center. DNPT, page 63. The proposal expands the existing LBR zone to the west, north, and northeast. This revision also takes a portion of the property that is currently in the LBR2 zone on the easterly side of the site and adds that to the RA1 zone. The northeast corner of the property, which is wooded, will remain in the RA1 zone. It is adjacent to property in the R12 and RAC1 zones and connects to the RA1 zone across the Angeles Drive cul-de-sac so that an island or spot zone does not result. Therefore, motion to approve the amendment to sheet 5 of the building zone map is hereby made and subject to the applicant addressing any and all comments, or will work with the staff and the department to address any and all remaining comments.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
Mr. Barilak?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to our last decision, which is Otter Reed at 547 North Street.
547 North Street, PLPZ 2023-305, final site plan special permit, applicant seeking approval to construct a one-story sports barn addition to the main dwelling, covered porch and patio, where the total volume of all structures would exceed 150,000 cubic feet in an athletic facility of in excess of 1,200 square feet in the RA2 zone. Zoning issued comments on 10/11 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. Health Department issued a memo dated 9/8/23 indicating endorsement of the project. Engineering issued comments on 9/27/23 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 7/26/23 indicating no action required. And Conservation issued comments 10/10/23 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Organized tournament or sports play is prohibited. There shall be no commercial use of the sports court, including paid coaches, events, practice, or umpires. Per section 694A2 of the building zoning regulations, the sports court area shall not be open to the general public. And the final landscape plan shall be reviewed by Conservation, Planning, and Zoning Commission staff. And the
I would
applicant
just
shall-
say planning and zoning staff with consultation, if necessary, with conservation. So one person owns it. We try to do that. Okay.
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 Whichever, that's fine.
Yeah.
And applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Does anybody second it?
Second. For
Okay.
Levy.
Who?
Arn
Okay.
for
So
Levy.
Arn for Levy. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we are done, except I have a question for you guys. What conditions did you put on moving to final, just quickly on CMS?
Give me 1 second, please.
Just tell me quickly, did you address?
I'm telling you, hold on. I can tell you the
Did
whole
you
thing.
address the blasting?
Blasting?
The removal of the ledge of unknown amounts of ledge?
No, we did not. We actually said, let's see, they need to have, where are we here? We need final
okay.
wetlands permit needs. They have to go to ARC. In-depth study of the energy use and sustainability, review proposed new lighting regulation for safety and security. Staff to consult on environmental testing, sewer division issues, DPW and beta comments. DPW comments on the applicant should address any issues outlined in the drainage memo. Go to the fire department, police department, conservation, comprehensive construction phasing plan addressing concurrent use of the site during construction, site development and demolition.
Okay.
Now, blasting. What do you mean by blasting?
Well, you see, there's that issue of they don't know what's underneath the building.
They did.
much-
That's I completely missed that because they showed us that graphic, and the graphic showed that
No,
they have
around the
overburden
building.
of
Around the building.
No, but they
Yeah.
said there was a full basement, and therefore.
Yeah, But we don't know. I'm unclear because okay. I'm worried about the blasting.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
As I saw the
but,
drawing,
yeah.
it said that
I know I saw
their
it.
ledge was at a depth where they wouldn't be blasting because they have a lot of overburden to bring out.
Yeah.
I think actually we also told them,
Yeah.
we asked about the cut and fill. And I
Good.
think that's actually with the number of the cut and fill is that they have to take out so much to bring and how much they have to bring in. And I think that's
Okay.
part of their return.
All righty. Okay. So when do we meet again, Patrick? Do we get to have time off? No executive
You
session?
get a few extra days, the second, because we have Halloween and everything on that beginning of that week. So
Awesome. Thank you,
So
everybody,
November
for
2nd is the next one.
yeah.
for second, yes, November.
The Thursday.
And Bob, tonight, our whole point with Benedict is, all week it's the box. What they put in the box is their call, and then we can
Sure,
decide it.
I totally understand that.
Okay.
Sure, no.
All right. So we'll see you
How
guys soon.
wait, how did your meetings with the RTM go?
You're stuck with me so far, unless the RTM changes its mind.
What was it, a 6-5 vote, or how'd it go?
Hey.
Right down party lines.
It's just interesting to hear what people are concerned about, because it always takes a while to get out of those, because it's like they got their zoning person. You know how that goes, and they start asking you questions, and it's fun because you get to hear from people. All right, so thank you for all the incredibly hard work tonight. It was a big one. We had a lot of people. We had at one point we had almost 170 people here.
We had over 150 emails. So
that might be the second most number of public comments in any meeting I think I've attended in my 3 years on the commission.
No, I mean, I couldn't believe it when I looked up and I saw how many people at the beginning of it, and I saw how many people had their hands up. But I was like, I did the math.
Did you count how many times people repeated what they'd heard before?
Well, you can only tell people not to repeat themselves.
I couldn't count that high, Peter.
No, it's very hard.
It is hard.
Okay.
I just point out that the difference between that and that very disciplined program put on by the old Greenwich.
Oh, you're doing a plug for OG. But
plug for me.
You have a building committee that's run by an ex-military type, and then you have like a normal human being. And I was laughing that old Greenwich, they were like walking in lockstep. He's good at that.
Choreographed.
They were choreographed. It was amazing. That was the most amazing public comment I've ever seen.
I told them
never.
I said that was by far the best public comment session I've been part of.
Yeah, it was amazing. I've never seen
Not to
anybody.
besmirch anybody else, but I would concur.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody.
It's been real.
Bye. Oh, Dennis, what? Dennis, what?
I think he left.
Oh, he raised his hand.
I think he had his hand on his way out. He had his hand.
It was his
All right. Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Bianca.
Good night.
Thank you, B.